Make me want you, and make me miss you. Make me wonder where you are, and forget you. Will remind me of who you are.
All right, here we go, folks. We live. This is the Trump bond hearing. So Trump is about to either make that payment or he's about to lose his assets. So we're going to see that live, Um, for those that want to check it out, for those that are interested, you can check it out here. What's up, Andrea? What's up, Love Me Fruit? Yes. And again, Trump is going to jail. Uh, yeah, regardless of his status in society. Well, not jail, but he's he got a bond. They said he broke the law. He lost his criminal case. Yeah, okay, you be right back. Yo. He lost his criminal case and now he got to pay something. Something got to come up, right? I mean, am I getting this right? Let me see. This is Associated Press, by the way. Right. Outside New York court ahead of Trump's hush money hearing. So, Donald Trump hush money case is set for crucial hearing Monday as New York judge weighs when, even whether the former president will go to trial after a postponement due to the last minute document dump. The presumptive Republican nominee is expected in court for a hearing that is happening instead of a long planned start of jury selection in the first of his four criminal cases to go to trial. The trial has been put off until at least mid April because of the recent delivery of tens of thousands of pages of records from a previous federal investigation. Trump is simultaneously hurtling, hurtling hurling towards a critical deadline in his civil fraud trial, the most costly legal battle to date. If the former president doesn't come up with the financial guarantee by Monday, New York Attorney General Letitia James can start the process of collecting on the more than 454 million Trump owes to the state in a civil fraud lawsuit. Trump tried getting a bond for the full amount, which would have stopped the clock on collection during his appeal and ensure the state got its money if he were to lose. Yeah, well, okay, so that's it. There was a correction. There was a correction. It's about the civil case and that yeah. But hold on, we're waiting for Pumpkin here because Pumpkin's gonna hop up in a sec. Oh, there you go, Pumpkin. Hold on. Here we go. Let me drop the link. Yes. And again, over here we concerned about these matters. We want to know what's up. Also politically, you know, um, that's right. It's taxpayer dollars. When you're an American citizen, you're a taxpayer. Regardless of where you live, you have to file taxes. If you're an American citizen, if you're not an American citizen, I don't know. You got to find out what the law is for you. But um, but I am. So we're gonna be covering this today. I'm waiting for. Hey, Medea. Yeah, peace to the chat. Greetings. Yeah, thank you, sister. Yeah, Medea. Yes, Medea. In effect, she's been covering the Nature Boy fallout and the incarceration, the trial. Yeah, it's a good sister. So please check her out. As a matter of fact, let me see something here. Do I have her link up in this joint for people to check out here? Let me see here. Here we go. Matter of fact, I'm gonna throw this up. Also, you could send her some money if you like supporting the content. Here it is, Danny's Plate 2020. That's Medea's Cash App. And also, let me find her channel real quick for y'all. 2 seconds. I'm just waiting for Pumpkin to hop up so she could give us a little bit of background on this case. Let me see here. Medea. Here we go. Is this it right here? The page? Hold on, let me see. Also, yeah. Here we go. Now we in there. Now I can link everybody with the page. Sorry about that. 2 seconds. Also, here is her link to the page if you want to check out her content. Here you go. You have a green card. Oh, well, good for you, sister. Good for you. Let me see here. You gotta pay your taxes. You paying taxes too. Sure. With that green card, you know what I'm saying? Here we go. I'm not American and I have to pay taxes. Boom. There you are. Yeah, but some people think if you if you if you're American and you live outside of the US that you still don't have to pay your taxes. No, you still have to file your taxes even if you live and you're a resident in another country like myself, you know what I'm saying? So and but thank you for breaking that down. Yeah, exactly. It concerns residents. Residents pay taxes. So what's happening? Exactly. Big up Jamaica. Yeah, we got a lot of Jamaicans that live in the U.S. Period, brought up and raised in the U.S. Some born first, second generation. My one of my uncles is actually married to a Jamaican woman. So they go down there. I got a few uncles and aunts. A handful of them of each aunts and uncles. And one is married to a Jamaican sister. My aunt is Jamaican. You know what I'm saying? So that's why I don't really do that xenophobia over here at all. It's too much, too silly to. Pumpkin, you there? Hey, Ralph, what's up, Ralph? Appreciate you.
Yeah, that's me. It's me.
Okay, okay.
Okay, okay.
Let me turn this down a little bit.
Let me turn it down
Let
a
me
little
see
bit.
here. You got your.
Let me
I
see
think you
here.
got your YouTube
You got
open.
your, I
You
think
got
you
to
got
shut
your
your other
YouTube
YouTube
open.
channel down.
You got to shut your other YouTube channel down. Who, me?
Yeah,
You
you got to
talking
put it
to
on
me?
mute. The other
Yeah, you got to put it
YouTube.
on mute. The other
Yeah,
YouTube.
yeah.
I don't have no YouTuber. Oh, I'm using another phone. That's why it sound different. Cause I don't have
It's
no
a.
other
It's a.
YouTuber. It's a.
Oh, really?
Oh,
Hold on.
really?
Let me check.
Hold on, let me check.
It's.
It's.
Hold on. I hear feedback. Yeah, yeah. I hear feedback. Now the feedback's gone. So I'm assuming it's from your phone. Try to hop back up, Pumpkin. Let me put this up. There was some action earlier. I can play back some of the action in a second, but here, let me see. Let me see if the audio is working.
I'm telling you, if it is frozen, then it's a curse.
I'm trying to catch it to see who shows up for Trump. And yeah, but it should be. This is the building, New York Court. Yeah, we at the New York Court right here, y'all. Yeah, Ralph, good looking out, bro. Let me see here. Uh, yeah, we've been having some interesting dialogue over here with different perspective, but it's actually been working out pretty well for us. Let me see here. Watch it. Get ready to go. Okay, okay, sure, Ralph. No worries. Yeah, you're welcome to hop up too. Pumpkin, she's gonna give some background while we wait, but I'm just gonna wait for her and see if there's any breaking news. Give me a second, y'all. I'm gonna search. I'm gonna do a search real quick on another tab just to make sure I didn't miss anything. Yeah, but there's people that argue that Volta. There's people that argue what you're saying, right? And that's one of the worries. You know what I'm saying? But let's be honest. Wouldn't that be the case at any time if he does anything wrong? Wouldn't it always be that way? Even if he's guilty of what? Wouldn't he always be a martyr? So what's the option? Um, Not prosecute him for any crime or any wrongdoing because he would be made a martyr? Is that what we're doing? Um, is that what we do? Look, Dr. York is a martyr, right? Dr. York, he's the United States' largest pedophile. He's a martyr. So what do we do? Not convict him for his crimes? You know? Yo, Ralph, what's up, bro? You there?
What's going on, B? What's going
Oh,
on?
2 seconds. Hold on, 2 seconds. Let me hear something. Okay, I'm gonna put it. Okay, Ralph, I'm good. Yeah, man. We just waiting for the
What
news.
what
We
what,
got
what they
time.
what them people saying going on?
Um, he got a yo, Pumpkin. You there?
Yeah, yeah. I was on
I think
another phone.
Pumpkin's.
I was
Yeah,
on
she
another
got more
phone.
details than me.
Yes,
Okay,
I
okay.
am.
Can
Did, did,
we
did
can hear
white
you?
supremacy did
Yo,
white
Pumpkin, you
supremacy
want to
get
give us
away
some
with it?
background on today? Oh, say that again, Ralph. I didn't hear you.
I said
I
the
had an echo.
I said the white supremacy get away with what they were doing.
With who? With Trump or what?
Yeah, white supremacy. Did it get away with paying it or did it didn't pay it and there's still no consequences?
Oh, you talking about? Yeah, you following up on the last dialogue, right? Yeah. What's up,
Yeah.
Sar? Yeah, hey, I'm like this. First, this comment right here. By seizing Trump's properties, they're making him a martyr. It will only ensure his reelection into the White House. Well,
No,
either one of y'all can comment on that. But
no,
then I
they
want to
ain't.
give Pumpkin to give us some background on today. What's going on today? Go ahead.
Oh,
Go ahead.
Ralph, you got it. Ralph got a Ralph got a Ralph got an echo.
Oh.
Who got
Somebody
an
got
echo?
an echo. It ain't me. I cut everything off.
Uh,
No,
So I
I'm
hear
I
on
don't
mute.
nothing.
hear echo.
I'm on my phone and I'm on mute, so I'm just gonna go back on mute. So it ain't me.
Okay, what about me? Y'all hear anything? I don't hear no echo.
Nah, you good. I don't even hear your go in the background this time.
Okay,
Mm-mm.
Ralph, wait a minute, please. Ralph,
Yes.
wait a minute, please. Don't say nothing. I gotta figure out if it's me because
Oh, I think it's you. I think it's you, Pumpkin. But you
I
got to
don't know
check
why
your
it's
device.
doing that because it's repeating. I don't have nothing on.
Okay. Do you have like two? Do you have a YouTube open?
No, I closed it for. Wait, let me see. Wait, not on this phone. Maybe on the other phone. Let me go get the other phone in the bedroom. I'll be right back.
Okay. Yeah. I mean, from what I gather, this is just a bond hearing, right?
Uh huh.
Oh, Ralph, I think
Yeah.
it is your phone, bro.
It might be. All right, I'm gonna leave out and come back in then.
Yeah. Okay. Okay. Yeah, Pumpkin. I think that was Ralph's phone. If you can hear me, but from
Yeah, I think
let,
it
let me,
is.
let me just put this one up too, because Valiant Thor. I'm sorry. Trump will let them seize the tower, refuse to move out, and be the biggest squatter in human history. Based on the laws of New York, this would be 100% legal. I mean,
Oh, it's
hey, but
driving me crazy. Somebody got an echo.
somebody got an echo. I don't hear any echo. I only heard a little glitching from Ralph, like chink chink, something like that. But I don't hear anything else, you know. But it's okay. We're doing a little sound check. See if we can work
I
it
hear
out.
everybody like talking over each other.
All right, listen. You know what? How many browsers do you have open right
And
now?
now I keep repeating.
Do you have more than?
Let me go
Do
get
you,
the other phone.
So hold on. So when I came
Pumpkin.
back up here, it started repeating and echoing again on my phone.
Yeah, hold on. Pumpkin. Do you have more than one browser open on your telephone when you're using StreamYard? Just close them all.
Phone.
Okay. Yeah. Well, it's all good. I don't hear. I don't hear much. Ralph, you
Yeah.
here? Yeah.
Yeah, I'm here.
I mean, I hear a little glitch in your phone, but it doesn't matter. It's not that bad.
I
I'll
wonder
put.
if you're hearing, I wonder if you're hearing my because my apartment's small. I wonder, you might be hearing my heater go off.
No, I think it could be sometimes when people are close to their phone, the audio just acts funny. It depends on the phone you're using or device. It's all good. It happens on mine sometimes. On my phone. My phone is not that. My old phone was perfect, no problem. It cancels out all the other noise when I'm talking to somebody. But
Yeah, it had noise
sometimes it won't do
cancellation,
that.
right? I just put noise cancellation on, and I'm like, why is it doing this?
Yeah, yeah, no worries. Um, but let me see here. Pumpkin, you back? Okay, she's still going to get it. Let me read what today is about to the audience real quick, Ralph. 2 seconds. Let me see here. Can y'all hear me good? How's the audio? If my audio is good, just press 1 if the audio is good. And I'm going to review this. Let me see here. Right now, we watching live. So as soon as somebody come in the room, they're going to start talking. This is Associated Press. Let me do a click up and a subscribe. I don't know why I'm not subscribed to them because I usually watch them. So let me see. It says here. See, I already thought he lost the civil case. But let me just make sure I'm getting this information right. Donald
He did
Trump.
lose the civil case. He did lose the civil case.
Okay, so he lost the civil case, and the civil case was for what exactly? You there, Pumpkin? Oh, okay. Well, I guess she's gonna come back. Um, so let me just get to reading until everybody's ready. Donald Trump hush money case is set for a crucial hearing Monday as a New York judge weighs when or even whether the former president will go on trial after a postponement due to a last-minute document dump. The presumptive Republican nominee is expected in court for a hearing that is happening instead of the long-planned start of jury selection in the first of his 4 criminal cases to go to trial. Damn. The trial has been put off until at least mid-April because of the recent delivery of tens of thousands of pages of records from a previous federal investigation. Trump is simultaneously hurling towards a critical deadline. Okay, hold on. Oh, that's Pumpkin coming up again. Critical deadline in his civil fraud trial, his most costly legal battle to date. If the former president doesn't come up with the financial guarantee, go ahead.
Still hear it. I still hear it.
I don't hear anything. I don't hear it. I don't hear any echo.
It's not
Anybody
an
here?
echo. It's like, oh God. I clicked on the link on. You drop the link again so I can get on. Maybe the one up that I clicked on is no good. Because I hear it again. I went out and came back in and I still hear it.
It's the same link, but you got to make sure you don't have 2 StreamYards open.
I don't have anything on. That's what I'm trying to figure.
Okay. There you go. There's the link.
Wait a minute. Let me try. Let me try something. Let me try this. How is it? Now talk. Say something.
Okay. I mean, your audio seems fine to me.
Now it's better. I don't hear it. I did have another page open. I just figured it out. It's okay.
Okay. So let everybody know what's going on, Pumpkin. What's going on today?
They're going to take they're going to take his Westminster, which is in Westminster, New York, his big mansion, which I didn't know he had, and his prized possessions. Hopefully they'll take 40 Wall Street, and hopefully they'll take Trump Towers, and she'll plaque her name, and they're gonna name it Letitia James Towers. No, they ain't. I just said that, but they're gonna take all his properties, 7 properties in New York, and they're gonna take his stuff. He can't come up with the money because what he did was what the charge is. He took his money. I mean, he took his properties. He inflated the prices of them to get the lower interest rate. The more your property's worth, the lower interest rate you get. And he put the property up for what do you call it? You know, when you put property collateral, the
Right.
property is not worth anything. So Letitia James, she during the case, she exposed him for fraud. This is why nobody will take the property, because I'm just going to say, for example, he had Mar-a-Lago valued. He told them the property to get a loan. He told them the property was worth like 35, 40 million dollars. I'm not sure the number, but he told them that. Come to find out, she found out what she got him for the fraud was because the property is only worth like 22.5 million or 25.2 million. So that's fraud. Then when he went to do his taxes, he put the lower rate. Some kind of craziness he did. He cheated. He lied. He cheated. His property is not worth what he said. And he's not a billionaire. He's never been a billionaire. He's talking about money that he don't have. He just lied all the way around. He just lied all the way. He just took people's money. He defrauded the bank. Now everybody wants they want money. And every day he don't pay it. Every day he don't pay it. I think they said it goes something like 150,000 a day it accrues interest, and he ain't
Okay.
put it in yet. So she says she gonna grab it because for one thing, he don't know how to keep his mouth shut. He don't know how to leave well enough alone. He calls her what he call a peekaboo, and he want to call her jigaboo, but he ain't. I guess he ain't got that down yet. But he just terrible. He just terrible. I can't
Okay.
wait till they get him.
Now look at this comment right here. From Valiant Thor. In 2 seconds. I just want to know, because you got to understand, it's like this is not a real name, so
This
you
is a
know
fake account
this
because
is a problem when we review these things, because we have a kind of rule over here, and that is like, if we can't verify you're a real person, right? And I'll often not having a real name or a picture is not a good way to share your thoughts, right?
but
So I'm gonna just take these down and just say, yo, but we can read them. I'm not gonna post them
yeah,
up on the
let us
screen.
read them. But
Yeah.
that
Go ahead.
thing, immigrants are not getting $2,200 a month. Believe me, they ain't. They getting a phone, a prepaid. They getting a phone, and it's connected only to, I guess, the State Department, wherever they have to call to check on their asylum papers. That's what they
Okay.
getting. That's the biggest lie they told. They keep telling that lie.
Okay.
Immigrants do
I'm gonna
not
look that up right now while we speak.
right,
Just
do that.
yeah.
Immigrants
Okay.
do not get paid when they
How
come
much
here.
do
They pay
immigrants?
to come, but they don't get
Yeah.
paid to stay here. And they don't get assistance. The ones that get it, most of them, if they've got family here, they stay, the family sponsors them. That's how that works. I don't know why they tell that lie, but that's what they tell. And they
Okay. Here,
got
um, it says asylum. As far as the asylum thing, it says they get $180 a month per person.
they get money for food,
Yeah.
but
How much money is NYC?
$180 a month for food in New York City. But take my word for it. That's like getting $1.80.
Okay, and then it says,
Not per person, is once a month.
right. I don't think this money goes to them. You know, let's think about this. If you're a hotel owner, the daily rate of the hotel is going to you as the hotel owner. It's not actually going to the immigrant staying in the
No,
hotel.
they don't get the money. The accommodations, like if they're staying in a shelter and stuff, it's paid. It's paid to the hotel. It's not paid. The immigrants don't see that money. They just get a place to stay, and they only get 30 to 60 days, maybe 90. But that's top. And once that runs out, they gotta hit the street. So I don't know why people say they
Right.
get that money. They don't get that money. They just get a place to stay. And New York doesn't have
Yeah.
a place
Uh,
for them to stay, so they making the kids go on remote learning, and they using the school.
well, Valiant Thor isn't happy that I'm not. It what it is, Valiant Thor. If you could bear with me for a second, don't be so impulsive about it. You have to understand you're not the first person to come here and put anything in the chat. So give us a chance at least to explain. I'm not blocking you from making your comments in the chat. It's about my thing is about posting them, posting all the comments. You see what I mean? Because the thing is that
Valiant Four
we
is a
do.
fake channel. He's fake. He says he's not, but
Well,
he's fake.
okay. Well, let me just check it out real quick
Just
because
check him out. I could be
yeah,
wrong, but he's fake.
yeah.
Because he
I mean,
wouldn't get that upset if he wasn't fake.
it's a
He would
real
just
account,
picture.
but it's a real account. But what I was saying is that it's important that that people that we talking with put their words with on the line, like they stand on their word. And so when you have an account that's not really your name or your face, it's not a good indication that you stand on your word as a person, as the actual person you are, as the American you are, as the human you are, right? So in that way, it kind of holds less weight. So we don't prioritize those types of accounts when we, addressing. So that's all I was trying to say. But you free to leave your comments. But let me just see here for a second. Go to the channel and okay, it's some subscribers. Okay, it's been around since 2014. That's what it says, 84 subscribers. So I mean, he's been around, it's just he's not really putting his name or he's not putting himself on the comments. So there you go. So that pretty much settles that. Yeah. And
Now
and
he's
it's
starting the
okay.
southern border. He in here to start mess. You do what you want to do,
No,
but he's trying to
no, but
start mess.
it's like it's not that. You got to think about it. It would be the same as if somebody was making the opposite comment, like myself, or you, Pumpkin, right?
Nah, he talking
You
about the border. What the border got to do with taking
no,
this man's land? The
no,
border
but what
ain't
I'm saying is that it's not our opinion. We're not worried about the opinion. What we're saying is that we want it to be. It's good when we put the comments on the screen that is actually people we can like just people, real people, and so we don't know. It just says Valiant Thor, so we don't really have any idea who it is. So that's all. It could be, let's say, it could be a person from China. Not that I'm against that, but you don't want political interference being played, right? You don't
exactly.
want somebody from let's say, would you want someone who's from, anywhere meddling in Americans politics? No, you wouldn't
That's
want
what
that.
it is. That's
So
what
that's
it is.
what we try to get by because we acknowledge that different people do that to different, that's all. So,
They do.
you're welcome to post in the chat though. It's just we can't really prioritize, your single comments, but it's a lot of people that feel this way. Like there's people that feel immigrants are getting too much by migrating. Now, for me, I'm not I don't have any specific position. I think states need to do what the states feel is correct because the states are counting the money themselves, right? And the people live with that themselves, right? They live with it. If immigrants go to New York and New Yorkers don't like too many immigrants or they like some immigrants and don't like other immigrants, I think New Yorkers should speak up. But I'm not a New York resident. The only elections I can vote in are Washington, D.C. for the local elections and the national election as president. I can't vote in the New York election. Ralph can vote in the Virginia election. I can't vote in the Virginia election. I don't live in Virginia. I
I
can't
can't
tell you
vote in
what
here
you should
because
do
I
in
live in
Virginia.
New Jersey. So, but
Right. You know what I'm saying? So anyway, Ralph, what's
no,
up?
I need
You
to.
here, Ralph. What's going on?
I need to go to Virginia and mug Ralph because I seen he got a jar full of money.
look,
And I need to go. Nah, I'm only kidding.
I listen. I think my wife got my bank card, right? Cause I noticed how you doing, man. I noticed I go to my wallet, look at my wallet, I said my wallet doing out my pants pocket. Then I go look and say, oh, okay, maybe she misplaced it or used it or something. Maybe I lost it or something. I don't know. I can't find my bank card. But that I had to go into my little savings, my curse jar money for when I do my cursing, and I couldn't, I just put my money inside. So yeah.
Yeah, I seen them dollar bills floating. I'm like, this man got money and I ain't got money.
Y'all work hard.
So
Okay.
you just proved the point. What Fonnie Willis said. Us black people, we do keep money in the house.
Because I don't believe in banks.
We do keep money in the house.
Yeah, I don't believe in banks. I believe everybody. Well, I learned this when I was living in Jersey during Hurricane Sandy, right? Was it Sandy or what was it that they had
Irene, probably
No,
Irene.
No, it was
Irene.
Sandy. I think it was Sandy.
No, Irene was the one.
Irene. It was Irene.
It sure was.
Right. Because I was living at that time. They had the FEMA thing. I was working with FEMA. Well, I realized this. I took a class to with the fire department. They saying everybody should keep $500 in cash during the state of emergency, right? Lo and behold, we had the hurricane come like 2 months later. I had like a couple hundred saved up or whatever. Everybody just got paid. Everything in the New Jersey is all electronic. Couldn't swipe your bank card. You can't do this. You can't do that. You couldn't feed yourself. Only people that was doing business was people with cash. So I learned to keep some cash in the house.
But you better not get caught because they're gonna say you lying. You stole.
You'll be a dead man coming to my house. You'll be dead, man. Don't even worry about it. We're gonna have a long talk with whoever you talk to, Jesus, Allah, Buddha, whoever you talk to, we're gonna have a long time talking to him.
Well, I don't keep none because I ain't got none. This rent is eating my money up.
Yeah, well, yeah, shit. Man, I'm concealed and carry, but this rent, that made rent. That's why I like the South. New York, Jersey, Philly, Ohio, they charging people too much for nothing. Now I know rent going up everywhere, but
he must be coming because they looking around and they moving. I can't wait for him. I want to see him cry. I wish I could go to New York. I mean, I could.
Ain't nothing gonna happen to Trump. Nothing will happen to Trump.
Ralph, we're not gonna start this morning. It's too early.
I got on here. When he said your name, I said, let me jump up there and give her a semi-heart attack.
You ain't giving me no heart attack.
Yeah,
but you know what? Somebody did say that a long time ago when this first started. They said Trump will never go to jail, but he's going to be broke. And him losing those apartments is worse to him, those buildings. And when they take his name off of it, that's worse than him going to jail. I did hear that. I didn't want to hear it, but somebody did say it. Long time.
So a man who know how to use those new places be new investments that he still have ties to.
But see how they got him. He can't do no business. His kids can't do no business. Nobody can do no business for him in New York. So he's stuck there. He got to go.
Not even his friends behind their back. Not even the friends, or just like when you see
in here, they got that lady watching them.
Yeah, he'll get around it. Get around
it. And not in New York. I'm telling you, they watch you like a hawk.
New York got a police struggle, don't they?
No, they ain't got no police struggle. I'll tell you what, you play crazy and go out there and do something you ain't got no business there. Sure,
I was playing retarded in my middle 20s. I was playing not crazy. I was playing retarded. Okay.
Well, I'd advise you not to do that now. They got the military now patrol
Yeah,
with
I noticed. I noticed.
AK.
They got
Yeah,
they got the dog. They got the police
they got
robot dog.
the
Yeah, they
robots, they got the military, they got the National Guard patrollers. So I'd advise anybody that got some sense, you might act like you fool, but you better not do nothing. I
yeah.
don't,
I'm reformed. I'm a reformed person since my 20s. I keep coming up here and say that I am reformed, but I still see things, um, through those lenses, through those old lenses I used to have because I know it
yeah,
works.
I got a friend. I got a friend the same way. He reformed. We talked last night and he was laughing about all the stuff he used to do when he was young. And I did stuff too when I was young. I used to love to go to New York. I can't stay in New York now. That place
Uh,
don't do nothing but take your darn money.
and man,
Cigarettes, I think it's $25 a pack in New York. Cigarettes is always high in New York.
Yeah,
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 oh,
cigarettes are expensive, but then again, that it's like they affect your health too. So
yeah.
if you're going to be, 50 or 60 years old and like, getting a lot of you need of a lot of help, you could say medical attention
And your
because of
fans.
your lungs. But
Yeah,
Hey,
yeah, hey Andre, you here?
I'm here.
yeah.
Yeah, I
So
was
he,
just oh, go ahead, go
yeah,
ahead.
they
Yep.
cigarettes is. Ooh, I don't smoke them. I got asthma, so me and
Well, it's
cigarettes.
just wise for people to think about what they do so they don't end up in a bad situation. I mean, I see people in my profession, I see people, lung illness is a big problem. I'll put it to you that way. And the last thing you want to be is a person that's not going to be able to live the last 20 years or maybe 30 years of their life being able to just something as simple as breathe, you know? So
Now,
take care of yourself, whatever you do, you
now
know?
what I did do. Now I ain't gonna lie, because I told you I was diagnosed with breast cancer in 2020, and that chemo, boy, that chemo had me. Ugh. And I told my son to get some weed, and I smoked that, and that really works. Like it really takes the effects of the chemo away. So
Okay.
it
Yeah, that's
do
nice.
really does. It really does. It really. I didn't think it did, but somebody told me to do that, and I did it. And it didn't have the effect. I don't do it often, but um, because I try not to smoke nothing because it's polluted where I live. Because I live in a manufacturing town, and I live right down the street from. How do I
Hey,
do? I see
Pumpkin,
what.
you got a cash app?
Yeah, I do. And
Okay, put your cash app in the
let
chat
me
too,
see.
and Ralph also, so I can post it up because it's gonna
Wait a
be a
minute.
long
I
day.
gotta remember what it is. I gotta find my other phone so I can tell you what. I
Okay,
lose my phone in the house. I think. I think. I
look,
think. I think.
if you
Oh,
appreciate the news over here and the conversation, you're welcome to support this channel by PayPal if it's for me, right? At PayPal.me slash what is that called? Hyphen? Is that a hyphen or what?
Hyphen
PayPal.me
dash.
hyphen VDM Media.
all right.
Period.
I just say mine. Mine is $ Raphael Royster. Raphael. Last name Royster. And it should look like a picture of a deer that looked like Jesus holding up his fingers.
I'm trying to find a dollar sign symbol. Where the hell do I find? Is that right
It's
here?
up over the
Oh,
four if you're on your
okay.
computer.
So it's Raphael, Rapheal,
No,
and then
AEL. AEL.
Ael. Oh, see, I was about to mess it
RPH.
up.
Yeah,
Right? Okay.
RPHAEL.
Raphael,
I hope that's what it
and then
is.
what?
Let me see if I can find my.
Royster.
Raphael
Now,
Royster.
whoever you are that's gonna cash at
That's
me,
it.
I'm finna cash at you too. Yes, Raphael Royster. It should look like a deer got to pose like Jesus.
You are a mess.
Yeah, well,
Okay.
dear God. I used to call myself dear God. You know what I'm
Cash
saying?
out.
So,
Right. Here we
Alexa,
go. Boom.
Alexa,
Yeah,
call
you
my
can see
phone.
me. Um. Oh, they didn't let me put. Oh, they didn't let me put the word Negro in my own chat. Damn. What the what's going? Yeah, what the heck? There you go. They just blocked my message, man. Hold on, I have to fix that. All right, let me see something. How about Ralph? Just cash out Ralph, man. Come on.
Hold on.
Cause
Here we go.
see, then you would
I
get
put it in the
foreigners.
backpack. I put it in the
Okay,
backpack.
thank you. Cause no, it was just your when I put your name there, I had the cash app right, but as soon as I tried to put Negro Ralph, it blocked me. It ain't let
Mm.
me put it in.
Yeah, well,
Cash
they don't
app
know. They don't
Ralph.
like you saying Negro. They don't like you saying Negro. You know what I mean?
Nah, it's
You set the
me,
standard
man.
a little bit.
It's my own settings. It's my
Yeah.
own settings, bro. I did it. I blocked that word and so a whole lot of words so people can't just get one off real quick, you know,
Yeah.
and then bounce. They gotta, that's all. But in your case, it's we make an exception because you stand on it yourself. It's your own identity. It's what you say yourself. So, but you know how it
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
is. Everybody's
yeah. I
not
think if you
rolling
don't,
like that. So
I
if
don't pose. And I don't pose it as ignorance on no one.
yeah, if you put his name as
exactly.
one word though, if you put it as one word, Negro Ralph, it won't kick you out. But I think if you put a space in between there, that might
It
kick
will.
you out that way. Because
Right. That's what
I
it
type his
was.
name in all the time and it doesn't kick me out. But I don't put a space because he doesn't put a space.
Right. Right. Exactly.
Mhm.
You know what I'm gonna
Yeah.
do in the
And,
meantime?
and
I'm
I
going
realized. Look,
to
I realized the other night. Not to cut you off. I'm an oxymoron to your
go ahead.
channel that loves your channel.
But
I'm a
Ralph,
complete. Yeah.
don't but don't be
Yeah, you're a special case. You are right.
there you go. But
But look,
you know,
I
for
agree with.
me,
But I agree with y'all.
But that's
Yeah,
okay,
we
Ralph. We
got
okay
off to
with
a
you.
bad start, but he is okay. He okay.
Yeah. Well, yeah.
He a
I
little
know he is. That's what I'm
aggravating,
trying to.
but he
Yeah.
okay. He a
Yeah.
whole lot
He'll make you have.
aggravating. He'll
Mm-hmm.
make you want to choke
Mm-hmm.
him.
Yep. He's been spanked a couple times. My belt had to go that way a couple times. Sure did.
Oh, wait a minute.
let me see here.
I sent the wrong thing. Wait.
This place right here is a place where I agree and I can have my disagreements and still feel freely amongst the people. I like that.
Uh,
I know
mhm.
some people got a little bit of hate deep down inside, but that's okay.
Nah,
I like
I
that.
ain't got no hate. I ain't got no
I ain't
hate.
saying y'all. I ain't saying y'all. Some people, I ain't saying no name, but I like that. You know, it's gonna make me come back and say more ignorant shit. Excuse my language. Say more ignorant
Hey,
stuff.
put some more
My,
money in your
more of my
put some more
opinion.
money in your pot. I just heard
Yeah.
a curse word. Put some more
The one
money
on
in.
Vic, the one on the top is wrong. So you could take that one off. The one my Cash App is wrong.
Okay. Oh, okay. Let
Yeah,
me
the
take
one
that
I'm gonna
off
put
then.
the new one in. I'm gonna put the new
Yeah.
one in. I
Okay. I'll
found
take that
my
one off. I'm
Oh,
just setting up the stream because it's a lot of the stuff on the back end I didn't set up, so I got to put the tags in and everything like that. So that's why if y'all don't hear me talking, that's what I'm busy doing. But just so people can find the stream online when they type in their keywords or whatever. But it's not an oxymoron to me, man, because for me it's about the conversation. As long as people can conversate, then we're gonna get some positive outcome. You know what I mean? And everybody learns new things every day. Everybody learns new things every day. But if you can't communicate, if people can't have a good discourse of opinion and facts, then where can anybody get? Nobody can get anywhere. People get boxed into their own corners, and so for me, I don't do that. And then also the other thing, Ralph, is that you stand on what you're saying. So you have a name, you have a face, and so for me,
I
you
ain't
see
running
how
from
many
nothing.
people
Der
don't
hverdagsmaden ligger med
just
HelloFresh.
stand
Garanteret måltid.
on exactly. Don't just stand on their own words, not willing to do that. So me, my name is out here. My name is public. Who I am is public. I don't hide it. I stand on my opinions. I back up my opinions. If you don't like it, that's okay. You can always come and communicate with me respectfully. If you don't know how to communicate respectfully, well then get your ass on and beat it. Go somewhere else where you feel like you belong. But I try to respect people and yeah. Oh, let's see here. Did they just something's happening, y'all? There's some action coming. Hey, I think they must be beefing up security now. There we go. This is Pumpkin's cash out. Pumpkin Cat 72. So anybody want to support Pumpkin, feel free. So and Andrea, what's up with you? You got some
Nothing.
commentary today. So,
Not
okay.
not right now. I'm good for now. I'm trying to
Yeah.
wake up, man. I'm still trying to wake up.
And yeah. Throw Miss Andre out there too. You know what I'm saying? I might slide through once I check my account, see how much I might throw. You know what I'm saying on the sneak tip.
I don't have no cash app. I'm not. I don't do.
Oh, okay.
That. I'm
No
good. I'm
Cash App,
good.
no PayPal,
No.
no Zelle, no nothing.
No. No. No.
Western
I'm
Union.
good though.
Right back in the
No.
day, we used to do the Western Union.
I'm good. I'm good.
Western Union just take everybody's money.
But you know what? I respect the too, Ms. Andre, because I think you're married, right?
I am.
That's right. I'll be damned if my woman taking money from another man. I'd be like, what? This didn't have problems in here.
Oh,
No.
whoa, yeah. True. Well,
Yeah, so I respect
hopefully
that
you
too as well. So, you know
anyway,
what
I'm
I'm
gonna
saying? That's
keep
why I hold
myself
you
out
as
of
a
that.
real respectful woman. That's why I say I always hold you as it's something about your energy. I feel like you're a real respectful woman.
I try to be. I try to be. I can't go there, but I don't do that too often.
I don't either.
Well,
Yeah, I try to be also.
Single women can do what they want to do. Single people do what we want to do.
Yeah, and you got, and
Single
but
people.
it's all about, it's all about your energy. The older you get, you gotta reserve all that. You can't be out there. Like, when I was younger, it was a different story, But now as you get older, you can't just throw your energy
When you get older, you be out there that had a heart attack and fell out and stroke in the street and all that other old crazy mess.
over some BS. I mean, it ain't worth it.
Be that had a stroke, will end up in the nursing home. Teeth all knocked out and everything. Nah.
Yeah.
I used to could go back and forth. I used to didn't mind going back and forth and saying stuff and putting myself out there and stuff I had no business getting in. But I'm old now. I ain't got no time for that.
We're older. No. Just say you're older.
Older, whatever you want to call it. I got great, and I try to tell them.
I'm just saying older because you still got energy.
Oh yeah,
I'm just saying we're just older. You still got good energy. We just have to figure out. We just have to use it wisely.
Yeah, and
exactly.
I try to teach my granddaughters not to fight. But then sometimes I get mad with some people, and I tell my granddaughters, I say, y'all should go up there and punch in the mouth. And their mother's like, don't tell my kid,
don't tell my
Don't tell my kid. I said, no, don't you go out there and be punching them. They get mad. They kind of get mad.
Get out the road.
Yeah.
What time does New York court open? It opens at 9:00, right?
Donald Trump that's his problem. That old orange baboon, he just do what he want to do.
Okay, but is he the one that's supposed to roll through this camera thing, or is it the
Not
courts?
The orange baboon.
Who's coming through the? Yeah, because this is the front.
It's him. It must
courthouse.
be him coming through, or either Letitia. She comes with guards and stuff, so she might be coming through. But I think they got another door for her to go in. This the public door. He gonna make a scene. He gonna raise his hand up. He gonna talk about, I haven't did nothing at black people. All I see is black now. I'm like, no, this fool didn't. Because if I was younger, I don't. Huh?
We're gonna cover the facts. It's coming out regardless. We're gonna cover the facts.
If I was older, I would go and get me. Well, no, I wouldn't, because tomatoes cost too much money. But I throw a rock at his ass. Excuse me, but I throw a rock.
But look, listen. All right, let's talk about some of the politics though behind this. Now, there's people. You see, there was some comments made about the idea that this is going to make Trump a martyr, but what do y'all think about this? I mean,
No,
I think it's
no,
gonna.
no,
I,
no,
okay,
no,
go ahead.
no,
Go
no.
ahead, Pumpkin.
It ain't gonna make him nothing. Do you know how many people in the United States really want him gone? They want him gone. And did you see what NBC did? They had Rona Romney McDonald, the one that denied it was for the RNC. They hired her for MSNBC. That lying heifer, they hired. She upheld him in everything. It's the biggest mess going.
Don't they all lie though?
Huh?
I never seen a truthful politician. I never heard one.
Well, Ralph, well, not today. You know what I'm talking about. They all lie, but Trump just lie because he can lie. He he told the people Friday, I got 500 million dollars. He got there. His and his lawyers was in court telling him Trump ain't got no money. He ain't even got sense enough to keep the lie straight. If your attorney fighting for you, trying to get them to lower your what you call it, whatever the heck he putting up his bond, and he's sitting there telling the people, "Oh, I got the money. I got $500 million." Well, if you got to give it to him, because you only got to give him 465 million, and then he holding on. Oh, lying for, and there ain't no way in the world I'd be no darn attorney for him. The man, he have you looking like a fool, and he's sitting there talking about what he got. Please.
You know, the crazy thing about this, Trump could be telling 100% truth, right? And just doing what he want to do, you know. Let me get the pink diva. But he can be saying anything, you know what I'm saying? Like, we don't know he comes from a foundational wealth. He could have blown it. He could have had it.
You don't know.
We don't know. Just like the media, the media don't say.
Up here by me, no. We know this man been alive for this. The father, he don't like black folks. They got
don't the president make $500,000 a year?
who?
The president, like the president's income is like $500,000 a year, right?
It's only $250,000 a year.
Well, let me check that out. Let me just Google that real quick.
It used to be $250,000.
But why do you ask that, Ralph?
I'm saying in the case of a person who should have some money, and then now you're a president. You know what I mean, whatever you make, 250,000, 500,000. If you did for 4 years, you should have somewhat of that money.
He said he declined taking any money because he was a billionaire. He didn't need that money. That's what he said.
He declined taking that. Don't mean that he ain't get it. He might say,
well,
you can take your job. You can take your job. I don't want to be
like to lose the battle when it comes.
But he said he didn't take it. I'm just saying what he said. He said he didn't take it because he didn't need it. That's what he said.
I understand. You know, a lot of people say I didn't take it, but it was forced on me, and I'd be like, well, now's another story again. Here's another.
That's 400,000 a year.
Obama took his.
Do you hear that?
His mother took hers because they paid a nanny for the kids in the White House. Whoever the nanny is, they pay her $200.
But we all know Trump won't stay in the White House. He's staying his own. So he's not paying. He's not losing. He's telling you how he not. If you really listen to him, I don't stay in the White House. So Obama's was just.
But even with that, that's not enough money to get him out of the mess he's in. He's only in there for 4 years. That's
right. Well,
1.2 million or 1.6 million.
4 years is basically saying
for 4 years. He didn't do 8 years. He did 4 years.
I know, but I'm saying 4 years is enough to say you should have half the money, over half the money, or some of the money.
Hey, Rob.
That's 1.6 million. That's not gonna put a dent in nothing, man.
What is it?
It says here the president gets paid $400,000 a year.
Oh, they went up.
That's what it says. There was an increase. Let me see here. That's on uscode.house.gov.
They raised it up a lot. They raised it up like 150,000.
No, they raised it up 200,000. They raised it up 200 something more thousand. But the thing is, not only that, presidents get extra money given to them, and they don't pay for shit. For real.
No, they don't get no money. That's why he in trouble, because he ain't supposed to be getting no money. He take his damn paycheck.
They just incriminating him. That's it. All of them get it.
Yeah, but Michelle Obama got out there and talked about what they have to pay for. They don't get a lot of stuff ain't free. We just assume that. But she told what they had to pay for.
And within the White House, which Trump refused to pay within the White House. So they just trying to get him back on what he made.
Yeah, well, if you like McDonald's, I guess you do have to go out there and go get it.
That's right. I don't eat no McDonald's.
But I'm talking about him. If you like
Yeah,
McDonald's, you have to go out there and get it. You know.
yeah. You don't want to pay that $100 for that chef meal every day. You don't want to
And then
pay
when
They
you
that.
went up 150,000 a year. I guess the president gets paid by the inflation, which they don't pay nobody else, but all of them get pretty much.
Obama helped that. Obama helped that though.
How did he help that? How did he help that?
I'm just joking. I'm just joking. That was just a joke.
No, that wasn't.
It was a joke.
No.
It was. I was just starting shit. I just excuse my language. I was starting trouble.
that's some
know.
more money to put in your jar. That's 2 times.
That's 2
Put some
times
more
I
money
said
in
to
it.
ask for it. I know.
Yeah,
I know
you
that's
did put it in the jar. I'm counting. I'm listening.
You gonna watch? You want to see me put it in there? It's gonna go in there.
I don't need to see it. I just need to I'm just keeping tally for you. I'm just trying to help you out.
Don't
Well,
worry.
how much you put in? A quarter?
Nah, no, usually it depends on how I feel. If I feel like I cursed too many times, I just empty all the dollar bills and change out my pocket and put it in there.
Oh, that's what you do.
How you doing, Keith? Okay, it's somebody named Keith in the chat. You see this 250 ain't going to help 450 million. That's people. Is that what he's talking about?
Yeah,
Exactly.
he talked about when I said 250, but he must have didn't hear it. It went up to 400 million for 4 years.
400,000. You meant 400,000.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
You said 400 million. I'm like, if he's
Yeah.
making that kind of money, he gonna be all right then. Doggone it.
I'm not good at math, as you could tell. Math ain't my thing.
Why can't the
This
president?
this guy standing here talking to somebody, he looked like Mr. Clean. He needs to go.
Yeah, that's true. Now he looked like dude that sell them tires. What's that dude? The what's that guy that used to sell them tires? Big
The
bald headed guy.
The Mitchell.
talking about the Michelin
Yeah,
Man?
exactly.
Or
Right. Yeah, but check
Mr.
this
Clean.
out. What do y'all think the president should earn? What do you think the president of the United States should earn each year as a salary?
Then what is it? 400.
Right now it's
400,000.
400,000 a year.
That's good. Maybe
no, it
another
ain't.
100. That's good.
That helps me believe the MFA ain't nothing. Like, cause you get paid so close. Since you get paid so close, you get paid so close to the average citizen. You don't look better than the average citizen, and you're supposed to control everything. You should be getting at least $1 million or better. But since I see you on the borderline of people who do promotion and everything, rappers make more than the president. I don't want my rapper making more than the president, man.
Yeah.
That's why I know he a president. I don't believe nothing in politicians or presidents. You know what I'm saying? It's just what you want up there. They don't make no money.
Okay, who dressed better, Trump or Obama? Or
I'm gonna go say
Biden.
Trump.
Let's go with
Obama,
Trump.
because
Who dressed better
Trump
with
wear
that
that
salary?
same damn. Trump wear that same damn wrinkled suit.
Listen, yo, Obama gonna look like he got swag just cause he got some type of color to him. That's just a fact. Now,
Hey, well,
just because you say the swag don't mean to match the person. Now, you know when Trump get up there and when he used to stand beside no rappers and those media people, Trump be having on $15,000, $20,000 suits on, fresh with them gators.
okay, whatever. And he looks.
I seen the way he used to stand beside Magic Don Juan and them, and he was looking cleaner than the pimp. So I was like, that boy got it.
Yeah, that's until he got to where he's at now. He looks horrible. That makeup that he puts on, he looks horrible.
He's an old man though.
It ain't got nothing.
Compare to young Trump then. Compare to young Trump. He was styling on.
Okay. So who dressed better, Biden or Obama?
Obama.
Obama.
Okay, for the money, right? Now, Biden or Trump, who dressed better?
He don't wear no wrinkled suits.
And Biden dressed better. It's just their physique.
Obama got that. I look bisexual in the suit look. I don't know.
Oh, come on, Ralph.
I'm just saying. Don't
even go there. He's just trying to start mess because I know.
Did y'all see the way he played basketball? Did you see his jump shot? He had that broken wrist. Heck no.
Well, everybody's wrist, bro. Everybody got to be their wrist is broken.
I ain't saying the gay.
Ralph.
I'm just saying he looks sweet.
But Ralph,
whatever.
Look, but Trump, he's not even attempting to even throw a basketball. Look,
Oh,
how
he threw
about
some paper towel though. He threw some paper towel.
uh,
Threw that paper, and if I had been there and he threw it at me, I'd have threw it right back at his ass. Excuse me, right back at his butt.
Sign that toilet paper, Trump, so somebody rich can wipe their butt with it.
Make sure
all
he.
right?
That,
So let's take it.
if he had thrown it to me, I'd have thrown it right back at him. I know me, and I'd have aimed right for that head, for that empty head.
That toilet paper going on eBay. If I got it, I don't give a damn. That's that. I'm about to make some bread off that. See, y'all thinking disrespect. I'm gonna keep thinking that money.
Yeah.
All right. So you think people would buy that? I mean, if they buy it, what does it mean? If somebody
That
buy
mean
it, just means you
that
get
be
rich.
Trump love. They're Trump lovers. We know what this means. We got people who love Trump more than their own family. We got people who support Trump. Hey, I gotta talk to you later. We got people that support Trump more than they support anything else in life. So a piece of toilet paper can damn near sell for $100, $300. I believe you can sell that toilet paper up to $10,000 to the right person.
But I believe you're right, Ralph. Unfortunately, I think there's
The
people.
people do love him.
Yeah, the people that love
Can't
Trump,
argue
they
with
go
you
for
on
stuff
that
like
one.
that. So it's
Can't
true.
argue with you on that one.
Yeah, yeah. It's a special class, of people. You
You're
know,
right.
it's them.
Like I said, when I think America, I think business. I don't think anything but business when it comes to, I don't care what president, I might not like him, might do like him. Even if I do like him, I know you're just about business. That's it.
You think so?
It can't be nothing more. It's a
But what do you
corporation.
mean? Okay, but what
Who
do
do
you
you
mean? What do you mean when you say business? Just about business? They have to vote on laws
Yeah,
too.
that laws are about business.
I
They're
mean, not vote. They have to sign in laws,
they're all about business.
social
So
laws.
we're
They got
gonna
to
start
sign in.
making laws on pedophilia and all of that. The state got to do this to let you know how they're gonna lock you up, how much time you'll get in prison, how much does that equivalent per person, how much taxes they're gonna have to take out on that person as far as them being in jail, how much it's gonna cost to house them while they're in jail. That's all marketing. When we're doing overseas products coming into America, that's all business marketing. When we start looking at how America taxes its own people and companies, it's everything. You can't do nothing in America without coughing out a dollar.
I agree with you on that.
But no. You can't, because is Trump coughing out a dollar?
Well, and that's why I said. Unless you got that white supremacy, if you don't got that, if you don't got that look to you're not a part of that situation. If you're an average person, you're gonna pay. If you're above the average citizenship, you might not have to.
Okay, I get you. Some people can kind of fight it. Some people can fight it successfully, and other people can't. Well, we know for sure Trump ain't going to go to jail for not paying no taxes, regardless of if people think he did it or not. If he's charged and found guilty in a court of law, he won't do no time in prison.
Because that carries fine. He could go.
He could go to prison. You think so? I don't think they have a prison for him.
If he goes, they ain't got no prison for no president, because ain't no
president.
president.
That's why I say can't no president go to prison. None. Not now one. They people be thinking these people be dying or go to prison. No, they just tell them take your money and go elsewhere and get your face off the face of the earth. Like a Harvey Weinstein and the Epsteins, all of that. I don't believe none of them people dead. They just say go back to your island and don't come back.
They dead, so don't go there.
What proof? What proof that we got that they dead? What proof? Like what literal proof?
Of him. What, you want to dig him up and look at him?
Yeah. We want to see. Show me the
you
decaying
do, I know.
I'm that type of person. I'm that type of person. Like, all right, let's start dealing with the family members. Let the family members start talking about it. Let us show us the burial like they want to do our rappers Biggie Small and Tupac. Show what you're doing. These people are celebrities too. Show it. They don't show it, so I don't believe it. You hear a story about it for less than for about 3 months, maybe less than that. Then they don't bring them up no more.
I'm here. I'm just about to change the internet, put the high speed on because I'm using my Wi-Fi right now. But I see it's some delay, so I'm gonna switch it on. It might be a little delay, but just bear with me.
Baby, I know you listening, and I see you just walk. You know, you watch me walk to the store and whatnot, and all of that, this, that, and the third. But if you want to talk to me, you can hop online and we can talk real quick. You know what I mean? And then hop down. You can talk about the situation and kind of laugh if you want to. If not, I'll call you back in about an hour. I love you, babe.
So
I know.
health,
Yeah,
health,
that's
please.
y'all can hear that. Y'all can hear that. She watching the show, VB. So you know what I mean. You talk to her through your show.
What's wrong with your neck?
Be better now.
I'm
I
all.
had
I
to.
can.
Oh, that's Ralph's now. We talking about
Yeah,
mine?
yeah. 'Cause I keep a lookout in my area. You know what I'm saying? Like, you know what I mean? I'm
You
on
didn't hear
foot.
what
So
I said. Never mind.
I did. I heard she said, "What's wrong with my neck?" And I keep a lookout in my area. You know what I'm saying? So like, and it's like,
I
you
ain't
gotta
keeping no lookout in no area on your neck. You know what I'm talking about.
Yo,
talking about
Ralph.
the tattoo or the chain.
Okay, if you say so.
I
No, you
don't know
got
what we
some
talking about.
nice trees, bro. Where you at? It's some nice trees there, man.
Evergreen trees, regular trees out here. Is a lot. It used to be back in the '90s. Yo, and out here in this area, you can walk, pick pecans off trees, pears, peaches, plums. Shoot, it was so much fruit. Just walking, you can be homeless and happy. Like you can actually eat so much fruit off apple trees everywhere. There's a pear tree right here. That's right there in front of y'all. Like these people you can just go to your neighbor and be like, "Can I have some fruit?" Oh, our city has cut down so many fruit trees and things like that, and people got big backyards. They got vegetables and stuff like that. We got these kids messing things up now. There's no respect out here these days, but it is what it is.
Yeah, yeah. Okay. You in a good area, man. And Copenhagen, it's almost no trees, man. Really, they cut down a
Wow.
lot of trees a long time ago, and yeah, it's mostly like city. I mean, you got parks and things like that, and I have some trees right behind where I live at. But as far as like Virginia, DC, Maryland, it has far less trees, man.
Yeah, I'm in a
You
good
know,
area. I mean, I wouldn't say it's okay. You know what I'm saying? I want out of here, but it's okay. It's not like you're at risk of dying, being robbed, or anything like that, unless you from like you currently or were in the streets like myself. So
right?
This man, I
Yeah,
guess
yeah, yeah. I understand.
this man looking like he's saying, when the hell this man gonna come so I can go sit down?
Yo, what's up, Donnie? Yeah, he exactly. That's how they all looking in New York, pretty much, man. I mean, but they have to wait
Hey,
there.
sit
That's the
down. Yeah,
job.
don't
Wait,
nobody like him over here.
I don't know about that. But you think it's their job to not like or like the guy, or do you think they can cover that up?
People
Like,
just don't like Donald Trump. Donald Trump's been a jackass ever since I can remember. He
you know
ain't
what it
just
is?
saying.
I
And the
think,
older he gets, the
but,
crazier he gets.
but Pumpkin, don't you? I understand that though. I agree. Maybe they don't like Trump. Maybe some of them do. It's New York is not a Republican. It's not big Republican base, but I think for the officers, it's a nuisance. It's a nuisance because it's a high celebrity value person coming to court, and whenever that happens, they have to beef up security. They have to, New York City got to beef up their security at the court. The court got to beef up security, and then that means somebody got to be on overtime. People, I think some of the
police
officers might.
police are quitting. They're low on police officers and things like that. There are a lot of things that
Yeah,
are going down for the community. But we also gonna say this though. Uh, we do know for the up north area for be Democrat, so they stick to a Democratic party, and they say things like, "We don't like you because you're a Republican." So we hear that. We hear that amongst our people.
yeah. There's a set of like when people are raised in different parts of the country, it can be polarizing. Like you don't in DC, for example, we don't have many Republicans at all. DC has not had Republicans I mean, you might have a few, but it's not a norm at all. You know what I'm saying? Even yeah, it's not a norm. But but so we don't grow up with any of that Republican talk. No Republican talking points, none of it, right? But at the same time, Republic people that grow up in Republican states, they have a similar thing. Like you could go across to Virginia, for example. I don't know what the demographic is, how tight it is in Virginia between Republicans and Democrats, but it is different in the sense
The
that
50,
you
50 split. 50-50.
okay, yeah, you hear more about Republicans in Virginia and in Maryland. DC, you almost hear none, right? And the policies are different. Like I don't know how much gun politics plays into Republican or Democrat, but Virginia and Maryland, you have gun rights, open gun rights. DC just barely has gun rights. They don't want people possessing more than like a shotgun, or business people having a handgun for certain bit types of businesses
You
and
gotta
things
have
like
a business. You can have a rifle or a shotgun, no pistols.
that.
If
Right.
you're in
Oh,
DC,
here he
if you
is.
have a pistol, if you
Here he
got,
is.
if you
Oh,
have a
Look,
here he come. Oh,
here he
okay, here
is.
he come, y'all.
He
Ralph,
gone
you can
in
cheer
already.
for
He
Trump.
just went in the
You can
door.
cheer for Trump, and Pumpkin, you can boo him if you want. Either
pistol.
way, I'll
I
go
ain't gonna
for it.
boo him.
Yo,
I ain't gonna boo him. I'm a throw confetti. I wish I knew how to put confetti on here. I throw confetti when she take his name down and put her
Trump
name
just came in
on.
the court, y'all. Trump just came in the court. There go your boy.
And him up.
He showed up. He
What
showed up,
happened to
Ralph.
Ralph? Ralph done got out.
No, I ain't going nowhere. No, I know Trump don't run from nothing. Listen. Trump a gangster. Listen. If you
Oh,
asking me,
that old
you
flat butt fool ain't no
say what you want. Look, Trump remind me of my dudes in the streets, man. I'm trying to tell you, y'all just say what y'all want about Trump. To me, I don't care.
that old flat
Trump
butt
carry like Ghost from that 50 Cent show I don't watch.
I don't watch it either, but I know who you're talking about.
I
I
wanted
don't
to
watch
see him walk through the crowd, walk by all the officers, man. How do you get past it that fast? This
because
must
he
be the
came
rest of
he
his
came
folks, and then
he came through the
the
prisoner
basement.
way. Yeah, he came through the
Ah, yeah,
prisoner way. That's how he
he
did
came from the
that.
prisoner way.
Yeah, his old flat buddy ain't no
He
gay.
probably got more security that
Well,
way. He probably got
he the gangster of the
way.
diaper patrol.
He probably got way more security coming through
He
them
ain't got
prisons because they know.
nothing. Now, who is this coming in, putting their arms up?
Yeah, who is this? Who is this? Let's see.
That's the court people. Oh, that's the people going in the court. Ain't
Yo,
nobody checking for guns or nothing.
nothing, none of that. Listen, they won't because there's no need to. Word to my mama on my watermelon, my chili lime watermelon water. Nothing happened to Trump. Word to my mother on this watermelon water. Won't nothing happen to him.
Oh no, this is his security. That's Trump's security right there. That's state of what do you call it? That I saw the badge on dude. That's a what do they call the security for
That
the
one
president,
with
the
that one
ex-president?
standing right there, he's a lawyer. The attorneys use laptops. He's an attorney.
Okay. He was okay. I thought
That
it said
one is
national. Okay. Maybe I
that
saw
one's
it wrong.
an
Okay.
attorney. You could have seen
Okay.
it
I see.
right. I just wish they would take him and just stomp him for a couple of minutes.
Yo, my girl said the same thing. What is on my neck? What is y'all talking about on my neck?
Oh, you got something on? Oh, now
I
Ralph,
don't
I can't even
know.
see you,
Pumpkin
man.
said it first, and then my girl said something. I mean, she made heard of what she said and asked, like, what's on your neck? Ain't nothing on my neck but tattoos and jewelry. What y'all talking about?
All right. For those of y'all that's just showing up, we about to find out if Trump is going to have to turn over his assets or if he got the cash to pay bonds.
Oh
Isn't
yeah,
that right, Pumpkin?
he gonna turn that shit over.
But Pumpkin, explain to everybody what this court date is about. Just explain to
This
everybody.
court day here is about him putting up the bond so he could appeal. He don't need the money to appeal. He don't need to have the money to appeal. But if he don't have the money to appeal, the state of Letitia James on the behalf of the state of New Jersey, I mean New York, because I keep saying New Jersey, but it's New York. On behalf, she'll take the money and take the property and hold it. She already, oh, whether y'all know it or not, she already done put a lien on his bank account. She done froze his bank account. He got a boot on whatever that shit, whatever, excuse me, whatever that mess is that he is flying. He got a boot on that, so he can't leave the country. They watching every angle with him because they know he a fool.
Okay, so he has this bond that he got to pay because he lost the civil suit, right?
He lost the civil suit, yes.
And the civil suit was to the state regarding his real estate practices, right?
The fraud, he defrauded the insurance companies. You don't defraud the insurance company. That's like defrauding the that's like defrauding the that's like defrauding the government.
But don't that sound weird to you though? So they want you to pay something, but they're gonna freeze your account. They freeze your bank account. Hold on.
Because he
They
be lying
freeze your
about
bank
his
account.
money.
But look, if they freeze your bank account, now you can't even get what you need out of, and then now let's say you're a
He
person
ain't
who
got it.
but
He
look,
ain't
you
got
don't
it.
know it's frozen. You don't know what's in that man account.
Oh man, don't you think the orange genius would have said it? He would
No,
have
I
put
mean,
that money up.
no. Sometimes ego comes into play. He's still a man now who's portraying he's rich, that things are being taken from him and shut down and seized. Now he gotta look at it like, all right, so what way do I get it out the mud? I gotta take out of my investments now. Are they gonna stop me from using my investment money? Now
They
you gotta,
might.
so it goes a lot of ways, man.
Who is that little girl? Who's that picture of that little
Oh,
girl?
we got somebody named Kay Renee up here. Kay, you there?
Oh yeah, that's my
Good
wife.
morning, everybody.
Oh,
How
that's
you
Ralph's
doing, Kay?
wife. Good morning.
I'm good. How are you?
How you doing?
Hey baby.
Hey, babe. I just came on the show to tell you I love you. I heard what you said. So I love you too. I'm not going to talk about all the situation. I didn't hear the whole show or nothing like that. And I'm about to eat. So y'all have a good one. And I'm going to keep watching the show.
All
Oh,
right,
okay.
you too.
Appreciate you. Thank you so much.
You're
Appreciate you,
welcome.
sis.
All right.
Yeah, yeah. But hold on. Oh, I missed her. But that's okay. I just wanted to ask her one question, but it's all good. You know what? Now, let me see. How many? Now, Ralph, let me ask you. Do you think the man is being done wrong here
Yes.
for having
No,
to pay that bond? Hold on.
Yes.
Let Ralph. Let's see what Ralph got to say about that. Why do you think it's wrong that he should have to pay that bond, or what's not happening right here?
Because I believe the bank is at fault. Okay? I mean, even Donald's at fault, but he can't be more in fault than the bank who allowed this to happen. Okay, because he had a name, he had some type of credibility. You're gonna do your job wrong. Now, when it comes to the law, they're not gonna
But
penalize the bank.
he can't go to jail for that. He can't be tried for that. He have to be also sign those papers. His
Yeah,
name, his business, or his name also have to be a part of that. Like, isn't that a separate uh fault? Isn't that separate?
it
Like,
shouldn't be, but America will make it that way to clear off things for, like I said, for like how to make money. That's what it's all about. How banks got it legally to where they share your information with second and third parties. Is that legal? No, they make it legal. Could other
uh,
banks, if things go wrong, take your money and not pay you back? Yes, that's legally robbing you, but you can't do nothing about it. That's why I hold the banks more responsible.
okay. You hold the bank more responsible. So you think that the bank did this without his knowledge, and
Yes,
nobody that's connected to his company should be held at fault.
and not at all. That's exactly what I think.
Okay, but where's the evidence?
That part I can't tell you because I ain't the one doing the business.
Okay, not that you have to have it right now. I'm just saying. So you saying that's okay. Well, all right. So Pumpkin, what do you think about that? What Ralph just said.
that man guilty as two left shoes on a right pinky. Um,
But why is it correct what Ralph is saying? Is it
no, it
correct?
ain't
Like,
the bank's fault.
what liability does Trump have in this? If
He
the bank
lied.
gets the information wrong?
He lied, and they trusted him, and he lied, and he didn't do
Okay,
it one time. He did it
he
multiple
co-signed
times.
He co-signed the incorrect information. Is that it?
He gave the incorrect information. He gave the wrong information.
Okay. He
Is it
okay.
Oh no, wait a minute.
is it
Arnold's
not a bank? Listen, when you apply for a credit card or when you go for a bank statement or anything like that, isn't it the bank responsibility to check your credit, your background information, everything that you say that
no,
you are?
when
Don't they supposed to do that?
when you sign those things, they sign the perjury of law, the perjury of the law, some kind of way they put it. They do it, and it's did you give truthful statements? That's how they get you. And you
Yeah.
say yeah, and you done told a lie. So they did what they were supposed to do, and you were supposed to do what you were supposed to do, which was to tell the darn truth.
See, I'm not getting that from what Trump is saying. Trump is saying
Well, the
if
man
he
is a liar. What do you think he's gonna say? You don't think he's gonna sit there and tell you, "Oh, I didn't do that. I lied." He ain't gonna tell you.
I mean, just like other rich people, right? They don't sign their John Hancocks. They got other people who stamp and sign it for them. So he
They
might have
sign that
otherwise he
paper.
might have never
He
even
did
touched
sign
it.
the
He
paper.
might have never even touched the bank statement or account. It's just something that was done that
Oh, he
could have
does.
been.
They even said he does. He even said he does. And other people that work for him said he signs off on everything. He let you draw the paperwork, let them draw the paperwork up, and he signs off on everything. Ain't no any way you look at it, the man's a liar, he's a cheat, and I'm glad he get ready to go and he need to go to jail, and I hope he go forever. And it's a darn shame. Anybody else would have had a heart attack and been dead, but this fool gonna live forever.
I look so it's starting to sound like you just got a little personal hate right now.
Nope.
Not at all. No,
Not it.
I'm just saying from the way law is set up, the way because I look at it as a black man, right? So now I'm just gonna say, let's just use a black man situation. What they say about us, they give us some of the highest interest rates on everything, such as when you want to go down for a down payment on a car, leasing, getting a loan for a car, apartment, home, whatever you trying to do, open your business. They give you some of the highest, interest rates or whatever. Even when it comes to your saving, putting in a high interest saving account and all of that. They give our people some of the worst banking accounts. Why is it that white people get such low interest rates and such great benefit packages when it comes to this? Why? Because the banks allow this. Okay, same way with J.P. Morgan Bank letting buying millions of dollars of cocaine and not being arrested for it, and is pushed
They
through their
who?
company. Chase Bank was buying
They
the
who
cocaine.
buy millions of dollars of cocaine?
Yes, Chase Bank. It was in I think it was in the New Jersey area or something like that, New York, New Jersey. A couple years back, got caught buying millions of dollars of cocaine, purchased through their banks, left inside their banks situation.
Who bought it?
It was purchased through the bank. That they won't give a
Who?
name or nothing like that. You can still Google this. You can still Google this. You know what I'm saying? So you can banks are allowed to do illegal actions. And who's gonna try the banks who own?
That's
You can't.
privacy. They ain't got to tell you. I guarantee you, they know who did it.
Yeah, they know who did it. Same way they seen Joe Biden with an 8 ball right next to the West Wing door in his
Ain't
office.
nobody seen no dirt. Good. I ain't arguing with you there. Have a good day.
What's that eight
You
ball
have a
doing
beautiful wife. You have a very beautiful wife. It's a pretty woman.
Really, just tell me, what is that? All of this supposed to be the White House. Cameras down this hall, camera down that hall.
Well, why
Secret
you
agents on this.
hold on? Who said that, Ralph? Come on now, we're gonna have to look that up because you just said this.
What the eight
So
ball?
let me look it up. Yeah, I'm
What
gonna
the
have to
eight
look
ball?
it up. You
Yeah,
can't be
hell yeah. Go pull that
out
up, man.
loud.
Big 8 ball, bricked up rocks. Ain't got no dust in it. All rock.
Okay, whose drugs were they at the White House? Who? Let me see. Whose drugs?
They won't tell you. I bet you that.
So how you know it's Joe Biden?
Well, I can't say that, but if it's near his West
You
Wing
just
office,
said it. You
no,
just
I'm
said
just
it.
saying. I'm saying what the news is saying. They're saying if the news said that they found an 8 ball of cocaine, no fingerprints in the West Wing
That's
office
that old Eric Trump. That old.
near the president's room. I mean, I'm finna think it's the president.
No. It says here it was a bag found. Oh, it says damn. Inside the White House complex was found inside a
Near the
cubby near the entrance to the West Wing, commonly used to give tours and where visitors are instructed.
So some old fool done went up
Listen,
there and set that
hold on.
up. That's ain't nobody but Eric. That old. crackhead.
You know how hard it is, AGV. You know how it is to get in the White House. You see how big that gate is. All they gotta go through. How is they getting that? You gotta go through the dog. Or they gonna smell that load on you soon as you get made. I don't believe that. That's some.
All
That's
right, check this out. Let's listen. We're gonna get back to Trump, but let's just hear this real quick.
A baggie of cocaine left in the lobby of the White House. The law enforcement agency says no surveillance video footage could point them to any leads, and not even advanced fingerprint or DNA analysis could help them determine who actually left it there. Our Jay O'Brien, who covers the Hill, joining us for more. So, Jay, what else is the Secret Service saying about its investigation?
Yeah, and lawmakers up here on the Hill had a closed-door briefing on this from the Secret Service earlier today. Now, as to what the Secret Service is saying about that closed investigation, this is similar to what they told lawmakers, according to lawmakers who spoke to ABC News after they emerged from that meeting. The Secret Service putting out this statement, and they said a little bit of what you just alluded to, Kira, which is because that there was not enough physical evidence, they were not able to nail down whose cocaine this was. A little bit from that statement, it goes, without physical evidence, the investigation will not be able to single out a person of interest from the hundreds of individuals who had passed through the vestibule where the cocaine was discovered, saying that that part of the White House where this cocaine was discovered was a vestibule that hundreds of people had access to. And because of that and the lack of security cameras and other physical evidence, the Secret Service closing this investigation without naming whose drugs these were.
So the Secret Service is saying that several hundred individuals may have accessed this particular area. Does the lack of evidence in this case that you just described, raise any concern now about potential security threats?
Well, Republicans here on Capitol Hill are talking about all of that, and they are drawing a lot of attention to this case specifically. And that's one of the points of concern we've heard from Republicans about how this pulls back the curtain on what are potential other concerns about White House safety. I asked Speaker Kevin McCarthy about that and about a number of things as it relates to this case. Here's a little bit of what he told me.
Are you saying, Mr. Speaker, that you don't believe the Secret Service?
What I don't believe is how can they not answer the question? I think I'm saying the same thing every other American is answering. It's in a cubbyhole in the White House by the Situation Room, and you can't tell me who put it there?
So a fiery reaction there from the speaker. What preceded those comments was he was talking about what Republicans here on the Hill often refer to as what they call a two-tier justice system, alluding to the fact that Republicans believe that the White House and the president are getting preferential treatment in this investigation. Oh, another point, just to fact check the speaker there, he says it was in a cubby near the Situation Room. Our sources tell us it was in a cubby that members of the general public typically have access to when they leave their phones and other devices in those cubbies before they go through the West Wing. It's not like it was outside the Situation Room. But those comments from Speaker.
Let's go. And we talking from a drug dealer. I'm talking from an ex-drug dealer point of view. I know when I see a person look like Joe Biden look like he tweaking all the time. Just like we had that episode where Inky said you can spot a user. Yeah, I spot a
Buccaneer.
user.
Yo. Hold on. B. Buccaneer said, unfortunately, breaking news, the appeals court has just lowered. Oh, the appeals court has just lowered the Trump bond. So maybe that's what they was waiting for here. The appeals court just has lowered the Trump bond to $175 million. A former. Let me go to that. Oh, all right, go ahead, Ralph. I'm just going to see what I can find.
And they're gonna lower it again if they're not gonna unseize his bank account to spend his money. They're gonna lower it till he got the right to say, y'all gonna give me the least bit of white ridicule you can. You gonna say these things, but you gonna lower it because I'm gonna start putting out evidence on people that could potentially be arrested along with me or whatever. That's what Trump is gonna do. His money is tied up to too many people doing things like him and got money. And I recognize a drug addict when I see one. I used to serve them. And I used to do this stuff myself as well. So now I'm like, okay, look, you're not gonna tell me you don't know. You can tell where this cocaine come from just by testing it. Police know where your came from, what your drugs came from by your district just by testing it. So if you in DC and somebody got a different pack, northern DC than southern DC, they'll be like, yo, we know who we issued this out to. He got this pack. We know who's stepping on who and what. We know what kingpin to go to, which one not to. They know that stuff. And if that plastic bag
Okay,
had
Ralph,
any type of evidence, it should have
it's
some
true.
type of fingerprint evidence.
So, all right, I'm just going to pivot here. It's true. This is breaking news 13 minutes ago. Let me see here. Okay, sorry about that, Ralph. No worries. I'm,
We
I'm
good.
gonna
We
I'm gonna
good.
get back on your comments real quick. I just want to put this out there. It's breaking news on this case. I don't know why it didn't come out of. So I guess they're trying to find out if he can pay what's left of the bond. So let's see here. This is what it says right now. It says, it says, okay, Trump can post smaller bond in civil fraud case. Court rules. The former president must post a bond of 175 million within 10 days as he appeals the 454 million judgment. Aha. Okay, so I get it. So that's not over yet. It hasn't been lowered, but he's going to be allowed to post that initial money, 175 million, and then 10 days. Hold on, within 10 days, that's it, right, until the appeal of the whole matter is
And
covered.
it
The
might
whole
be another
400.
law around, and BB, it might be another law around that where the lawyer can be like, well, because this happened, we found this in this certain situation. Hey, we can make them drop it again in the next before the next 10 days. They'll give us another 20 days to make it 75 million.
Okay, but look, for me, I'm gonna be honest with you. For me, it's not a I don't have this knee jerk reaction to like it being wrong. All right, I don't have any connection. I'm gonna be honest with you. You tried Joe Biden, you tried Trump. I could care less. I'm gonna be honest. Just as a person, like I don't care. They sign up for this. You want to be a businessman? You sign up for it. You want to be in politics? You sign up for it. You want to do anything? You basically signing up for it. So I don't have any problem with anyone going to jail for that reason. Any president, I could care less.
That's
But
right. But none
I
of them
do
will ever
care.
go.
But I do care about the issues, right? I care about the issues deeply. That I'm still a citizen, right? Now, now, now this case, this could be like a lowering of it, a hiring of it. But if I'm correct, it doesn't let him off the hook for the 450 million, right? Is that right, Pumpkin?
No, it doesn't. She told him he could.
Yeah.
She said, but he
That's
got to pay it.
yeah, see, but that's just now. That's what they're saying. Now, we gotta understand what white supremacy is and how laws affect white people, not normal people. Rich white people laws don't even seem normal. Their prisons aren't normal. What they call prison is what regular people be like, man, I wish I can go there and get away from my kids. So, what we talking about here, there's no penalties for what him or any person of a certain magnitude can do, unless you're black, and then you will go to jail. But if you're white, you ain't going nowhere. You're gonna mysteriously be dead before it happened, or you're gonna go to a prison system where it's so federal, so nice, so sweet. You sleep on a king size bed, and now you have to eat McDonald's.
Okay, I'm back. Sorry about that, y'all. Um, Pumpkin. Sorry about that. I just had a phone call with my son. Um, but check this out. So is this right? He don't have to pay this million. He don't have to. He got 10 days. I'm trying to
It's
figure out what this says
look,
here.
wait a minute. It says make it go down so I can read the rest of it
Yeah, it says the ruling by five judge panel of the appellate court judges is a crucial and unexpected victory for the former president, potentially staving off a looming financial disaster. Had the court denied his request and had he failed to obtain the full bond, Mr. Trump. Uh,
Oh, I know what it is.
okay,
They took 175. They took the 175 million or whatever it is off. I think that's what they did, and he has 10 days to come up with it, come up with the rest of it or something. They
okay,
said he might do it. He might do it.
okay. Here it says Mr. Trump lawyers had asked the appeals court to either accept a smaller bond or pause the bond requirement altogether. I see. So this is like a middle ground. They argued that the court would be likely to overturn the trial judge's 454 million penalty once it heard the substance of his appeal, contending that it was grossly disproportionate and unconstitutional. He always
Oh,
say that.
Oh,
they
Trump is a bad motherfucker. Hey, excuse my language. Hey, look,
Okay.
Trump is a beast. Look,
Hold on,
Trump
hold
such
on,
a
Ralph.
dog. Yeah, okay,
Hold on,
okay.
hold on, hold on, hold on, hold on. I hear your enthusiasm. Hold on. The
Yeah.
trial judge, Arthur F. Engoron, found Mr. Trump liable for conspiring to inflate his net worth to reap favorable loans from banks and other financial benefits. The 454 million reflected the interest payments Mr. Trump saved by misleading his lenders, as well as profits from the recent sale of two properties. Justice Engoron did not stop there. He also imposed several restrictions on Mr. Trump and his family businesses. For 3 years, Mr. Trump cannot run any New York company, including portions of his own, nor can he obtain a loan from a New York bank. The same restriction applies to his adult sons for 2 years, and he extended the appointment of an independent monitor, a watchful outsider, to keep an eye on the family business. Mr. Trump
Oh,
is
yeah.
fighting all punishments, but the financial penalty alarmed him most. Until the court accepted the smaller bond on Monday, Mr. Trump was on the hook to obtain a bond for the full amount in order to avoid paying Mrs. James' office 454 million while he appeals. Okay, so to obtain a bond such, Mr. Trump would have needed to pledge a significant amount of collateral to the bond company, about 557 million, his lawyer said, including as much cash as possible, as well as any stocks and bonds he could sell quickly. He would have also owed the bond company a fee that could amount to nearly 20 million.
Like I was saying, right? So look, not only like I was saying, he could well earlier he could do all those things that they're trying to withhold him to do. Trump's such a cocky. That's why I say he a bad motherfucker. Because this is why I say he's the best for business. Because his ego so big that he trusts in himself. He believes in himself. Now, as a president, I like that. That's how I said made me feel more American. But what he's doing with this now they saying, okay, if you, I'm going to push the fact, I'm gonna push the law on the bank. And what he did was found him an 8 to 10% bail bondman who will hold him to that. He pays it, and it goes towards holding the bond towards he paid what he had to pay. Now, if you want to be, say, okay, I let this happen, I'll do it that way, where I can still, challenge the whole situation and clear my name. If I lose it this way, I'm gonna be what? I'm gonna be Trump. I'm gonna take it to the Supreme Court. What if I beat the Supreme Court at Trump with this by taking other people down? Trump look like a monster now. Like you're like, what you gonna do with Trump? You look invincible. That's his story plot in my eyes. From a man who has an ego like mine, I feel like, what I'm saying, like I feel like I can hang around Trump. Like if he was in the room, nothing his money, what he got couldn't affect me because who I feel as a person. He moves like that with people. So, you know, that's how that go.
All right, let me ask you this. I agree. I think I agree with the sentiment that a lot of people resonate Trump with, i.e., fighting the system, and so they see this as like in some way like he's bucking the system. And if someone even left a comment, look, hold on, let me go back to a comment, and this comment is it is exactly the type of comment I'm talking about. It says it says, let me get here before it got bad. Let me see. Coming, hold on. Right. Trump will, hold on, refuse based on the laws in the, okay, hold on. By seizing Trump's properties, they making him a martyr. It will only ensure his reelection into the White House. So it's a lot of people that feel like Trump is being wronged, and they view that wrong as their own personal wrong in life, right? Like, hey, why you can't make me do this? The courts can't make me do that. Somebody's finally getting away from the system, i.e., right? Isn't that about it, right, Ralph?
Yeah, a little bit more for me. He's saying it, but I'm saying so much more. I'm saying that he he's showing that, but he not beating the system in the eyes of a nigga like me. Niggas like me know that he's been beating the system. His money gonna allow him to beat the system because it helps fund the system. We can't help but be a part of the system and be in the system. So it just shows what's happening, but he's not living the same as us. He's just showing what America shows us that we can't beat, that somebody rich is going through or somebody of power going through. And what it look like for us black folks is
But
Kanye West
okay,
or Michael Jackson, they'll be stripped of everything and left
but
broke
but
or sent
look,
to prison.
okay, I understand. I understand you. They would be, or people have argued that they're being treated unfair. Now, but here's the thing: if we don't use, if somebody is allowed to not follow the rules, as most people would be expected to, are we going to submit now to like classism that everybody with that kind of money, this is how they should view the law, and people without this kind of money should go along with the system because you will be prosecuted anyway?
You
Yeah,
Is
guys
that
are
how we
yeah.
should
missing
do
the
it?
point, though. You're missing the point. Here's the thing, and they explain what it is. It's from the Midas Touch Network. New York Appellate Court partially grants Trump's request to stay enforcement of um, judgment. They say it is a lifeline for it, but it says a New York appellate court has partially granted Donald Trump's request to stay enforcement of the $460+ million judgment entered by Judge Engoron in Trump's civil fraud case. Previously his attorneys begged the court to stay the enforcement, because as Trump did not have sufficient liquid cash to post a bond in the full amount. In the alternative, Trump's attorney asked the court to allow Trump to post a smaller bond in the amount of $100 million. Although the appellate court did not grant either request in full, it did allow Trump to post a $175 million bond instead of the $460 million. But wait a minute. The deadline to post the bond is 10 days from the date of the order. If Trump, he still ain't, if he don't post it in 10 days, then she takes his property. So he won, but he didn't win.
So you mean, okay, so he just got a 10-day extension and he has to put up 150 million now and the rest in 10 days. Is that it? Is that about right?
That's how I read it.
And it's
Okay,
still
and you were
not gonna
just
go
reading
like
from the
that.
Midas Touch? You
That's from
okay,
the Midas
okay, Ralph, I
Touch.
hear you. Okay. Okay, that
And
was what, on the
they're pretty
community wall?
accurate. And they're pretty accurate.
What was that on? That was the
Yeah.
community wall?
Yeah, that's the
Right.
Midas thing from New York bankings, right? So that's basically saying he's trying to
You
run.
know
They're
what?
trying to run them away. They're running them away from Wall Street as well, right? So now, since they want to run them away for that term of time, what can Trump do against Wall Street, right? Is he going? They're going to take it, since he's allowed to have someone monetary with his
She knew they
things.
were going to do that. She told him he could do that.
Well, look, but that's what I'm saying. Earlier when we was talking, you was saying that he's not going to have no control over his hotel. Going to take it all, everything. They're not taking nothing. You will
They're gonna
never take.
take his, if he don't pay it, they're gonna take it. Sure, if he
Listen, they
pays it.
won't ever get a chance to take something. They won't, because he all like you said, he doesn't keep money in banks. He keeps it inside of investments. So now you
It
can't
doesn't
fully.
matter. It doesn't matter.
Well, it does matter because that's what I'm saying. When he got the loans from those banks understood if they're going to use investments through third parties and whatever, right? The banks already know. Well, you're not really holding no money here. It's the thought of the money is here that could be seized from you. They know that as well. Now Trump got around to a way where they can't even seize that because the money's not there. So now they want to hold this against him in New York. Now that doesn't say he can't do that nowhere else where there's large banking, such as Vegas, California, DC, Florida, or outside this country. Or how he decides to shift his money around. I'm thinking of how would you shift drugs around? If I don't want my drugs to be, constantly people know where I'm going, you have to move different locations. If you don't want somebody breaking your house, you keep all your money in one spot all the time, or you put it in a safe. Was it direct? Somebody's gonna eventually find out. Kids, your wife, anybody, they'll find out if they see it too frequently. They know where it's at. You move things around. You're not supposed to keep, and he understands that. Just a common mind don't think that. Like I said, I have millionaire family members who tell me all the time, why do you keep putting all your money in your wallet? Put some on your card, put some here and there, leave some in the You know, they say don't never take out more than what you need. So I'm
Right.
just
I
saying,
hear you. I hear you. But let me,
I look at, like I said, I look at life a whole different way. Like I said, some people look
oh,
at
they
we've
coming out.
always been American slaves.
What? Hold on. Is this people going in? Sorry about that. Go ahead, Ralph. Sorry.
No,
Keep
no, let
going.
it play. Let it play out.
This morning, the former
Okay.
president is off time. As soon as today, New York's Attorney General may begin collecting more
Who's
than
that? Who's playing that in the background?
Donald
I
Trump,
am.
the penalty for losing his civil trial for financial fraud. Rejected by
Okay.
some 30 different insurers, Mr. Trump now forced to cover the massive fine on his own as he tries to appeal the ruling from February, finding him liable for lying about his wealth to get better deals from lenders.
No one's ever seen a bond this size. Every single person, when I came to them saying, hey, can I get a $500 million bond? Maria, they were laughing.
He has to come up with 176 million in 10 days.
A figure that has continued to balloon with more than $100,000 in interest, racking up each day.
We have a lot of cash and we have a great company, but they want to take it away.
The former president's legal team asked an appeals court to intervene, but with no immediate relief, all of his assets, buildings, houses, even bank accounts are now potentially in play, a move the attorney general previewed last month.
If he does not have funds to pay off the judgment, then we will seek, judgment enforcement mechanisms in court, and we will ask the judge to seize his assets.
While Mr. Trump tries to fend off a personal financial crisis, his criminal exposure has not faded. Facing charges of hiding a hush money payment to a porn star before the 2016 election, the presumptive GOP nominee had been set to begin a trial in that case in a Manhattan courtroom today, but it's been bogged down in delays. Mr. Trump back in court today as the judge mulls a defense team request for even more time.
So back to the finances and this judgment coming due. What other options are available to Mr. Trump financially to cover this bond?
The problem is that anything that he might want to do is simply going to take too long. Like selling off a property, that's complicated. Many of them he doesn't actually own outright. Now, some have pointed to the fact that his social media company is actually supposed to go public and merge with another where he could get a major windfall, $3 billion potentially. But even that is going to take a while. He can't sell his shares for 6 months, so he cannot afford to pay today. And that's the problem.
And so what happens if he cannot afford to pay today?
They can begin to seize his assets, go after his bank accounts, go after his properties starting today.
Hey, thanks for watching. Don't miss the Today
But
Show
what
every
he
weekday
did,
at 11 a.m. Eastern.
what they did was she told him they put it down. She knew they was going to do it. And the 176 million, he has to come up with it in 10 days. And he's not going to come up with the money in 10 days. That's the whole key.
So you saying that, but listen, even when they talk about the point of what they could seize or what they will seize, right? They're gonna seize for a certain amount of time and have banking shut down for a certain amount of time. Now
they're gonna have to shut down for good and take what they can after take everything.
It didn't never say for good. I didn't hear them say for good. Dude, when you play
when they take the money, if he lose, he didn't win the appeal because the appeal was for them to shut it down and him not pay it. He didn't win. He did not win. That's the thing that everybody forgets.
I'm not even talking on the point of winning or not. I'm talking about what's going on. What that video before has said, it's not saying, you said it was 2 years or something, the place to be seized, and I think another certain amount, a couple years, another 5 years or two another years for
you can't do any business in New York.
In New York, right? But that's what I'm saying to you. I mentioned moving access if he doesn't pay it. Okay, New York is not. If he leaves New York is already on a down. Like New York is not on the up. Let's get it.
That's what people who don't like it say.
Well, we can understand. Like New York is
Ralph don't like New York.
I don't respect it. I don't respect it. I don't respect the image. I don't respect the image. I don't respect the image it brings. Yeah, I'm allowed to my opinion.
Okay.
And people,
let me just cut in. Let me cut in on y'all. I'm sorry, Pumpkin. Just 1 second. Can you drop that in the back link, Pumpkin, to what you were just playing? And look,
that was
just put the link in the back chat.
I don't know. Wait, let me see if I can
Like y'all
find
don't
it.
got trees. Y'all don't got trees. Y'all birds eat like McDonald's and like y'all go crazy like y'all animals. Y'all
Yo, you
animals have
talking
no.
about New York?
Yeah, yeah. Look, their animals don't even have sense of direction in New York. It's so messed up. The nature is messed up in New York. Not
Nature is
Damn.
messed up everywhere
no,
because
it ain't. No. Nature is definitely messed up in New Jersey, New York, and Philadelphia. The nature of life is messed up.
Um.
we
Okay.
don't
Hold
like
on.
your
Hold on.
country bumpkins.
Let me just cut in on y'all real quick. I'm sorry because I need to take care of something technical real quick before. But Pumpkin, can you can do you know how to uh add, what do you call it? Present screen on your device?
What, on my laptop?
Yeah, you're on your laptop right now, right?
Yeah, well, I was on the phone when I did this, but this is MS, it breaking news, Trump news,
Okay.
MSNBC.
No
I
problem.
I can send it to you that way. I could go in there and get it like that and put it in, and
Yeah,
you could pull it up.
yeah, because if you use your laptop, it's going to handle better. That way, you can also present you can present the, whatever you want to present as well. Because I'm going to be running around off of my laptop real quick. So I want you to be able to present while I do that.
Well,
But
I
I'll
can
still
do
be on
it. I can
StreamYard.
do this. Let me see what else could do. Oh, I know. Yeah, They gotta give me a minute.
No worries. You got a minute. No worries. Go ahead. Okay, I didn't want to stop y'all, but continue
Oh,
just to
Yeah,
prepare
so
you.
yeah, I'm gonna get back on the Trump situation too. But yeah, look, like I said, I was out there for a little nifty time. I think if you're out there 3.5 years, you know what I'm saying? You kind of been around, and like you get around, like me, you get around, So I'm like, I was homeless, you know what I'm saying? I chose to go homeless right out of med school, thinking I'm gonna go to New York. I'm gonna find some dream. I'm chasing this. I'm in New Jersey, but I'm gonna be looking for jobs between Jersey and New York. I'm in Newark. So I'm like, all right, I get to see the animals and the way things move. Like, they're off with nature when storms are coming. Uh, shoot, dogs just crap it and screech. They don't, like, in the street. They don't even go in the grass. Like, like certain animals that shouldn't eat their same kind, eat their own kind. I'm like, yo, this is crazy. Like, what's up? So like, I'm a real person that like observe nature. I love nature, right? And then like it's really fast paced, disrespectful, but they think they so fast, they slow. They don't take time to fully process things out. Uh, so I'm like, okay, I learned that's just the nature thing. If you're gonna do things up here, you gotta be quick with it in and out. That's how it is. But when I really started talking to him, I'm like, yo, but where you from? From you like, yo, well, my dad from North Carolina, but people's from Virginia. I like, so you only been here how long? Or you came up here and fell in love with a way of lifestyle that have no culture. It's too many cultures mixed up. And, I'm not saying that you can't like other cultures, but they're out of tune, out of whack. They got white people calling each other the N word up there. I was confused. I was very, very confused, highly confused. And to me, that was something new in my life. You know what I'm saying? Besides seeing it, I seen it in Baltimore a little bit, but when I seen it in New York, that's when I really knew like it was. I was like, it was time to leave. Like I said, the way the trash, the
Ralph,
rats,
here we
like
go. Hold on, Ralph. Here it is. Sorry about that.
What he's done is terrible. Businesses are fleeing. You see that? I just released a statement on Truth. Businesses are fleeing and crime is flourishing all over the state. And what he's done is such a disservice and should never be allowed to happen again. New York State is being battered by his decision. So I greatly respect the decision of the appellate division, and I'll post either $175 million in cash or bonds or security or whatever is necessary very quickly within the 10 days. And I thank the appellate division for acting quickly. But Judge Engoron is a disgrace to this country, and this should not be allowed
See,
to
I
happen.
told you he
Thank you
don't
very
know how
much.
to shut the hell up. He should have just kept his mouth shut. It went on.
also
Now
he ain't entitled to say what he want as a former president, businessman, and a person who this
I
probably
wouldn't
the
give a
type of
damn if he was a former baseball catcher.
I'm gonna let that play again from the top. I just want to see that part from the top, and I'm sure the attorney's gonna come out, the prosecutors or whatever. and speak also. So here we go,
She
one more
knew
time.
she knew they were going to lower it. She said if he could come up with it, do it. But he ain't come up with nothing. She told him she would take a
Yeah,
lower vote.
he's ashamed, him as a high power white man, them not taking it away even smaller or stopping it. He's mad about that. I would be too if I was white.
It don't have nothing to do with being white.
It does. It clearly does. That white powerful man, you doing this to me like this, I'll be furious.
It's a bunch of bullshit. The man ain't right.
I'm gonna
Now I
drop the
know
link
as a
also again. I'm gonna
I
drop the
know as a
link in
nigga I
case
would
somebody
never
want
want
to
to
pop
be.
up.
I know
Go
as a
ahead,
nigga
Ralph.
I would
Sorry.
never want to be. Yeah, as a nigga I would never want to be in this situation. I wouldn't even drink. I just don't even think. I don't even run across stuff like this in my brain.
Yeah, but Ralph,
These is white.
what if it's a
These white
black
folks'
person?
problem.
But Ralph, what if it's a black person that defrauded you?
So we've been talking about the right to.
Man,
I just
say
need
that
to
one
get
more time. Say that one more time.
we'll start with Ms. Weiser. Is voting
But I couldn't hear
What
you.
if it's a black person? What if it's a black person that defrauds another black person? Would you want justice?
Oh yeah. I'm definitely like, hold on. If these people in the kind of the same situation here, and y'all
Okay,
doing this,
okay, but hold on. Okay, but if it's a white person that defrauds you, would you want justice?
I would want justice.
Yeah. So what's the difference? What is the
All right, so
difference
all right,
here?
all right, so the difference is, and the difference is in America is that, you know what I'm saying, I look at myself as uh I'm not looking to own anything to that magnitude or have anything in that magnitude, so I don't even put myself in that situation. That's what people that's in that magnitude. Now, if you're
Okay.
a
All right.
black, so like if you're a Michael Jackson, a Prince of OJ, yeah, I'm saying they've been treated unfairly. They all deserve some type of justice if it's true or to a degree or however it goes down. Not like when you see when it happened with white folks and you be like, oh well, it's thrown off. Like even not even just rich. That's just due to the poor white woman situation. She's so scared, so frantic, she can get away with all kinds of lies, murder, you know, and then women in general get even, a little bit more numbers in sentencing when they come to do their crimes or whatever. But men, you usually do your full time. Richer
Okay.
men don't do as much time. Powerful men don't see those things.
All right. I got you. Um. Okay. No problem. Look, I'm gonna replay this Trump thing and then hear what the opposing attorney says. Let's rock it.
Thank you very much. Judge Engoron has done a terrible disservice to the state of New York. What he's done is terrible. Businesses are fleeing. You see that. We just released a statement on Truth. Businesses are fleeing and crime is flourishing all over the state. And what he's done is such a disservice and should never be allowed to happen again. New York State is being battered by his decision. So I greatly respect the decision of the appellate division, and I'll post either $175 million in cash or bonds or security or whatever is necessary very quickly within the 10 days. And I thank the appellate division for acting quickly. But Judge Engoron is a disgrace to this country, and this should not be allowed to happen. Thank you very much. Would you accept for money to pay the bond?
Oh, okay. She didn't come out yet. She didn't come out to say any words. All right. Let me see if she did. Did she come out? Let me fast forward. Nope, not yet. It appears. No. Okay. Okay. Yo, Pumpkin, you ready?
No, not this
Can you
minute.
hear
I'm on
me?
the phone. Yeah, I can hear you. Give me a
Oh,
minute.
okay. 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 No worries. No worries. Okay. There you go, Ralph. You back up. Let me see here. Now I'm going to come out of this one real quick. Because I see this. This is Associated Press, so they didn't have new update for the prosecuting attorneys. But let me see here. Trump. Let me pivot here. Trump bond. Let me get over here real quick and see what it says. Okay, I don't want to. I'm gonna go to Fox. I don't want to. I don't want to play one side, but let me see who else is live here. That's the Associated Press is still live. CNN is not live. Who else is live? Okay, that's Associated Press. That's Fox. Mm,
You gotta really go to like a YouTube thing to follow up on, cause like they don't really promote him. You know what I'm saying? To like, this type of stuff like here will, like I said, privileged people don't get promoted in a certain type of light. Only when it comes to the when it becomes really important when it's time to. Like say when they go to that real debate, they're like, well, he just remember this. They're gonna bring it up then.
all right, here we go. We got Reuters. Reuters is, but I hear you. Right, I agree. Maybe there's. I mean, yeah, it's interesting. I mean, what are your thoughts? Anybody can hop up and anybody can express their views on this. Um, just as long as you got a real name, a face on your logo. I don't want to let people up and too many people up that we can't affirm. You know what I'm saying? Like,
Yes. And they be like, I be starting to sound more correct. And like the stuff I sound crazy would be happening right in front of y'all face. You know what I'm saying? Like, yo, what do y'all don't see what's y'all live in America and don't see what's going on? Like, what y'all
you know
know what's
what?
going on?
I'm going to leave this on because apparently there's more coming because they wouldn't have this live open if there wasn't more that they expecting. So I guess the opposite team is coming out. Ralph, the reason why Trump could not secure a bond for 475 million is because of his what is the scurrilous reputation of stiffing people and filing bankruptcies. He's a crook. I'm out. Yeah, that's Buccaneer. That's what Buccaneer say.
Hold
What you?
on, yeah.
So
So hold
Ralph,
on,
you
so
don't
hold on.
think he's a crook?
No, hell no. Hell no. So look, now you mad because American law allows you to file bankruptcy? Anyone can do it. With bankrupt as you file in chapter, which one? So many of them. How it depends on how you file it. Now, the way you file is going to make sure you hold other people accountable for the way your money is secured. That's why it's a good chance to take it to the Supreme Court. Trump don't look like a worried man up there. I didn't see a stumbled and worried man. I seen a disappointed man. I seen like a man you're going to force to make choices. He's abiding by the law. That's why, look, if each time you mad at me for using the law to bail out, that's like saying you should be mad at every person who gets a lawyer. Even though I get a lawyer and represent myself sometimes when I go to court, if I know what situation I'm in. If I know I'd rather take a fine over time, I can do all kinds of things if I know what situation, depend on the judge. One thing you do is when you go to court, you always say hi to the clerk, the bailiff, and the judge. Make sure you don't make eye contact with all three of them because they see each other every day and they're making those decisions. So you make sure they feel happy. Smile, talk, represent yourself well, and hopefully you didn't incriminate yourself so much and speak upon the law. With a lawyer, that's all the lawyer gonna do. They see him every day. They're only gonna do is represent your character. And now I'm looking at Trump's character shows a disappointed, powerful white man. That's what I see, a hurt white man. You don't like this. Trump don't like this. And I don't either. I damn sure don't like it. And because it happens to us on lower forms too. You know what I'm saying? We should be able to certain fines and things they give us or community service, depending on how you pay taxes and do things, they should give us the same break in that way as well. You shouldn't just label us as a criminal if it's not a criminal act. If you, if it's, we all know sometimes like half of the women in our society now should
Well,
be
Ralph,
going to jail.
well,
Well, look, I'm saying this. Let's hold them accountable, right? Let me give you a situation, right? Say if half the women that's filing kids, other people's kids on income taxes incorrectly, they all should be having their income taxes stripped for 7 years
but
or be doing
okay,
time in prison. Are
but
you?
Ralph. So look, but don't you think this is a little different? Like number one, this is a person that was a president and is running for president. Number two, he's a wealthy person, right? Claims to be a billionaire, right? Himself.
Mhm.
Now, how is it that you will be able to get the law to work for the person who's under a millionaire the same way? How can you get that to be fair? Like in this case, per se, let's say you didn't let's say you did the same thing, committed fraud or are alleged to have committed fraud, convicted of committing fraud. Are you trying to
That's
say
why I
that
gave. That's why I
everybody
gave an example. I gave an
is
example of that.
everybody should but should everybody be let off? For the same reasons that Trump would be let off, the same argument you're making for Trump, should that be the exact same reason why everybody else should allow to be able to be let off? Just because the bank made a mistake, the bank should have done better, the bank should have checked my assets better, the bank didn't have to give me the loan, is the bank's fault?
Yes, yes, and since you're forced to hold money that way and use money that way, yes. That's why I'm using that situation with income tax money, right? So for all the women I know, for all you women out here who claiming other people's kids, and that's fraud. You're gonna get extra, and you filing head of household, making fun of these men who name ain't on the lease, and you doing stuff like that. You're getting an extra couple $1,000s a year. That's like a millionaire getting a couple of more millions, a couple of years. And we was to hold everybody to the stature of the law, we wouldn't be having this. We wouldn't be having it. So uh, look at it like that.
Okay, Ralph. I'm just checking out a few technical things. Pumpkin, you still there? Let me see here. Just want to make sure she can see me in the back chat here. Let's see. Okay, we still got this up. They still waiting for the opposite side, the prosecutors, or the Letitia James, I think, to come out and speak, right? Um, about the bond hearing and how they're going to move forward. So, all right, give me 2 seconds. Anybody want to hop up? Let me just get the link here. You can hop up, join the panel, speak your mind. Um, Let me see. Let me just put this out here for a second. Here's the link in the chat. Uh, those that subscribe can get in the chat. That's all you got to do. And you can hop up. I might ask you. In some cases, I ask people to kind of show their faces, just if I never seen them up in the chat before, and that means before I let them on, they don't have to show everybody else their face. But I like to see just in case I get. If I've never seen you before, so there's nobody that comes up and does something lewd or rude, or at least I know what they look like for next time. You see what I'm saying? But all right. So there's the link in the chat. Now just give me 2 seconds, Ralph. Let me make this phone call real quick. My phone's buzzing. 2 seconds.
All right, shoot. Look, and that's for anybody else who don't realize. Let's look at it. I'm gonna give you more examples. When a lot of people lie to the government to get things such as like with the welfare, food stamps, um, you know, they put other, they have forced a disability to get those things as well. Should they have to pay those things back? It's legal. That's fraud. You know. So what magnitude are we gonna do this to? You know what I mean? So I mean, I said I try not to think about problems outside of my bracket, but since it's been put in front of my face, I see this is white people problems, and it looks embarrassing. The whole world got to know you ain't got that money. You kind of broke, but you got that money for real. But you stunting. Now we're gonna hold you to your stunting because we know how to seize your stuff. This sounds crazy. The way you can, it's not. It's not saying you being whipped, but it is saying that you're being embarrassed and shamed. I still look at it from a point of slavery. You know.
Okay, I heard you, Ralph. Yeah, we're just waiting for Pumpkin to get back, and we're waiting for Letitia James or whoever the attorneys are that's going to come out and represent the prosecutor's side of this case. We heard from Trump. He was defiant as ever, and and now we're going to hear from the prosecutor's side. Yeah, I didn't expect that he wouldn't be, but uh, but it's all information, brother. It's all information. At the end of the day, we got to keep track of the information, and there's two sides to this. You see what I'm saying? So if we don't hear both sides, then it's going to be more difficult for people to come to a conclusion. But for me, I think Trump is going for what I call the what most people should see as unobtainium, and I'm not for that. I'm for the laws working the same for everybody. Period. I'm for that. Otherwise, I don't want to be. Come on, do you want racism to exist? Racism is when the laws don't apply fairly to everybody. So, nah, I don't want racism. I don't want classism. I don't want none of that. I don't want unfair treatment. I want to be treated fair for what I do as a person, for what my acts are. That's what I want. You see what I'm saying? I don't hide behind names. I don't hide behind titles. I want to be treated fairly because I'm good with that. If I go to work, I want to pay my fair share of tax. If I walk down the street and see somebody getting attacked, an old lady getting attacked, I'm probably going to intervene too. You see what I'm saying? So that means I'm out to help people also in everyday life. I don't want to be called things that I'm not. Uh, I don't want to be told how to identify. I don't want to tell other people how to identify. I don't want to tell other people what they are. These kind of basic things in life, good and bad. Treat other people how you want to be treated and live with how you treat other people. Do not complain when if you treat other people bad, do not complain when other people treat you bad in return. That's what I'm for. So for me, it applies to everybody. It shouldn't matter how rich you are or how poor you are. Um, it's a lot of issues I have with the United States, even though I'm a citizen, but I've lived abroad. So I know that the rules in NATO countries don't apply the same, don't work the
That's
same.
right. That's
In
right.
some NATO countries, they pay people to get an education, pay people to go to school. The United States doesn't do that. In most NATO nations, it's unequivocal universal health care. Why is that different in the US? Because Americans don't seem to want it. United States citizens do not want to pay. They don't want to be paid to go to school because they don't think it's a good idea. And they don't want universal health care because they don't think it's a good idea. But they're the only people in NATO that think that way. So we fight a lot of wars. NATO fight a lot of wars. Okay, if you want to fight these wars and you don't want health care, universal health care, okay. If you want to be involved in these NATO wars, but you don't want people to be able to go to school, be paid to go to school, if you think one NATO person has more value, should have more value in their life than another NATO person, go right ahead. That's how I look at it. It's by choice. You get to choose. If you're aware of these things, you can't claim ignorance. So that's what I'm about. I'm just about fairness, but I know it wouldn't be fair to ask American citizens to make choices based on what they don't know. So I'm here to share some of that since I'm an American citizen living outside of the US. I can help you with that part you don't see. So here we go.
Mhm.
Oh, Trump is leaving out again. Hold on. Turning it up again.
This is a case that could have been brought 3.5 years ago. And now they're fighting over days because they want to try and do it during the election. This is election interference. That's all it is. Election interference. And it's a disgrace. We'll obviously be appealing. But this is a pure case of voter intimidation and election interference. and it shouldn't be allowed to happen. This case could have been brought by the DA, but they didn't want to bring it because they said they have no case, and then they bring it anyway. As you know, DA Bragg did not want to bring this case. He was forced into it for outside reasons, and it's a disgrace that, and then they bring it anyway. As you know, DA Bragg did not want to bring this case. He was forced into it for outside reasons, and it's a disgrace that, and then they bring it anyway. As you know, DA Bragg did not want to bring this case. He was forced into it for outside reasons, and it's a disgrace that, and then they bring it anyway. As you know, DA Bragg did not want to bring this case. He was forced into it for outside reasons, and it's a disgrace that, and then they bring it anyway. As you know, DA Bragg.
Pumpkin, you gotta.
Yeah,
There's something
you
going
said
on
something?
with your setup. Yeah, I can hear you. There you go.
Wait, let
We
me
can
see.
see you now too. Yeah, you on two different devices?
No, I'm on the same one.
Yeah, because it got it in here
Yeah,
twice.
I'm on the same.
It got a background layout that you got up, and it got you up there on another one.
Wait, I gotta go back out again.
Yeah.
Okay, no worries. No worries. I'll put the other one back up then. Boom. There we go.
Now, just during the election, so that I won't be able to campaign.
Mark?
We'll be appealing this. On the other decision, it will be my honor to post, and we'll post whatever is necessary, whether it be cash or security or bonds. It was a decision we appreciate and respect the appellate division very much. And we will, I think, do very well in that whole thing. We have a judge who I believe is a crooked judge and a crooked attorney general. Absolutely crooked.
Can you hear me?
We did nothing wrong at all, 100%.
Yeah, we hear you.
And
You know you can kind of be
everybody
saying
there
that,
said it
right?
was proven. All you have to do is read the legal scholars and you see that it was proven. But we will continue with that, but we appreciate very much the decision.
Yeah, we hear you. You know you can kind of be saying that, right?
She just cut out again. All right. Yeah, it must be some technical issues.
Yeah,
It's okay.
we start that back over just a little bit. Yeah.
Yeah.
What's your collateral? This is a case that could have been brought 3.5 years ago. And now they're fighting over days because they want to try and do it during the election. This is election interference. That's all it is. Election interference. And it's a disgrace. We'll obviously be appealing. But this is a pure case of voter intimidation and election interference. And it shouldn't be allowed to happen. This case could have been brought by the DA, but they didn't want to bring it because they said they have no case. And then they bring it anyway. As you know, DA Bragg did not want to bring this case. He was forced into it for outside reasons, and it's a disgrace that it can happen. But this was a case that could have been brought 3.5 years ago, and they decide to wait now, just during the election, so that I won't be able to campaign. We'll be appealing this. On the other decision, it will be my honor to post, and we'll post whatever is necessary, whether it be cash or security or bonds. It was a decision we appreciate and respect the appellate division very much. And we will, I think, do very well in that whole thing. We have a judge who I believe is a crooked judge and a crooked attorney general. Absolutely crooked. We did nothing wrong at all, 100%. And that was proven, and everybody there said it was proven. All you have to do is read the legal scholars and you see that it was proven. But we will continue with that, but we appreciate very much the decision of the appellate division. Thank you very much. What's your collateral for the bond? Cash. You're elected with the
Mm.
party and stuff?
So
Yeah. So so basically, what I see, man, look like, you know what I mean? Like what I'm saying, he look like a man is like he's telling you he did everything right. He ain't lying. What they gonna do? They embarrassing him and punishing the man. Well, I can see for real. That's what I see going on. Right before the election. If that could have been solved 3 years ago, why y'all take him? If y'all hated Trump so bad, why didn't y'all take that white man through his seasons then? Why you ain't put him through his ridicule then 3 years ago? VB, if you there, I don't know. I hear your go, but I don't know if you there or not. I wonder if he knows he got like 2 cameras up. He got like 2 links up. So if you are talking, I can't hear you. Yeah, I was on, and it's breaking up. So I went in and out to go check to see if it was 2 cameras up, because I know the other lady was having that same issue. Pumpkin. Yeah, man. When they everybody goes through some type of situation where you know what I'm saying you're gonna be stripped and seized. You know, I'm not saying that we all not equal, but I'm just saying that it's damn sure a difference in how they do things in America. And that's when you were saying about America. You shouldn't be looked at as equal in America. You're looked at as property in America still. So just try to remember how much you don't let nobody steal free time from you. That's all I'm gonna say.
I'm bad in my audio out.
Yeah, your audio pretty bad right now.
Okay, I'll break that. Give me 5 minutes.
All right.
I'm just real to how it's expected.
You said give you 5 minutes, and then you said you gonna start it over and reboot or what?
Nah, I'm doing the pumpkin stuff first. Uh,
All right, look. You do what you gotta do, right? You can hear me clearly, but I can't hear you clearly at all. I'm gonna drop down, but I'm gonna keep watching. I know you gonna fix it pretty soon. Yeah, pumpkin. I need that. I need that pushback, pumpkin. Even Miss Andrea, come on, pop up in here. Pop up on the chat. Cause we know a lot about you know what's going on in America for real, for real. And I know up north, y'all Democrats. So I know y'all going to stick to that devilish party. You know, I ain't saying that you should vote or anything like that. Normally I don't care. Normally I don't care. But we know a certain age bracket of people, they always voted Democrat since they were young, and like we got a certain, and it is true. Like we got to hold us accountable. That's why they use celebrities and stuff like that to keep the market going to voting for Democrats. We know that a lot of our people from like back in the day voted Democrats because they understand the Republican Party. I remember hearing people when I was going to church or just hearing older people like, "Yeah, them dang on Republicans." Just they say because we've been my whole family Democrat, so I'm Democrat. Yeah, people say stuff like that and be sold a dream. I mean, none of none of those people character matches what they talk about anyway. I really think about like if y'all ever think about all the presidents, right, and all like what we are, such as when Dick Gregory said he ran, and what's that other guy? It's a lot of just anybody who's that said they had issues that looked like people for us that wanted to do for us. None of those people really made it. They got all these disguised. Obama came out of nowhere. Nobody knew about Obama. Then they got this guy named Larry Sinclair talk about him and Obama smoking crack, giving head, going off the chain. Uh, and then they like, well, we got his character and his wife and his kids and problems with pastors. You look at all this stuff that they did with Obama. Then John McCain, how they ridicule John McCain and all these other people that try. Anybody from my area, I'm almost 40. So for me, we watching the last about since Bill Clinton. It's never been a guy in office who ain't had a president that was either they gotta bring up his sexual relations, they gotta bring up like they just said with the Trump thing. Oh, he did something with some prostitute. He bought some dirty legs. Well, obviously, OnlyFans is filled with dirty legs. America is, you know, got sex brothels out here, Vegas and all these other places. Playboy Mansion and all that. So like now they mad. Robert Kraft, he buying dirty legs. He got billionaires hanging out with broke rappers. Those laws don't apply to them the way they do. The way we will be held to some laws like that, they'll just say, just throw a rape charge on them, clear all this up, put a rape on them. So it's different. Should it be different? Nah. But the president bought some dirty legs. Wow. That's who I would expect to buy some dirty legs. The president. I don't even know why you would want to have a wife as a president. That don't even make sense to me. Job too stressful to try to please a wife as a president. That you got one of them fully submitted woman, but if you got like Michelle Obama working, look how she talk bad about Obama. You know what I'm saying? I don't even like Obama, but I'm saying look how she dog Obama. You know what I mean? We gotta stop all this. We can't afford to let. That's why I say I'll be watching the news and stuff like that, because like they're allowed to show you anything, and they cut what they want for you to see how it's based on how you feel, for real, for real. All I know, when you get a white man up there with his head down talking angry, he's disappointed. Just think about it when you go to your job and the white man look at you. He try to lower his head to look at you, and then it's say why he ain't happy. I'm like, yo, I lift my head up so he can look up. You know what I'm saying? I'm like, yo, you can look up while you're looking at me. At least if you're gonna tell me something bad I'm doing or something that you didn't like, you ain't gonna look down on me and tell me. I'm gonna look up so you can look up with me and say, at least you're gonna have some respect for how you about to talk to me. Like it's a key to way to command respect. And that's why I seen from Donald Trump. When he walked out there, he congratulated. He said he gave thanks to a certain a certain group of people. And after that, he put his head down to show how disappointed and disgusted he was by him being a truthful person under whatever they hold him to. He said, we did nothing wrong. I gave him 100% all. And now it's like, okay, we're still going to do this to you. We're going to lower it. We're going to lower it, but we're going to still do this to you. And we might do more. It ain't over with. Those T-shirts that the Negroes sell in the hood for $19.99, they sell them for $20. Those shirts about to start going for $25. They robbed me. They robbed me. Trump saying they robbed me with his mugshot on it.
Here we go with the crazy mess.
Oh, I was waiting on you. Don't allow me to go crazy and talk.
Huh? No,
don't
I said not you. I'm talking about him. I ain't talking about you.
Yeah, no, because I'm waiting on somebody to talk to me. I'm like, BB, somebody come on up here.
No, my internet messed up on me. I gotta change the position of my internet because I live in a building got a lot of metal in here.
Did you see the way Trump looked with his head down when he was talking?
Yeah, because he gonna have, even though they put it 176 million, he still can't come up with it. Because think about it, he said no longer than last night, he said he had 500 million. So if you have 500 million, you should have brought it with the court and paid the money right there. He ain't got the money.
Hold on. What he said, you also heard what he just said. Right? He said they knew that it would take them 6 months to produce that money. And also he said, why didn't they do this 3 years ago, specifying that I had everything to pay for it 3 years ago. So why was it allowed then?
Because he kept putting it off. That's his fault. He put it off and put it off. You ever hear that saying, what is it? My grandmother used to always say, he cried wolf too many times. Now he ain't got the money, and it is coming to come. The chicken's coming home to roost. You know,
Yeah.
I
Well,
don't think he's
I see
gonna
what you
get it.
saying. I see what you saying.
Yeah, he did it to himself. Sometimes we can do things to ourselves. He put when he had money, he kept putting it off because he's known for putting it off. He's known for not paying people. He's known for putting stuff off. That's why they won't give him the bond. You
Mm,
know,
okay. Okay.
he can get the bond. I
Look,
mean,
and look, he shouldn't even be getting a bond. That's the crazy thing about it.
well, he got found guilty. He
But
couldn't
the
come
thing
up
is,
with
he
the.
shouldn't even. Normally, they don't. If you get over $1 million bond, you don't get a bond. You know what I'm saying? A lot of bonds, they don't. This is a real high extension of a bond. So
It's
for me,
almost
I'm
with the fines and all. It's a half a billion,
right. So that's what I'm saying. This, you know,
and they're
who
too.
else?
They're too.
Who else? Do you know anybody else they set a bond that high for?
No, because I don't do the penal system, so I don't know. Somebody just called me and told me my little nephew got 10 years.
Ooh.
So he ain't little. He'll be 37 on the 6th. So he ain't little. But he was a fool too. So what you gonna do? You know. Sometimes we have to keep the mouth shut. And that's another thing. He picked at that woman. Of course, you know he was going. She made him mad. If he had been humble, I believe he would have got out of it. But he's not humble. He, I knew he didn't have the money. I knew he wasn't going to have the money the way he was talking. Because at first I thought he was going to come up with it. He said he was rich. Then he started saying different stories. So I realized that this man ain't got no money. Because if he had money, he wouldn't be going through that. You know. But
Yeah. Okay.
sometimes,
They got it. Can you hear me?
yeah, I can hear you.
So look, they got the highest bail. This dude Robert Durst had a $3 billion bail.
I mean,
Uh
three million,
Cerberado Roy, $1.6 billion.
million.
Kim Free no billion.
Oh, okay.
Kim Freeman, $1 billion bail. She's one who ran 2 messages and prior to discovery of
But he
these
got
messages.
500.
Okay. The mystery, I don't know if I'm saying it. Dimitri, yeah, I think it's Dimitri Bertaj. Um, his is it's at $174 million. So they got like the top 10 highest bails in
I
history.
honestly,
Donald Trump just made that list now.
I honestly think that judge knew what he was doing. He made that bill so high that that even if they lowered it, he ain't gonna be able to pay it. That's what
Yeah,
I
that's
think.
and yeah. I'm looking at and then they asked also. I wish I knew how to put it in the chat or whatever.
What
Um,
is it?
they, let me go back to that link. Hold on. Hmm.
Oh, my knee is swole. Damn, my knee hurt. When Vic come back on here, I gotta go. So yeah, he and then he don't know how to keep his mouth shut either. Sometimes you gotta be humble. And Donald Trump ain't humble. We all know Donald Trump ain't humble. It's sad though. Yeah.
Can
So
you hear me?
yeah, I can hear you.
Oh, I went to the highest bails amount in history. That's what I typed in my Google search bar. And then it gave the list of the top 10.
And
And
Trump,
it gave what who they are and what they did.
wow. Oh, they got him. They got him. If they ain't got him, they making him sweat. And a black woman doing it too. Come on, let's be real. You know he don't like that. You know.
Well, I'll be right back. I gotta answer the phone call.
That's your wife? Hello? Well, anyway, this is crazy. I don't know. This phone of mine is everything is just off key. I think it's where the way I got my the way I got my modem sitting because I live in a building with a lot of metal in it. So I think because I got you know I think because I got my modem set wrong because I just got this modem. So I need to put it somewhere, put it somewhere where I can, really get it set up. I really got to get my stuff set up the right way before I try anything. So
All right. I'm
it's
back,
crazy.
Pumpkin.
Yeah, it yeah, I was saying the way I got my thing set up in my house, I got a lot of metal because I live in a high rise and a lot of metal in it. And I gotta arrange some stuff. I gotta rearrange my house because I think I'm too close to the metal because I lost everything for a minute. I had to go on my phone. So
Yeah,
that's
yeah.
why it took me
That's
to.
what I ain't like too, because I couldn't play my Call of Duty when I was living in Jersey. I used to live in Newark, right? I used to live off of MLK, 777 MLK, in those apartments, those kind of tall buildings. If you know what that's at by the Sea Town and the McDonald's and all that.
Yeah. Well, I don't go to Newark that much. Newark is kind of on the rough side.
Mm-hmm.
No, I don't mess around in Newark that much. But I see Vic is back,
Yeah. So,
so but he's still in trouble. He ain't out the woods yet unless he can come out. Now he just said he had 500 million. She called his bluff on her. She said, well, if he got it, you can give a lower amount. He can't blame her for that. I mean, she offered him a lower amount. He has 10 days. He has 10 days. And I guess that counts Saturday and Sunday too.
I don't know. Do it? You count business days too?
Saturday and Sunday, yeah, I guess. If not, today is Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday,
I
Monday,
think if I
Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday,
gotta still
Monday.
think Friday. Yeah,
That's
Monday.
six,
Mm-hmm.
7, 8, 9. Thursday, Friday, next Friday, a week
They
from
give
Friday.
see they giving they giving that motherfucker 2 weeks to get a paycheck.
They trying to.
I'm trying to tell you, what I'm telling you is,
He's
you really
supposed
want.
to. He said he got some money. They say he has money coming, but it'll take.
Hmm.
It will. He even said it. That's why he was looking so sad because it's
Yeah,
gonna take him at least 6 months to get it.
right. Because he the type of white man. He say he gets his money probably twice a year. He set it up to everything come to him in the middle of the year.
No, he
And
wants to sell. He has the social media thing. Truth,
uh,
truth. It's something like Twitter. He set it up, and he thought people were gonna go there and be there, and people ain't following that mess. People don't even mess with Twitter no more. So you can cry wolf, but for so many times. Whether it's right or whether it's wrong, I can't say. But like I said, he cried wolf so many times. She called him on it. She said, "Okay, if you can come up with a lower bond, I'm fine with it. I'll accept the lower bond." She knew he couldn't come up with it.
Yeah, even though, you know what I'm saying, like
He
they
needs more. In
they
other
they
words, he
they
can come
listen,
up
listen. Like
with
I
it, but
said,
he needs.
when I read what they had on that one guy, I forget his name already. I just said his name, but when they gave him a $3 billion bond, now that's saying you gotta have more than goddamn 7 billion. Because for them to hit you with 3 billion, that's trying to say we already want to hit you with a large amount. Like those are uncalled for bills. That's really
No,
uh
those are $1 billion bills. Trump knew he wasn't a billionaire. He lied. His lies are catching up with him. That's what I'm trying to tell you. His lies are catching up with him. He did it to himself. Because that's why he looking so sad. He know he can't come up with that kind of money, not in 10 days. So she gonna hold the money, but if he wins his appeal and they tell him to give it back, then the city will give it back. But they're gonna hold that money. And that's his fault. He did it to himself.
yeah.
You know.
I agree with that. I agree with that. And that's the part of playing with investments of other people's money. Yeah, you can they say it's yours and it's electronically might say certain type of way is yours, but it's not in a possession.
He don't have the money in his hand right now.
Right.
He's never if you study him, he's never had money. He's always pretended to have money. And it caught up with him. You
Or he
can't
and
blame
listen,
the
he always say puts his money in other places. Or uses and then he says, I use other people's money.
yeah. He was bragging about how he used everybody else's money. And see
Right.
what I'm saying? It caught up with him. That's what I'm saying.
Yeah, but also he's saying he chose to do it legally though. And that's what he's mad about.
But
So
that's
even though
not legally. But that's not legal.
well, if he's saying he provided all legal um properties, such as you know what I'm saying, receipts and things like that, and they're just gonna hold him
He
guilty.
put the money. Yeah, he put the money in legal properties, but he don't have no cash on hand. They want cash. They don't want the properties because the properties are not worth what he said. He did that himself. He lied instead of just telling the truth. If it's 22 million, it's
No.
22 million. I mean,
Well,
that's
he's not lying because he said he's making a decision and saying, yeah, I have it and this is what it is. It's mine. I have it. But if y'all
but
gonna
they
take
don't
that from
want the
but
property because
right, I know, but that's why they're gonna strip it. So that's what I'm saying. Like they're trying to tell a man how to run his life. So
they ain't
what?
trying
Why
to
he?
tell him. All they telling him is pay us. We don't want. Plus, he's known for not paying his bills. He's known for not paying bills. He's known for not paying people. He's known for it. You know how many times Trump's been sued for not paying people? He declared bankruptcy, pay him a little bit of money. They never get
So
all
can you
the money.
tell me?
One
Can
man
you,
killed himself.
how many?
One man killed himself. He sold off all. He was a small construction contractor. He killed himself.
So
He sold all
hold
his.
on, hold on.
He sold
See,
all his equipment
that's
or
why.
paid off
See,
all his work
now
and
y'all gonna
killed
hate me.
himself.
Y'all gonna end up hating me now, right? Because I got to say this, right? I'm not. I'm not. I'm not going to empathize with someone with low self-esteem. Okay, That's not my mo in life. Because
That's
you
not
know.
low self-esteem. Trump cheated him out of his money, and
So
he had workers. He had people that
so
were
yeah. So
dependent
that's
on
what I'm
him.
saying. Right. Well, one by me saying that is right. And maybe I like I said, I look at life a little different. Anytime you put your life or your assets in someone else's hand, you gotta hold yourself responsible because you're saying you couldn't do it yourself. That's how I treat myself. So I only hold myself accountable, others accountable to how I hold myself. So if I gave you something and I said hold this for me and you did something wrong with it, I look at me as like, damn, I wasn't strong enough to hold my own. So I'm not gonna kill myself. I'm gonna learn from that. Also,
Come
I don't
treated
like I
him.
don't like banks. I don't like banks, but I know I have to use them. I prefer cash at all times and a little bit on my card. But like I said, anytime they shut down a card or a system, you don't have your own money. You can't use your money. If they shut down internet wireless, you can't use your chips. You can't use your phone. You can't purchase anything unless you have cash.
I
So
don't.
so that's banking. You don't see your money. You just gotta believe it's there. So I don't trust banking. I'm saying only way I believe if I go to a bank is if I have a savings and say, well, I know they stole, um, or if I'm forced to use a loan or get some type of business loan. That's the only thing a bank is good for me. So yeah,
Wow.
that's what I'm saying. A bank is no good for nothing. If you can find a person and sell you a house with cash straight up front or deal cash with you without a bank and or give you a deed, I would take that before I go. At least I know that it's signed over to me.
Yeah, but that's a hard thing, though.
I mean, well, down south it ain't.
Down south is totally different for here.
That's what I'm saying. The moral conducts we have in life are different. You guys y'all say y'all smart, but the way y'all got to do business with the land and you know what I mean? It's not worth
We
it.
don't own the land up
I
here.
know, I know. Y'all barely got trees. Y'all barely got grass. I mean, certain parts do. I ain't gonna stop, but in the city area, nah.
Well,
New
I
York,
grew up with a whole lot of trees. I
yeah,
grew up in a yard. My mother made sure she had two. We had the house, the backyard in the house. We had peach trees, cherry trees,
hmm
black cherry trees, red cherry
you
trees.
grew up in Virginia, right?
Nope, I grew up in Patterson, New Jersey. I'm born and raised in the North. My dad was
Okay,
from Virginia, and my mother was from North Carolina.
okay. They grew up in Patterson. Patterson does got area peace. Yeah, they do though.
But
Yeah,
I
yeah.
but I grew up with Southern parents and a Southern grandparents. Look, Donald Trump is outside. What is he saying now? He ain't happy because if
Yeah,
he
I
was
did look.
happy,
Yeah, he don't look happy. No, he
he
is
ain't
not happy.
happy at all. Because he
hmm
didn't win. He still got to come up with that money. He got to come up with 176 million by Friday.
But his
And if
head
he
held
do,
high though, and
huh?
I'm glad his head when he walked out, he had his head down in disgust and shame. But since they brought him back out here, his head has been held high.
That don't mean nothing.
Well, that shows a lot in the man's character. He ain't afraid. He ain't worried.
Oh, he's worried.
I don't see it. You listen. I'm good on reading body language. I'm great
He's
on reading body
worried.
language.
He's
They don't look
worried.
worried.
He's worried. 10 days is not enough for him. If they
Well,
had
he
said
said
30
that.
days,
Well, he
if
said
they
that.
had said 30 days, I believe he would have came up with it. But ten
Well, look,
days, he still
he,
might come up with it. But
that's
I
what I'm
don't
saying.
think he will.
I don't think he will, but I believe he can. And in fact, in the matter, I think he might take this to another situation. He might
Can't.
make
He
this.
can't appeal it again. He can't
Yeah,
appeal it.
he might take this further.
He can't appeal it. He can't. There's no way he can appeal this.
He can, also no way he can appeal this again.
Not this one.
Oh,
Not that he can't pay because they lowered it. They ain't gonna lower it no more because you see the judge because the judge didn't throw it out. He lied so much he got himself in a bind. You know, and I hate to say it, but he ain't got nobody but himself to blame.
hmm.
You can only lie so much. I almost feel sad. I almost feel sorry for his lying body.
Don't you dare feel sorry for that strong white man. You let him go through his troubles. That's right. Don't you feel sorry for him. He's a strong white man. He can do what he got to do. If he falls short, it's on him. And if he succeeds,
Oh yeah, it's
That's
on
crazy.
him because he
Yeah.
lied, and he did a
Mhm.
lot of people dirty. People that would probably have helped him, you know.
And I'm all for Trump, but listen, I'm all for equality as well in some type of way. You stunting too hard out there, was your line got you in trouble. Oh,
Oh,
but
his
if you
lies definitely got
you know
him
what
in
I'm saying.
trouble.
But how I feel about him and his views, I mean, how his character. I don't think he's a person of bad character.
I think he's a little spoiled rich boy that ain't nobody ever told him no.
Yeah, he is.
His sister and his niece said that. They said Donald. His niece calls him Donald. She said Donald doesn't. He's never been told no.
Yeah, I mean, wouldn't you expect that? I wouldn't expect him to be told no, especially the type of popularity he had all his life. Don't nobody know his nieces and sisters? Don't nobody know them?
I don't know either.
So that's what I'm saying. Like, oh yeah, we call them that. So, hey, I've never even heard of those people till now. So what I'm saying is, yeah, that's some cold blooded, media hate. Like
Has nothing
any
to do with. It
any
has
white boy
nothing to
with
do with.
$1 million act that way.
It has nothing to do with being cold blooded. It has everything to do with not handling yourself. Is Vic back? Vic, are you back? Oh, no, I
Oh,
don't think he's.
he already, I think he might be close to being done. I hope.
Yeah, Donald looked broken because 10 days ain't a lot of time to get that kind of money.
Well, if a man says he needs 60 days, he get paid in 60 days. 6 months or whatever. However he get paid. You know what I'm saying? He basically saying, I mean, he ain't got a
Oh, they ain't
paycheck.
gonna give him no more time.
Yeah, but you know how people be talking out. You know what I mean? Like, yeah, man, I got 5 million. Well, when is coming? Well, when I get my paycheck. Well, we gonna charge you before you get your paycheck now. That's all that's going. I mean, we just hearing them getting a
Oh,
public
and
lashing.
if he loses it, they gotta give him. He said if he loses it, this property will be gone. But I think they'll give it back to him.
He gonna get it back.
But they're gonna hold it, and they definitely gonna hold that money. And they got a boot on the airplane. They put a boot on it, so he can't nobody fly him away.
You see, they gave him a time period. Like, yeah, you got to pay off this debt. Like he done bought a new car or something.
But that's what
They gave
happens.
him a lease. They gave him buying a two Bentley lease.
Oh, I gotta go. I hope when Vic
Yeah.
comes back.
Yeah, man, that's crazy how they do white people compared to us. We'll be locked up, smooth locked up. They gonna give this man a lease. That's so bad, Miss Pumpkin. That's crazy. I'm glad that you follow this type of stuff, cause for me, I didn't believe this was real. I mean, I believed it was real, but I didn't like seeing it. Now I have to see this stuff.
But now you see the reality of it.
Yeah,
The
yeah. Like I
reality
always
of
thought it, but you know what I'm saying, I ain't not to my eyes.
yeah, the real. He picks at people. He just do a whole bunch of shit he ain't got no business doing. He's like a little kid.
Yeah. That's what I'm like. I follow him, but I don't follow him like on the. I don't watch news media because I don't believe the news will ever
I
tell
don't
us.
have news because I don't have cable.
Oh,
I
okay.
don't have,
Yeah, because
I
I don't
can't
watch.
afford.
I don't watch TV. Yeah, my
Oh,
kid. I
I
put
watch
the.
TV.
Yeah, I don't. No, I don't do the electronics. I got a laptop in there that it was for my wife, but the kids use it more. I just use my phone. I don't even like electronics. I try to stay away from all kind of like unnecessary stuff for real, for real. So so my lifestyle is different. Like I can't watch a lot of playing games and stuff like that. I don't know. It just don't feel right. Feel like you wasting time in the world.
I love to play games,
I
like
used to.
word games.
Oh yeah, I like words with friends.
Yeah, I like word games.
Yeah.
Stuff
Like what
that
kind?
stimulates stimulates you.
Yeah, I play chess. If I want to play games on my phone, or outside, I play chess,
I don't like
checkers.
chess. The reason why I don't like chess is because you got to be quiet.
No, you don't. I talk trash the whole time I play. Or I have a conversation, but we can talk about anything. You know what I'm saying? You see most people quiet thinking. You know what I'm saying? But depending on what type of people you go to, you can hold a whole conversation.
Yeah. Oh
Hmm.
my.
But words with friends or what's that joint called? Scramble. Yeah, I like those games.
Scrabble. Yeah, word spelling words and stuff. And they have a game that you have these tubes and they have different colored waters in them, and you have to separate the waters and make all the tubes. And two of it's like six of them, eight of them, and two of them are supposed to be empty. I like stuff like that.
Okay. Yeah. Well, V, we gonna let your stream run. I know we waiting on you because you know what I'm saying. Well, I don't know where to take this. You know, I don't know where
Well,
to take this, but
I know how to do it, but it messed up. I can't get back on there in my laptop for some reason.
oh, so that means you can't screen share.
I'm gonna try something. Settings. Let me see something. No, I can't put nothing else up there because
Yeah, because
that's
I'm
why.
on my phone and it won't let me do it either.
Because I know how to do it, so it won't let me do it. I'm mad. I can get on and I can chat with him. I'm gonna see if I can get on through my. Let's see. I don't know this thing. This thing acts like it wanna act. I need a new phone. Wait a minute. Let me see something.
Now, I know I'm not no fan of Biden. I want to know what you think about them finding that cocaine in there now.
I'm not. I don't find it. I find
Joe Biden that joint chilling. He's like, oh snap! I forgot I had to go this way. Y'all wipe that off and put it in one of them covers. He told one of his Secret Service members to walk in the group and put it in there and hide how I got in it. They walked in a circle, but stuffed it in the cover. Yeah, in the White House. Yeah, they got that the West Wing near the president's office in the near some cubbies where they go in where everybody go for the detour so they can see the office. They got this goddamn cocaine. It ain't got no fingerprint. It went through FBI type, CIA type fingerprint decoding. Then turn around. Not only did not nail camera down the, they got cameras at the cubby,
well.
probably
What is
standing
he
right on.
saying?
Press outside, and I think we're going
What
to
is
start
he
to see a
saying?
lot of them come in, which frankly always makes me happy. So a lot of things happened today. This is all about election interference. This is all
See
Biden
what he keep making it about what it ain't.
Biden and his thugs, because I don't know if he knows he's alive.
He wants them to throw everything out.
country. This is election interference.
Let me get it. I do. That's what he's saying. That's what I've been saying. Let him talk though.
Before, we've never had anything like it. Certainly not at this level, but we've really had nothing like it that I've been able to find. It does happen a lot in third world countries, banana republics. If you look at what we just left, you have a case which they're dying to get this thing started. The judge cannot go faster. He wants to get it started so badly. And there's tremendous corruption. You have Pomerantz, Mark Pomerantz. He was Hillary Clinton's lawyer or Democrat National Committee's lawyer.
What has that
He
got
worked
to
in
do?
Paul Weiss. He walked in and he took over the district attorney's office. Nobody's ever seen anything like that, to prosecute Trump. And then they wouldn't do what he wanted to do, and he goes out and he writes a book. Long before any decisions were made, he writes a book about it. And the book gets published, and everybody's reading his book. And the judge said there's nothing wrong with that. And if you look at Bragg had a fit over that. Bragg said this trial is now dead. We can't do the trial. Well, that was one of the problems, and the judge should have allowed that to happen. And you had other instances like Colangelo. Colangelo is a radical left from the DOJ who was put into the state working with
See how he
Letitia
puts
James,
his foot in his mouth?
and then
He
was
don't know
put
how to
into
shut
the
the heck
district
up.
attorney's office to run the trial against Trump. And that was done by Biden and his thugs also, because they can't win an election because of the borders, because of energy prices, because of
How does Biden has
inflation,
nothing to do with
because
that?
of Afghanistan, the
Looks
worst
like it had something to do with the Democratic Party.
country.
He ain't
You
had
can't
nothing
win
to do
because
with
of
what's wrong with
Russia,
Trump.
Russia,
Trump
Russia,
is
because of
lying.
all the problems, because of Ukraine being attacked by Russia. And he can't win because of the October 7th attack of Israel, which he should have never allowed to happen. Would have never happened if I were president. Ukraine would have never been attacked if I was president. And you wouldn't have inflation if I was president. We didn't have inflation. So all of these things, so what they do is they do election interference, which is court cases, and let's try and tie him up, and let's take as much of his money as possible. I respect the appellate division for substantially reducing that ridiculous amount of money that was put on by a corrupt judge named Engoron. He ought to be looked at, seriously looked at, especially what he did with valuations. He's the one, he's a fraudulent valuator, where he values Mar-a-Lago at $18 million, and people say it's worth 50 to 100 times that much. The biggest.
He's still lying.
So he ought to be looked at, and James ought to be looked at, because she tried to get him. She's like the puppet master of the judge. And, you know, our state, this state is
Snitch on him, Trump. Snitch on him.
prestige. It's losing its companies. It's losing its people. They're fleeing, and violent crime is flourishing. And we can't have that. We can't have that. No city should have that. And it's happening in other cities, but not with the lawfare. The lawfare that they're doing is incredible. So they could have done this in the case of the trial that we just left. Many that are going, every single one of them is run by Biden and his thugs. It's the only way they think they can get elected. And I think so far it's backfiring, because the people of this country understand it. It's backfiring. But they're being run.
It's
and they're running
backfiring
all
on
of these different cases.
I hope
So
they
ridiculous. The case,
drain
every
that
one of them is
bastard.
ridiculous.
Oh,
You take a look at any one of them and you say any one of them, it wouldn't make any difference. This is all weaponization of DOJ and FBI. They raided my house in violation of a thing called the Fourth Amendment. Not allowed to do that. They raided my house.
they had a warrant, jackass. They could
No notice, no nothing. They raided it. I can't believe it. Nobody can believe it. And we'll see how that all works out in the end. But it's illegal what they're doing. It's criminal what they're doing. And it's never been done before in this country. You can't have an election in the middle of a political season. We just had Super Tuesday, and we had a Tuesday after a Tuesday already. And we had Louisiana the other day, a couple of days ago, and we won in a record number, the highest number ever recorded. But we're in the middle of an election right now, and we're fighting crooked Joe Biden, who's the worst president in the history of our country by far, who's let this country go to hell. The borders, millions and millions of people coming in from prisons, from mental institutions. They're terrorists. Many people coming in from prisons and mental institutions. Think of it. And terrorists are coming into our country. And this guy's just letting them come in by the millions. I think we have 15 million people already. People don't say that. I say it. And I'll bet I'm right, too. So we're going through this weaponization of our government to try and knock out somebody's political opponent. And so far, based on the polls, it's not working at all. The people understand it. We have a man who just ruled he'd like the trial to start in 21 days or something. And I don't know how you can have a trial that's going on right in the middle of an election. Not fair. Not fair. It's not fair at all. He knows that too. He's a Democrat judge. He wants to do that because they're all trying to damage Trump as much as possible. It's having the reverse effect, but maybe someday it won't. I don't know. But it's having the reverse effect. It's a terrible, terrible precedent, a terrible thing to do. They could have started this when I left office. You could have gone back 3 years, more than that. When I left office, all of these things could have been started so we wouldn't be quibbling over starting this week or that week or 2 days or 3 days. It wouldn't have mattered. This thing would have been over 2 years ago. They could have started. They should have never started because there's no case. If you read Andy McCarthy's piece, if you read Jonathan Turley's piece, if you read legal scholars all over the world, they say this DA case is a hoax and it's something that shouldn't have. It's not even a crime. They say there's no crime, and there is no crime. So I just say it's a sad day for this country when you have something like this. And remember the words, should have been started 3 years ago if they were going to start it at all. And then you wouldn't be quibbling over what week it's going to, days. They're quibbling over days and hours. They wouldn't be quibbling at all. They never started it. And you know why they didn't start it? Because they didn't know I'd be running and they didn't know how well I'd do. And if I were not running or if I were doing poorly like everyone else has done, because they're all gone, they're all knocked out except for crooked Joe Biden. If I
I'm
was
back,
doing
y'all.
Poorly, this wouldn't be happening. None
Yeah,
of
I'm
these
back
things.
too.
I wasn't
Can you
running.
pause it real quick?
So it's a sad day in our country.
So he basically saying everything I'm saying. Like he's saying, basically
Of
he's
course
told.
he's lying.
Why would he be lying? Listen, how would I know he? Well, I would never say he's lying if he's telling you he's been 100% truthful. Why can't we take that man's word for
That
being
man
truthful?
don't know what truth is. Bye.
Well, truthful to the law. If they're saying that he did not lie, and if he's saying he did not lie, but you still gonna
The
be
Lord didn't
punished.
say he didn't lie, Ralph.
Yo, we just listened to the man say it.
He
Out of his
said he didn't lie. I could say I didn't lie. But I used to lie like crazy when I was young, when I got caught in something.
Well, that's the problem some people be having, right? But listen, what we also saying is when you holding yourself accountable for a situation, he doesn't look like a man who doesn't that tries not to be accountable for anything, and he looks like a person that's being punished.
Please,
He's talking like a person that's being punished.
Destroyed Atlantic City.
He has how he destroyed. It was already crashing.
He destroyed Atlantic City.
I remember as a kid.
He lied to the casino commission. Who was that? RERSP 21107. No, he ain't no pro-tro.
I don't think so. But listen, we understand this. Pumpkin, check this out. Look, I used to, at 14 years old, my mom used to take us to like Atlantic City, right? And we used to always go to the Showboat Hotel, right? And I used to always want to see the Trump jumps. So when I seen the Trump jumps, right, I was like, oh wow, this is it, whatever, blah, blah, blah. But I used to go around the whole Atlantic City boardwalk, chilling, whatever. I met my first pimp out there. Had a little sit down with him for a couple hours. I wasn't supposed to be out that late, you know what I'm saying? And basically, you know what I'm saying, he was near that little McDonald's coming off the edge like you're going towards the highway, like you leaving. I'm just talking with the pimp for a long time. And he told me himself, he said, this ain't going to be the same in 10 more years, young blood. And I said, what you mean? He said, this going to all be crashing because white folks don't get along. So it ain't Donald Trump's fault.
Destroyed it. I know the insides of that because my nephew worked at the Trump Taj Mahal. He didn't pay the workers. He paid them for a while. He kept the money, closed it up. He put that in bankruptcy. He had built in Atlantic City. He put them in there. He didn't pay the people. He always been a crook, and he gonna die a crook. And now it's his time to pay. So I'm glad. I can't wait. I want to do
then
everything.
what is that? So what is that declining for like all the other, casinos up there? They were already no good anyway.
Those casinos are still there.
Yeah, I know. I go there sometimes. My mom still goes there a lot, But she's the one that always took us there. I used to go there as a kid. But like I said, it's not it doesn't look as entertaining and interesting as it used to when I
Because you're
was
older.
a kid. Yeah.
You're older.
And I see it now,
As
not
you
even
get
as many
older,
people.
things won't look the same.
Yeah. But I was a teenager, but I still, I'm like, dang, it was way more people back in the day coming here. It was way more transportation. Now it's not.
Yeah, because they're gonna yank us. And you're absolutely right, Andrew. He's full of it.
You so weird. You like,
baby.
you funny.
No, I ain't funny. You funny.
Yeah.
Trump a big ass baby.
Yeah, he got all rights to be. He like I said, he never had to work. He's using other people's money. Guess he come from a rich, successful, racist background. He's been cool with Negroes all his life, and he
No,
out here.
Man, you don't know the history of him. Look him up. Him and his father, as in 1970 something, they had a big. He didn't want blacks or Hispanics living. He destroyed Coney Island.
Well, that's
Coney Island.
I know that already. That's his dad's building. We know that already.
That was his building too.
Yeah, because he has ownership. They're gonna fast down that white. You think he's not gonna abide by his wife, father? He doesn't have to feel the way he's probably gonna listen to his wife, father, just like a real son would.
His father was part of the Ku Klux Klan. What the heck are you talking about?
Right, I know that. I said that already. Yes, these are all ex and friendly Ku Klux Klan members and going for the president.
You almost made me say something I ain't said in years.
They're all Ku Klux Klan member supporters. What are we talking about?
Mm-hmm.
They're all drag. Yes.
You can hear me, Rob?
Yeah, I hear you clear.
That man is a draft dodging, pussy grabbing, lying low life scum of the earth. Stop all that. Stop that. He doesn't show any kind of manhood or anything. He's a liar, always trying to figure out a way to get out of shit. That doesn't make him no man. That's a goddamn big ass, overgrown ignoramus. He is not a man. And if that's what your example of a man is, your bar is set real low, bro. Real low.
Hold on. I'm not this. I don't know if I don't live his life. I'm not saying that's my example.
You don't have to live his life. You said he makes you feel more American and patriotic. That man is a con man. If that makes you feel, if that's what your idea of what a real man looks like, because that's what you keep saying, he's a man.
I said American.
Keep saying no, but you said he's a man because he has a good ego. He doesn't. Man, ain't about all that.
Well,
he's a goddamn
white supremacy. I don't compare. Listen, hold on.
Hold on. Talking about the white supremacy. I don't care about all that. That man is a liar from Jump Street.
I don't compare.
And he's gotten away with all kind of stuff all his life, and somebody finally held him to account. Somebody finally told him, no, go sit your little dumbass down somewhere.
You're going to probably want to spank me with this.
Well, you can say what you want to say. I'm just telling you. You know, I'm sorry. I don't buy this, the way he's making. How does he make you feel like more of an American? How does he make you feel more patriotic? He's a fucking idiot. That's all. How does he make you feel that way? I mean, if it takes him lying to make you feel a particular way, okay, fine. If him keeping his head held high instead of he's slumped over most of the time. His shoulders aren't squared. It's rounded with him humped over, and he's doing everything he can. I don't give a damn. You keep saying no, because Biden he don't walk slumped over like that. He may walk a little slower, but his shoulders still squared.
He fall over everything.
No, so does Trump, because his big fat ass can't get around nothing. So we know they're even Steven when it comes to falling their asses down. Okay, so you can't be using all that as an excuse to prop that man up. He looks like a worn out damn tire on your car that has no more tread left. needs to go sit his ass down somewhere. Stop defending that little. He's ain't but a little punk.
And so look, hold up.
They ain't no hold up.
So
You
look,
hold
all
up.
right, look.
And you can
I
put a
gotta get
dollar
my
for every cuss
cheekbones
word
down.
I said. Put it in the jar. For every one I said, put it in the jar.
I gotta get my
Shoot.
cheekbones. You almost gotta be crying over here. I gotta put my cheekbones down. Oh my god. Oh man.
Oh God,
He just
I know
for
I could
everybody.
count on Andrea. I could count
Everybody else that can get out there.
I got a word
and
of
do they?
positivity. For everybody. Ain't none of
Everybody else
y'all
can get
bring a
out there.
chicken
He
to
blames
court today.
everybody. He blames
None.
everybody but himself for the situation he finds himself. How does that make you feel more American when he's blaming every damn body else? Nobody told him to do that with his damn money or with his damn property or any damn else thing he owns. He did that to himself. How's that gonna make you feel like a better American or patriotic because he's done all that dumb shit? Stop it.
And Trump Tower, as quiet as it's kept, it, Trump Tower ain't full occupancy. He was losing money on it.
And they said that he's just paying for his name on the
so
building.
Here we go. So
They're
now
saying he just pays for his name on the
got my
building. He doesn't
cheekbone.
necessarily own that shit.
Look, so I got myself together, and this is why I gotta pull the cover.
And what you
back
gotta
over.
do?
I gotta pull the blankets back over from over your eyes again and let y'all see it.
No. We don't need to see nothing. I done heard you the whole. That's why I've been busy.
Here we go.
And
So
you ain't gotta repeat nothing. What you gotta repeat?
No, I'm not gonna repeat anything. They're all new out here. I never in my life ever believed that the white man's brain was equal to a black man's brain. I believe it's a different train of thought process and all. I believe there's no equality.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, I hear you. Can you hear me?
Okay. Yes.
I'm telling you, I don't believe whites and blacks have the same thinking process when it comes to a lot of things. You know what I'm saying? All right, number 2. For Donald Trump to be old, slunched over, out of shape, built like the Michelin Man, crazy hairdo. His pride, it has a lot to do with trying to be trying to be successful. I don't have an issue with that. And if he got to grab coochie, I'm gonna grab me some when I get home. When she get home,
that ain't. But you can grab what belongs to you all you want to.
Yeah,
you can grab what belongs to you. You don't have no right grabbing nobody else's. Go sit. Stop it, Ralph. Stop.
Oh yeah. Well, I don't preach grabbing.
I'd have kicked him in his nuts had he done that and tried to grab mine.
But Ralph, understand something. Where would you be if it was you who went to civil trial for that? Where would you be? We already saw.
I wouldn't have made it.
Look, the brother, right, that doing all the famous Marvel acting, right? Yeah. He had a dispute with it was a domestic dispute now, right? And they ended up running down the streets of New York. He lost that case. And we watched it, right? So let me ask you this, Ralph. I mean, do you really think you could get away with that just because Trump did?
No, that's what I've been saying. His category is supposed to. We not. I just said earlier in the podcast, I'm like, yo, a dude like me don't even think in this magnitude. I shouldn't be thinking this magnitude, but since it's being projected, I would never get that chance. We would have already been in jail.
Okay.
They would have already said, no, just lower this and say it's a rape case. Give him 15. See what I'm saying? It would have never even got to that point. Even with a Michael Jackson or anybody else, Bill Cosby, they got those cases out the way real quick. They say, hey, you know what? Forget it. If you're gonna be tax evaders, we can't hit them with this. Give them rape.
Well, I just look at it like I'm happy it's not me.
Remember, they even brought up Donald Trump buying some little dirty legs. He bought some whore. He bought a whore. He paid off a whore. He bought some trim, like a lot of men do who don't have successful wives in relationships. So what? He bought some coochie. What you gonna say now? This made him a rapist now, or because he out here doing what all these the women do, promote themselves as whores and hoes on OnlyFans? Bless you. So yeah, I'm like, what they're really trying to strip a manhood, like just by being a man.
And what is a man? Explain to me what that is. Is that your penis? Is that how you describe manhood? What the hell is that?
That's what they just judged
what
them on.
Is that? Because you don't hear us talking about that until you bring that up.
I didn't judge them on it.
Manhood? What
I
is
don't
it?
care about it. I don't care about his
What
dirty
is
wood.
it? But what is it? Is that what your manhood is?
It has a part. Yes, it does. Your private area does has a big part of your manhood. It is a big part of your manhood.
Okay, I don't
Yeah.
care about
Oh,
that shriveled up piece of. I don't care about
Okay.
his shriveled up piece of shit. I don't give a damn about that. The
They
man is
do though.
wrong.
They mention this
The
wood.
man, the ladies that wood ain't coming up unless he's
Well,
taking some
listen, they
goddamn
mentioned
Viagra or
this
whatever
wood.
the shit.
I ain't mention that man. I don't like
And
wood
they
talk.
told him he was small, and when he got on them stage, when they was telling him he was small, he had an issue with that. When they talk about his small hands, he got an issue with that. He needs everything he can to get his shit up. That shit ain't working right. Go sit down somewhere.
Hey,
Go
look,
sit down.
hold up. You're not gonna bait me
That's
into
a
no
old,
wood talk,
that's a
no
old
presidential
dirty
wood
old
talk.
man thinking he can get away with all
Trump,
that stuff he wants to get away with. Ain't nobody got time to hear all that
No.
stuff.
listen, Trump
He's a
wants to
goddamn
speak
con
about
artist
his
in whatever
manhood.
he does.
Trump said something
All
about
the
his
time.
manhood before, y'all.
If you're our nominee, excuse me, I think I'm talking.
Hold on.
Excuse me.
It was a bare knuckle brawl, and then came this. Donald Trump defending his manhood.
He referred to my hands. If they're small, something else must be small. I guarantee you there's no problem. I guarantee it.
Yeah, he can't guarantee shit.
Yeah, it was nigga Trump.
That's what he says.
And that makes you feel. That makes you feel better to be an American. That makes you feel better.
Well, yeah,
that makes you feel better. That stop.
Yes, it did. Well, yes, it did. You know,
Jesus
yes,
Christ.
it did. And
That's
he will
a
have
damn
my vote.
idiot.
He will have my vote.
He's okay. That's fine. Ain't nobody. Hey, you can vote who you want to vote for. He's still a goddamn knuckle dragging, pussy grabbing, no good son of a bitch. That's who he is. Okay, anybody got time for all that?
They need to get him locked up for grabbing that unknown coochie.
What?
They need to get him locked up for grabbing that unknown coochie. If that's the case,
Yeah,
whatever. That woman might have said, "Well, I couldn't wait to Donald grab it. That's why ain't no charges pressed."
Yeah, whatever. No, he just said when you're a millionaire or whatever, you can do what you want to do. That's what he said. That's what he said. Don't nobody want his little crusty, nasty crusty hands nowhere.
I don't know about that. You know, sometimes when you just got game.
Yeah, you just stop. Y'all just think because he ain't got game either. He's a fucking idiot.
Tell him,
you hating on that man. Now you done made
I ain't
money
hating on him. I'm just
tired.
no, I'm tired. No, I
you
don't
made
like
fun of the man particular part.
Evangelicals. Well, he said what he had, and I'm just contradicting what he said.
That's like me making fun of Michelle Obama manly features.
I don't give a damn about all that. I mean, I'd rather that than him look like some damn painted orange bamboon. Shoot, I didn't think men wore makeup, but I guess he does, and I guess that's okay. So what does that make him?
I always
what does that
say
make
this.
him? A sissy? What does that make him?
No, that makes him a real. No, hold on. See, this is where you gonna get mad at me now, because
I don't care about no.
No, I don't mean to say mad at me. This is what we gonna have our disagreement, right?
What is he wearing?
White men always show the performance in makeup, not women.
So
white
what
women
is he wearing? Why?
When white women wear makeup, they were considered witches. Only the men can look like beautiful girls in Europe.
So I guess that makes him a sissy then, or whatever you want to call him.
No,
that makes him nothing. He looks stupid.
For Europeans, that make him look strong.
I don't think whatever. Okay, so that makes you feel. So you're European and you feel like that makes him look strong. Okay, go right ahead.
I know. Don't you dare ask me that. I get on the show every day.
That's what you acting like.
I'm saying with him. I get on the show every day and claim niggas.
But you said he makes you feel like an American and a patriotic.
Well, that's what I'm here for. I'm in America, but I'm nigga. Listen, I am nigga in America. That's because I have to do my American job to protect America, but also have my views as a nigga.
So just make sure when he calls you to go to war, make sure you raise your hand first. Make sure you
no, they tried to draft me when I was a little kid. I wasn't gonna go. I was gonna chop my fingers off or go.
So you're gonna be a draft dodger like him? That's what I'm hearing. Because he was a 5-time draft dodger. You're gonna have some heel spurs and all that shit. You going man, stop. Ain't nobody trying to hear all that.
That's what I thought when I was young. I ain't lying. I was like 16. I was like, damn, I gotta give up my hand.
No, I don't want to hear all that. Ain't nobody got time for hearing that big old whiny crybaby. He does not want to take responsibility for his own actions. He doesn't. And as long as he doesn't want to take responsibility for his own actions, he is not anywhere near being a halfway decent man. Hear all that crap?
Tell him to stand up and take responsibility.
Are we
Do that
judging?
first,
So are we
and then
judging
we can
him as
have
a businessman?
have a
Are we judging him
conversation.
as a businessman now,
All the way,
as a
whatever
president,
it is,
or
whatever category you want to judge him in, I will put it all on the. I'm saying the same for all of us. His whole manhood, since it's his manhood, his whole manhood. His whole manhood is participant in all of
Well,
those
that was just
factors.
that video
His
he
whole
put. I mean, that's
manhood
him
is
talking
participant
about
in him
him.
being a real man, and him being a president, him being a con man, him being a draft dodger, him being a poor businessman. All that his manhood is all caught up in. That's what I'm talking to. All of it.
Know that
Got
already.
inflation
That's his dad's building. We know that already.
That was his
His daddy didn't do
Hey, but
shit.
Ralph,
His daddy didn't.
Ralph,
Ownership. They're
His
gonna
daddy
find
didn't.
that
Ralph,
white.
what if he did that?
You think he not
He
gonna
Ralph,
says
abide
he's
by
his
his
own
white father? He
man.
doesn't have to feel the way. He's probably gonna
Okay, hold on,
He
hold
said
on, hold
he's
on.
his own
Ralph,
man.
It's somebody else playing the show.
It's not
Somebody else
he
playing.
part of the Ku Klux Klan. What the heck you talking
Right,
about?
I know that.
Okay, listen, Ralph. What if he did that to a relative of yours?
What if he did what?
Grab him by the
like
pussy. You know what he's
grab
talking
him by-
about.
Yeah, exactly.
Oh, yeah. Well, listen. First of all, that relative will have to have a problem. If there is a problem, then we have a problem. But if there's no problem, I'm not saying nothing.
Oh goodness. All right, bro. Okay. All right.
What am
Okay,
I to do about it? Like, I'm gonna say this always in life. As a man that we used to getting women and also used to getting what I want, I can say there's been times I just came up and grabbed some titties and I almost got expelled that day. The girl lied for me and said I was her cousin. That was on the first day of school. And she, man, this girl's still cool today on Facebook. Okay.
That don't make what you did right. It doesn't matter. It doesn't
But
matter,
we
Ralph.
became cool, likable.
And you are still wrong. You were still wrong for
I
doing
felt that it
what
was
you
attraction.
did.
We had locked eyes, and we had
Still
locked eyes and all
wrong,
that.
Ralph.
I don't know. She
Okay,
looked
if
in
you're
my
gonna
face.
say Elijah
I licked my
Muhammad
lip.
was a rapist, then you were still wrong for doing what you did. Stop it. That doesn't matter whether she liked it or not.
Hold on.
You
So
was
look,
wrong. Period.
all right. So listen, I went off of body language. I'm like, I'm 14. I just hit the
What?
ninth
Okay,
grade.
well, it doesn't matter
and
what you did. Okay,
so,
but now you
we
want to say because you was 14. Okay, all right.
Yeah, so like, all right, if I'm 14 years old and this girl she like kind of moving for me, give me eyes, you know what I'm saying? I'm like, I would.
You could have been reading what you wanted to read into what she was looking like. We don't know that. We wasn't in the room with you. But
I read right. I tell you that I read right.
Whatever. Okay, whatever. You can say that. That's okay. Whatever.
I read clear. Yeah.
Whatever. However that makes you feel. If that makes you feel good in your skin, you go ahead and work that, bro.
But like I'm saying, so girls do it too, though. So like I said, girls will go up to a dude they want special in the club. They'll select the one they want. The certain guy to throw their ass up on. Certain guys to fill a print. I act like you women don't do it.
I'm not. Hey, but you don't hear us out here whining like you guys.
He just defending it. That's all. Girls do it too, and I know I've been in situations. I'm not one of them guys who don't get what they want. I've had girls grab me up and stuff like that, tell me things, try to get stuff. I'm not no stranger to life.
Okay, I think Pumpkin's trying to play something, y'all. Hold on, Ralph. Hold on. Yeah. Pumpkin trying to play something.
I was trying to.
Go ahead, Pumpkin.
I am. Oh, Lord. Wait a minute. Y'all talk about Trump, this fool.
Hi, I'm Diana Seda. We have breaking news. Former President Trump will stand trial in the hush money case against him starting April 15th. Trump's team had tried to further delay that trial, arguing they needed more time to review newly released evidence, but the judge rejected that argument. Meanwhile, an appeals court has ruled that former President Trump can post a smaller bond than the $464 million originally imposed in his New York civil fraud trial. A panel of 5 judges are now giving Trump's team 10 days to secure a bond of $175 million before New York Attorney General can start seizing his properties. Earlier, Trump thanked that appellate court and said he would abide by their decision.
I greatly respect the decision of the appellate division, and I'll post either $175 million in cash or bonds or security or whatever is necessary very quickly within the 10 days. And I thank the appellate division for acting quickly.
What happened to the 500 million he had?
Sometimes, the only thing more difficult than running a business.
Trump clearly happy there. The ruling by the appellate court, less so on the ruling in the hush money case today. Let's bring in executive editorial producer John Santucci, ABC News legal contributor Brian Buckmeyer, and ABC News contributor, former Georgia prosecutor Chris Timmons for more. John, a lot to follow today because of these two cases happening at the same time. But let's start with the latest, this April 15th trial date now in this hush money case. What does that mean for Trump?
It means that Donald Trump, for the first time ever, is going to be sitting on trial under criminal charges. I mean, just think about it. It is nearly a year to the day this week that the first criminal indictment was handed down. And now in just a few weeks from that time, Donald Trump is going to be sitting in that same Manhattan courtroom when he was arraigned around early April last year, Diane, for the start of the trial. It means for at least 6 weeks, Donald Trump is going to be living back in New York. He is going to have to be at court every morning, stay throughout the day, stay until the evening, and come back again and do it the next day. It means that he will have to sit there as witnesses, including Stormy Daniels, Michael Cohen, some folks that were affiliated with AMI, David Pecker, who eventually was involved in the pay-to-play or catch-and-kill scandal. This is all around. Are all going to testify about it. And he has to listen to every single one of them. This is not like what we've seen previously, that he gets an option to come back or not. Donald Trump is literally going to have to be there. That's just something, an image. You know, I wish cameras were in court in New York. I wish we could see it. So that's part one of the developments. Part two, we were all waiting to see what was going to happen in the New York Attorney General's case today. This was a deadline. Donald Trump having to put up $464 million. Now we know the Court of Appeals has thrown him a lifeline, now down to $175 million for bond. That does not mean the full amount goes away. It just means for here and now, it's less money Donald Trump has to put up. He had a tough time securing $464 million. It's my understanding from talking to sources close to the former president, they think this amount of money more doable.
Brian, in the hush money case, Trump's team tried to argue that they got this new evidence, over 100,000 pages of documents provided to them only recently, and they needed more time to review it. Why didn't that go over with the judge? And why did the judge seem so hostile at times to what Trump's team was trying to argue in terms of prosecutorial misconduct?
Yeah, so what you have to understand is that pre-2019, New York State had what was arguably one of the worst discovery laws in the country. After 2019, it was revamped, and the way that it works is that the prosecution has to turn over all relevant discovery or evidence that they intend to use against a defendant before they announce ready for trial. Here, Donald Trump and his attorneys are saying that you said you turned over everything, that we were supposed to have everything going towards a trial. But now with this new dump of information, it appears that statement that you said all evidence or all relevant evidence was turned over now seems to be false. Now they get to have this argument of, did you have access to this information beforehand? Did you do your due diligence to get it? And what we've seen from the Court of Appeals as early as last year, they've said that if that evidence isn't turned over appropriately, they can be certain sanctions, whether it be dismissal of a case or that evidence not being allowed to be used by the prosecution in their case in chief. So here, the judge is basically deciding whether or not this information came late because of the fault of the prosecutor, the defense, or something in between. The judge ultimately decided it wasn't the prosecution's fault, and then this case can move forward because there wasn't much harm or delay done to the defense.
All right, so Chris, let's pivot to the AG case now. Trump now has to secure this lower $175 million bond to appeal the civil fraud judgment. So what are the next steps in that appeals process, assuming he does secure that bond?
So after that, then it would go to the Court of Appeals to take a look at the case. And they, as Brian said earlier, they're looking at two different things. Did the judge make some sort of legal error? I suspect, you know, they may take a look at some of the earlier summary judgment motions where the judge decided, even without hearing evidence, that there had been some fraud committed. So I think they'll look at that particular issue. I think they'll look at all of the different rulings. But for right now, the biggest thing, as you mentioned, Diane, is those 10 days where they've got to come up with that bond so that they can stay any sort of execution on the judgment.
John, how's Trump's inner circle responding to these decisions? One, a win, and the other, not so much.
Yeah, I mean, the way you'd expect, right? You respond to a win by saying, yeah, you respond to a loss saying, ugh. So that's the reality of what they're dealing with right now. They did not expect, if you talk to them candidly, that April 15th was suddenly going to disappear and this was going to be a trial that moved to the summer. They were hoping for it, thinking they had a good argument because of the amount of evidence that suddenly would have to go through. But the reality is that they have felt from the get-go this was a trial that was going to happen. happen. And look, in all of the cases right now, Donald Trump has been successful in the delay game, right? He's been really good at it in the D.C. case, waiting on the Supreme Court to hear it later next month. He's been successful with the documents case. We still don't have a trial date there. There's a calendar date roughly in May. That's just not real. And obviously, we've all been talking about I can't think of a better way to say it, the absolute hot mess that has become the Georgia case, given all the distractions and drama that have happened with the DA and the relationship there. So this is the one they knew they're going to have to face. They obviously have the strongest legal team here, led by Todd Blanche, who
That's
is
not coming in
leading
good,
all of the
BB.
cases at the moment, and a couple other attorneys that have been around the former president of the company for some time. So as far as April 15th is ready to go, they are ready to go. Not excited for it, obviously, but here it is. On the other case, being the attorney general's, thrilled, because the reality is they had basically given up all hope. As one person said to me, let's see what Monday brings, being today, because this was the deadline day. They had gone to 30 different bond companies. They got nothing. He did not want to sell anything. He did not want to liquidate his Truth Social shares, which you and I were talking about earlier, Diane. Obviously, now that company has gone public under a different ID of DJT on the NASDAQ, Donald Trump's holdings of that suddenly add up to $3 billion. He can't liquidate it right away without a special approval from his board, but nevertheless, that was another thing discussed as a potential lifeline. So the reality is they didn't have to do anything. They just needed the Court of Appeals to step in. So 175 is a win for now, but let's be clear. It allows them to appeal. It still means, though, the overall judgment, 464, remains.
So, Brian, in the hush money case, this is a criminal trial. So how difficult will jury selection be for this?
So jury selection, remember, is going to be an opportunity for both sides to find 12 people plus probably 2 or 3 alternates. So let's say 15 in total, just to give us that good round number. And we're not looking for someone who has never heard about Donald Trump or never heard about this case, but someone who can put aside what they may have heard, whether it be a lot or a little, and only listen to the evidence that's presented to them in court and make a ruling based on that. With that being the standard, I would say it's extremely difficult. Probably not as difficult as the other cases, but still difficult nonetheless, because people have already formulated opinions as to whether or not this is a crime, this isn't a crime. And so you have to sift through all of those people to find someone who's going to still hold back their reservations or their belief as to the guilt or innocence of Donald Trump, and instead weigh the evidence as presented to them. And then this is a 6-week-long trial. They have to be able to sit and hear all the evidence, regardless of their job, regardless of their lives, regardless of what is going on, and tune out all of the news like us talking about this and still come back with an unbiased decision. That's going to make for a very difficult process going forward.
Chris, if you're the prosecutor in this case, what are you focused on now ahead of that trial date?
Jury selection, just as Brian said. I mean, so the most important part of any decision, and anybody coming from a 2-parent household knows, you go to one parent for one question, you go to another for another, depending on what answer you want to get. That's the same thing when you talk about a jury. So, I mean, right now they're focusing on what type of jurors they want beyond trying to find folks that are going to be fair and able to look at the evidence as it's coming in, just as Brian said, and hear the laws that's coming from the court. But you want to find those folks that are going to be favorable to your case to try and protect them during jury selection. And more importantly, you're looking for people who are going to be unfavorable to your case, because that's who you're going to strike if you're the state. So if you're a prosecutor, you've got a lot going on. Your main focus, though, at this point is, you should be ready for trial. You should have most of your ducks in a row. You should have your witnesses who you want to call, what documents you think you're going to use. And then you want to be focused on who are those 12 people, and also the alternates as well, because any case that I've tried of any length in a 6-week-long trial is an eternity when it comes to trials. Most are only a couple of days long. So 6 weeks is a very long time period. Brian mentioned the alternates before. They're going to be just as important as the main jurors, because unfortunately, 1 or 2 of the main jurors probably won't be able to continue serving. Life happens to jurors just like it does to everybody else. People get sick. You've got different family emergencies that pop up, and so you lose jurors along the way. So really, at this point, Diane, what they're focusing on is jury selection and thinking, what are the 12 people are going to look like who are going to be the ultimate decision makers in this case?
John, how could this all affect Trump's campaign?
Well, I mean, he's not campaigning in the traditional sense, right? I mean, he's not going and doing big events during the week. He's not going to go doing glad-handing. And some of that Donald Trump actually does not particularly enjoy. He likes the big events. He can still run out and do those on the weekends, but it does make things a little difficult, obviously, right? Because there are some events and things that you got to do over the course of the campaign, right? And Obviously, the one thing that makes it a little easier is that this is not 2016, where Donald Trump locked up the nomination in late May, June. He has it locked up. It's his nomination at this point. It's done. All we're waiting for is the coronation this summer at the Republican National Convention. But it does make it tricky. So one of the things that's been discussed within Team Trump is maybe we do a running mate sooner, right? Bring somebody else that could step in and do some of those events for us while he's stuck in a courtroom. I'm told no decision is even close yet. It's something the former president is building a list with many, many people on it. There's no final set, core group that they're close to. But that is one of the things being discussed because, as you point out, he's got a campaign. He's got to be on the road in some way. This makes it virtually impossible.
Does it help him, though, that these cases get so much press, so he is at least still having his name out there and getting that attention?
His name is out there. He's obviously able to speak as often as he does. Look at today alone. He's already talked 3 times, and we're all waiting for a potential press conference when he leaves court very shortly. So, yeah, it definitely helps him, and it has helped his fundraising efforts, although those numbers got a little soft recently. So I think, though, what you're going to have to figure out here is that Donald Trump successfully campaigned in 2016 talking about everybody else's problems. This time around, this entire campaign has been about his problems, right? That they're out to get me, witch hunt, right? This is what Donald Trump is thinking is his win. Let's see.
All right, John Santucci, Brian Buckmeyer, Chris Timmons, thank you.
Ralph, Pumpkin, pause that one. Ralph, do you disagree with that? This time the election is about, Trump's election is about they're out to get me. It's a witch hunt.
Uh-huh.
Okay.
I totally agree. Yeah, he said it. Why didn't you do this 3 years ago?
You think it's going to work? You think it's a good campaign strategy?
No, I don't.
Why?
I don't,
Why?
but I don't think it's gonna I don't think it helps, but it also shows that if he wins or if he comes to where I think his ultimate conclusion is that 400 something that he want. I think he might want to get that to maybe 300 or high 2, and then they can solve it that way. But if they don't, they'll come to a way where, because like I said, with the delay game, like you say, proving more evidence, but there's new evidence, you might not know what he has. They say, well, look, y'all can't say this because he also proven this. Now, like I said, he's going against bank records. He's really going against the city of New York. Which he kind of stated with whoever the person that was running, he says that the person is a crying shame. So he's basically this guy's trying to seize and make money off his assets. So for this to go down during his electoral race, that I feel like he already won anyway. I don't feel like the people really want Biden in, but if Biden got to really do something. Like he got to do something like now. And not only now, he got to do something now and then show he gonna do twice as much. Like he don't have my vote.
You didn't have to add the last part, Ralph. That was that's so funny. Okay. Andre, you think that's a winning strategy?
No. But man baby, that's what he does. That's man baby. That's man baby. I have no respect for a man that doesn't pay people salaries. You cause people to have all kind of problems. You claim you got all this money, and when it comes time to you proving that you got all this money, you crying like a big ass damn baby. He's an idiot. And I mean, quite frankly, I'm tired of listening to him. I really am, because it's everybody's fault but his own. He needs to take accountability and responsibility for what he did or did not do for this stuff to happen. It didn't matter whether it happened 3 years ago or not. It doesn't matter. He claimed he was gonna, get, crooked Hillary and crooked everybody was crooked but him. Why didn't he do? I ain't heard nothing. He's just pathetic. He's pathetic in how he comes across and wants people to believe everything that comes out of his mouth. And
oh, your audio is going out. Your connection is going weak, Andre.
Okay.
Yeah.
Any better?
Maybe it's better now.
Is
yeah,
it?
It's better. It seems better. Yeah, it seems better now.
Yeah. I'm just I just don't feel sorry for him. I'm through with it myself. I think he's just a pathological, pathetic liar. And I don't, it is what it is. If he wins again, whatever.
How could you vote? I mean, Ralph, I don't know if we spoke about this before, but how could we vote for a man that was trying to get, 5 young black boys killed for a crime they didn't commit?
It's all white people. Majority not gonna say it's all. I'm gonna say all.
Don't broad brush it. Don't broad brush it, Ralph. He's talking about this particular man.
I'm not.
Don't broad brush.
Okay.
I mean, he never apologized, though, Ralph. He never apologized. It's as if in his mind, those men are still guilty.
On that situation, I feel like Donald Trump is completely wrong. I feel like that situation. I feel like in that situation here, America does that a lot against black men all the time, and those sisters get outraged until they want to call it out as a president with Trump. This goes on with so many black men, and a lot of black men get put in that same situation under these sisters anyway. So I don't even want to get into that, how I feel because of him. I just know how men gonna be treated. So I don't try to put a big broad.
Okay, but you can't even be upset about that because we're not the ones who make these. You can't say that, Ralph, because we didn't make the laws. You make it sound like the women have something to do with the laws being created. You men folk did that, and every time you want to make your case,
I didn't say that.
You want to say
I'm saying how the law. I'm saying how the law judges. I'm saying how the law.
And whose fault is that again? Did we go to court and say, okay, the system, okay, then.
So I'm holding the system accountable the same way with Trump, though. So that's what I'm saying.
Okay.
As long as he keeps saying, he's being honest and he's providing evidence and he's delaying things. He's doing what the system is doing. I don't say he's still doing
whining and complaining.
It don't sound like it to me. It sounds like he's trying to solve a problem.
Okay, all right. That's your opinion.
In the face of the news.
Yeah, that's your opinion. He's constantly whining. I mean, just not one time. And if that's your idea of somebody who makes you feel good to be an American and patriotic, you go right ahead.
I'm one of those guys. I never had to try hard or forcefully try to get a woman to get me to do anything. Or
nobody. Okay, so
Misha, I don't relate. I don't relate to the abusive nature what these people are doing. But so for me, I don't. If it's a real problem, why aren't people trying to prosecute them and send them to prison? That's how I look at it. Send those people to prison if they're out here sexually assaulting people. So,
well, he should have been in there.
Continuously say that.
But look,
he should have been in there.
My thoughts are like this guy, like he's number one, he's very wealthy, right?
YouTube girl.
And he didn't care about running for office and influence the law as a politician before. He actually just wanted to pay money to put out an ad to have these 5 men executed, basically, and they were innocent, right? Now, if you couple that together with the fact that now he's not even trying to, he's basically fraud. They say he committed fraud on his properties as a real estate mogul, right? Now, if you couple those two things together, doesn't that kind of paint a clear picture that he is like really the part of America people don't want anymore? Like elitist, racist, like.
Did he drain the swamp? Did he do that?
I mean, that's what I'm gonna keep saying it. All the presidents are the same. Not if you got a Trump, a Biden, a Obama, or whatever. Every one of them, they're all racist. They would all do the same thing. They all have.
But look, isn't this even worse? Like this guy owns rental property.
I really can't see it as worse as the millions of people who went to prison and died or raped or molested and harmed under that Joe Biden situation. Helping that. I really don't.
What Joe Biden situation? You keep throwing Joe Biden.
The crime bill, those crime laws that he did in '96.
How they're executed has nothing to do with him.
You know how many people been? You know how many black men been? You know how many black men been profiled and set for unlawful crimes just because of that?
Not because of the crime bill.
But yes, man, all that thing goes into all into one, being racially profiled. Listen, if we know, hear me out. If I just said, if we're talking about the law, right? We know that black men get longer crime sentences than any other race of people.
That has
They're
nothing to
Hispanic.
do with Trump.
Just
That has
listen.
nothing to do with
Just
Trump.
listen. Listen. Just listen. We all know that we are criminalized and penalized different in America, right? And if none of these presidents before have done anything to change, or when we had situations with hangings, rapes, and things like that, and they allowed it to happen and never spoke on it, what makes them any more justifiable than a President Trump? Nothing. Nothing. So they all do nothing.
Well, I'm glad I ain't you, and I'm glad I don't think like you.
When are they gonna stop doing this discrimination? What president you ever heard stop talk about the discrimination against blacks?
Trump is a piece of shit. There ain't no other way.
What president have you heard talk about stopping discrimination against black African Americans or Negroes in this country?
It sure ain't Trump.
But I'm asking you, which one? You got an Obama up there that's supposed to have been black. And
I ain't said nothing about Obama. Obama been out of office for what, 10 years now, and y'all still
and then we talking about Biden. Biden is
Let's
and
go
Biden
to the
is
next.
a semi-Trump.
Listen to why he can't, because you keep talking the same mess over and over again. Listen to this. Let me get this going.
He owes nearly $500 million in penalties in the New York fraud case. And if he doesn't pay up, the state of New York could seize some of his most prized assets. And while Trump may soon get $3 billion in a merger deal involving his Truth Social platform, the money won't come in time to solve his current cash crunch.
Where's the
And the word was could.
Trump built his name and his persona in big gold letters all over some of the Big Apple's most high-priced addresses.
Trump Tower would be the thing I'm really married to in terms of real estate.
Now, he's at risk of having some of them taken away.
I built a net worth of way over $10 billion.
Mr. President! Despite those claims, a New York court ruled last month Trump lied for years about his wealth, and it's ordered him to pay $454 million in penalties.
We have a lot of cash and we have a great company, but they want to take it away.
So far, Trump hasn't been able to pony up the money or find lenders willing to underwrite the fine. And while he hopes the state appeals court will give him more time, the Attorney General is ready to start collecting with her eyes set on a particular Trump asset.
Yes, I look at 40 Wall Street each and every day.
Meanwhile, Trump's friends are passing the hat for the former president, with no takers so far.
Will you loan him the $460 million?
None of his billionaire friends are ponying up money, from what I understand. I've been asking them.
Anyone with $10,000 or more in credit card debt or personal loans may qualify for help from National Debt Relief. Minimum payments could literally keep you in debt for decades. $10,000 in debt can take anywhere from 14 to 26 years to pay off if you're only paying the minimums. And that's just...
There you go.
Here with me today, New York Times contributing writer Jane Coaston, Ryan Salam, president of the Manhattan Institute and contributing writer at the National Review, Catherine Rampell, a Washington Post opinion columnist and special correspondent at PBS NewsHour, and Jonah Goldberg, editor-in-chief of The Dispatch. He's also a columnist at the LA Times. Welcome back, everybody. Okay, so Catherine, you saw the hat passing, the kind of shaking of the jar.
The telethon.
Exactly. Why won't anyone bail him out? We heard, 30 bond companies saying no.
I think the better question is, why would anyone bail him out? I mean, how much money do you want to light on fire, basically, for this guy? It turns out that if you get in trouble for fraudulently inflating the value of your assets, then nobody wants to accept those assets as collateral for effectively a loan to you.
Right.
And beyond that, beyond the fact that his property, is questionably valued, we don't know how indebted he is. We don't know how much equity he has in these things. If he becomes president again, presumably it would become very difficult to collect. He's also a guy who's known for not paying his bills. He brags about not paying his bills. If you tried to collect once he's in office, who's to say he won't sick the DOJ or Treasury on you? I just think that there's no upside to stepping up here.
Ryan, you're wearing a very nice suit. Let's pretend you are an insurer or a multi-billionaire. Would you want to give Trump the money?
Well, if someone who believes that Donald Trump realistically can win the presidency, I would argue that actually the Attorney General of New York trying to seize his landmark properties would actually be something that will help him rather than hurt him in his effort to win the presidency. Exactly. And also, look, another thing is that if I were someone who was going to make a $500 million in-kind campaign contribution to a very controversial presidential candidate, I might think that the spotlight gets turned on me in terms of whether or not prosecutors in New York City, New York State, other blue jurisdictions might start looking at my finances and otherwise putting me under the microscope in a way that I might find uncomfortable.
Okay,
so it's not obvious to me that it would make sense.
It's interesting. You're bolstering an argument from the Wall Street Journal because the editorial board calls the bond inflated. They say it denies him due process. So, Jane, from your point of view, does this play into his ongoing argument? This is a persecution. This is a witch hunt. This is going after me unfairly.
Donald Trump losing at tiddlywinks would play into his argument that he's being treated unfairly. Anything can be part of an argument that he is being treated unfairly. So I think that...
But is seizing his properties the right move?
I think seizing his properties is likely what is going to take place if he doesn't make this payment on Monday. I think that whether it is material to how he will spin this for the media or spin this for the people who wish to support him, I think that's a separate issue. But something I do want to note here also, something you didn't mention, Reinhard, is Trump is, shall we say, easily convinced, and we've seen...
Yep.
I am super excited to talk about Tailwind Ghostwriter. The affiliate link is
what
in
happened?
my description below. And yes, I've been compensated to actually make this video. I am super excited.
Republican lawmakers are falling quickly in line behind
stupid.
Donald Trump and once again brushing aside his controversial rhetoric on the campaign trail, whether it's about praising the January 6th prisoners or accusing Jewish.
Candace Owens seems to have left the building, as it were, in terms of the Daily Wire. I mean, look, we've been watching.
I'm trying to move this thing. Let me get.
Okay, it's okay. So you get it under control. It's all good. I think you just accidentally pressed.
You know what it is? I'm not by. I don't have it. I don't have my thing position right.
Okay. Yeah, no worries. No worries.
I live in.
Is it back up now?
Yeah, wait a minute. I'm getting it.
Okay.
I moved it off the table.
Yeah, no, but you've been doing a great job, by the way.
Yeah.
Isn't that right, Ralph?
Not Ralph.
I agree.
Yes, she had.
She's doing a good, perfect job.
I've been trying. I've been moving stuff. I gotta get a desk because I'm doing this on the kitchen table.
Listen, if I was a slave on the plantation right now, and I was to watch what was going on, like this was TV in front of my eyes, I'd be like, "Master, you sure that white man supposed to be getting treated like that?" That's he probably hit me and said, "Shut up, boy. It's none of your concern."
Yeah, you say they putting his manhood on the line, Master. Yeah, whatever. I got your manhood.
No,
he ain't got
Ralph,
no
Ralph, what makes you think you ain't in the slavery days, bro?
Because
that's exactly what a lot of people saying.
That's why I still identify as nigga.
Oh my God. Anyway,
real talk. That's why I still do it. I'm trying to tell you, man.
We ain't gonna talk about Donald Trump no more because Ralph get carried away.
No, I find it hilarious. To me, listen, I do not care. I find it funny and amazing. I get to see this before my eyes because, like, we really don't get to see this amongst the Europeans.
Listen, if it was the slavery days, that comment, grab him by the, you know what, there would be nothing illegal about that.
That's right.
Nothing.
The state of mind of how you live, you know what I mean? That's why look, I'm just saying my perception of things, if it's a problem, you're going to make it a problem. If it's not a problem, it's not a problem.
But Attorney's Office of Prosecutorial
all right, here we go again.
Because the Justice Department didn't hand something over. Now, the Trump attorneys argue
this the last one we're going to see about Donald Trump. We're going to see something else.
They should
have
asked
what else you want to see.
I'm sick of Donald Trump. Exchange now with the judge.
Is the volume up?
The first time the judge has really raised his voice,
it's up as
saying
far
the
as
fact that they don't even have any case law to support this very serious accusation is, quote, really disconcerting. So our colleagues tell us that the Judge Juan Merchan, he has been pretty level throughout the hearing, but he's gotten a lot more animated. And it's interesting because this shows that he's not going to tolerate just these throwaway accusations that someone is corrupt, right? Or that they're engaging in misconduct. And he is holding their feet to the fire, asking for actual proof, support, case law for this accusation. So this is significant, and maybe a preview of how the judge will handle this trial.
And when Trump's legal team walked into this, Kristen, I mean, they clearly don't seem to actually think they're going to get it dismissed, even though they are asking for that and a delay if they don't get it dismissed.
Later, because nothing happened. I love dogs. Yeah, I love dogs, and I will always love dogs. There you go. That's all. Later, because nothing happened. I love.
Arrested Sunday in Medford and charged with animal cruelty.
So what is the jury selection now? That's about to start, right?
Yeah, for the trial for the 15th. Yeah.
Okay, for the 15th of April. So that's 2 weeks. And he has just to wrap it up to make sure we got. And he has 10 days to make the $170 million payment.
That's my understanding.
Okay, and then
or be accepted for the appeal.
What'd you say, Rob?
Or be accepted for the appeal with the new evidence.
In Mississippi, 2 more police officers were given lengthy sentences today for their role in a series of brutal attacks, including against 2 Black men. They're part of a group of former officers who are being sentenced this week after pleading guilty to horrifying charges that include torture and sexual assault. John Yang has more.
Amna, a federal judge in Mississippi, has just handed down the harshest sentence yet in a startling case of law enforcement misconduct. 40 years in prison for the 4th former deputy in the self-proclaimed goon squad in the Rankin County, Mississippi Sheriff's Department. A total of 6 former deputies have pleaded guilty. Federal prosecutors say that for nearly 2 decades, they barged into homes in the middle of the night, handcuffing and torturing occupants for information or confessions. The current charges stem from a January 2023 home invasion of the residence of Michael Jenkins and Eddie Parker. The officers repeatedly shocked them with tasers, sexually assaulted them with a sex toy, and shot Jenkins in the face, nearly killing him. Parker spoke to reporters after one of the sentencing hearings.
What's done already, man, can't be erased, man, can't be taken back. I relive this every day.
The years of brutal misconduct was documented by an investigation by Mississippi Today and the New York Times Local Investigations Fellowship. Brian Howe is an investigative reporter at Mississippi Today. He was part of this reporting team. Brian, the sort of the severity of this behavior and the fact that it went on so long really is eye-grabbing, sort of very startling. Tell us how this self-proclaimed goon squad came about. How did it get started? How big was it? How did they pick the people they targeted?
Thanks, Sean. Well, it's unclear how the goon squad was actually started, but we do know that this pattern of behavior involved a core group of deputies stretching back nearly 20 years. They chose their targets based on these people's alleged crimes. They mainly went after folks that they suspected of dealing or possessing methamphetamine or other drugs. Then after they found them, they would burst into their homes or pull them over while they were driving and begin these brutal interrogations that often involved anywhere from repeated tasings to waterboarding to burning, you name it.
I mean, this has been going on for some time, say 2 decades. How many other cases are there out there, do you think?
Well, we don't know how many cases there are out there, but we interviewed over 50 people who claimed they experienced or witnessed torture at the hands of Rankin County deputies. Of those, we were able to corroborate 17 torture incidents involving 20 victims dating back 18 years.
The sheriff is resisting calls to resign. How high up did knowledge about this go? How much senior supervisors were aware of this?
You're right, John. The sheriff has resisted calls to resign and has claimed numerous times that he had no knowledge of his deputies' actions. But what we found were that some of the highest ranking deputies at the sheriff's department were involved and actively partaking in these torture incidents. And we spoke to multiple people who claimed they were tortured by deputies who said that they filed complaints with the department, which should have gone to the sheriff, and in some cases even reached out directly to him to notify him of his deputies' actions.
What does this say about the culture of the department?
Well, It says that there's potentially a deeply ingrained culture of violent misconduct at the Rankin County Sheriff's Department. This culture has actually been referenced several times in the sentencing hearings this week by some of the deputies themselves, who themselves acknowledged that they were indoctrinated into this culture and became a part of it as they went on at the Sheriff's Department.
The Rankin County is majority white. It sits right next to Jackson, which has one of the highest percentages of Black population of any good-sized city in America. To what extent is there a racial dimension to this?
We found that the majority of the alleged victims who were tortured by Goon Squad members were actually white, and we think that that's because we are looking at a majority white county. However, when people of color came forward and said that they were tortured, there was often a racial aspect to the torture. They were called racial slurs. They were told to go back to Jackson, which is a common phrase, referring to Jackson and how many people at the department and in Rankin County see the city as a source of crime and corruption.
Do you think this is going on in other counties in Mississippi?
It's hard to say. We do know that across Mississippi, sheriff's departments have very little to no oversight. Our team, Alyssa Daly and Jerry Mitchell, have uncovered other accusations of sexual assault by sheriffs at different departments. And so it's clear here that we have an issue of accountability with sheriffs generally in Mississippi.
You said this has been going.
Damn, that was ridiculous. That was incredible. That was insane.
That's terrible. That's normal, man. That's what I'm saying on the chat. And right now, like, and she's playing what I've been really saying earlier. I'm like, even I have a story, man. They threw me in a car, beat my legs, left me with the drugs, and take my money. Just take $4,000 or $5,000 off me like that. You see what I'm saying? I've been through a narcotics police. Don't think I'm in a gang, but I'm not. And you know how you be treated, mistreated, what I, you know what. So in situations, I already look at it a certain type of way. Some people never really been in like trouble with the law or seeing how you being judged. They just see the law handling people. Wait until you're in trouble with the law and really have to learn to deal with the law. It's sad because you know that's just a few cases of one group like that. There's hundreds of groups like that of deputies and police and sworn in to do those type of things.
Yeah.
Nickelodeon was kid everything, but that marked one of the darkest chapters. These are 3 predators who worked at Nickelodeon.
Over the years, Candace Owens has said some of the most heinous, vile, denigrating, disparaging, and disrespectful things that any hardcore racist would say about Black people and the Black community. But out of all of the things that she has said, these are the 4 that really make you want to throw hands. And for all of you that are out there saying that, why is everybody so upset because of Candace Owens' opinion? Here are the worst, in my opinion, of her opinions. And mind you, her opinions are not based on fact and factual statistical data. Her opinions are based on racism and white supremacist ideology. Here's number 1.
Be having a hearing on white supremacy. We are assuming that the biggest victims of that would be minority Americans, and presumably this hearing would be to stop that and to make sure that we can preserve the lives of minority Americans, which, and based on the hierarchy of what's impacting minority Americans, if I had to make a list of 100 things, white nationalism would not make the list. And we don't see hearings on those bigger issues. You brought up the inner city communities, which is a huge issue. Black on Black crime, the breakdown of family, I think is the number one thing that's contributing to that. And we never hear anybody talking about what happens when you remove a father from the home. In fact, I would argue that right now we have a social environment that is hostile towards men and it does not inspire masculinity or being a man and what it means to be a father figure in a household. And Black on Black crime is a huge issue in America right now, but people don't like to talk about that. It seems as, well, let's talk about the smaller issues and not the big issues that are facing Black America. We saw this same sort of a narrative in 2016 when police brutality became at the forefront of the discussion. And if you were paying attention to politicians, you would have thought that if you were a Black American, you couldn't walk outside without being shot by a police officer, when in fact, you had a higher chance of being struck by lightning as a Black American in 2016 than being shot unarmed by a police officer.
You said it wouldn't make the top 100 of the things that you're concerned about as a Black American, concerned about Black communities in America. What would? You can't rattle off all 100, but at the time I've got 30 seconds.
Father absence, the education system, and the staggering abortion rate.
That was Candace Owens testifying before Congress on what her opinion is more important than racism and white nationalism here in the United States. What's more important and what people don't want to talk about, according to Candace Owens, is Black on Black crime, immigration, abortion. Not the core reasons why these things are problematic. She doesn't really want to get down to the core reasons why these things are problematic. No, she's using her platform, this moment, this time, to advocate for what white supremacists and racists find problematic with the Black community. This is why I say Candace Owens is particularly dangerous to the Black community, because she has the ear of politicians up in Congress. And instead of having a genuine conversation about the issues that affect the Black community, no, she takes that moment to advocate for what racist white people find problematic with the Black community. Here's number 2.
So race obsessed. And one thing I always say, Tucker, is that the left can pull a racist narrative from thin air where it doesn't exist, but when it actually is in their face, they try to avoid it at all costs, especially when the perpetrator is a Black person against another white person, which obviously happens more often in this country, given the fact that Black Americans are the most murderous group in America by rate. Now, what's interesting here is that the two biggest race cases of the last 2 years, arguably George Floyd and Kyle Rittenhouse, never actually produced a single piece of evidence pointing to race, right? George Floyd, Derek Chauvin never used racial language or racial slurs against George Floyd during that arrest. Didn't matter. It became the biggest race case in America. Kyle Rittenhouse, that case had to do with 3 white people. Didn't matter. They extracted a racial narrative for that case.
Yes. Let's continue the racist stereotype that Black people are violent. That's what Candace Owens is doing in this particular moment, where she's spewing heinous, dehumanizing, disparaging comments about Black people. The woman said that Black people are the most murderous group in America. Factual statistical data says otherwise. But that's not what Fox News and Candace Owens strives for, to be honest and genuine in discussing these issues. No, in this moment, Candace is attempting to further the racist stereotype that Black people are violent. There's more.
Real truth of the reason why people hate the Queen has nothing to do with the colonization, has nothing to do, which, by the way, just to be clear, the Brits invading Africa actually represents, and this is going to get me in trouble, but it was, if you look at how forward it brought the African colonies, it ended up being a net positive. Now, this is, of course, it's going to get me in trouble because people somehow think that Africans were living happily ever after and things were great, and then the horrible English, British descended upon and murdered everybody, and the French suddenly murdered everybody, and that just isn't the truth. Obviously, the African nations had slavery, just like the European nations had slavery. So it's an evil that was not started, did not begin in Europe, actually. It can actually be traced back to Muslim origins. And for whatever reason, people have this fantastical rendition of history where they think that it was only white people that ever did anything bad, when in fact the truth is that even in terms of our own history, American history, it was the Africans that were selling the Africans to the Europeans, and usually for things as basic as gin and mirrors. I talk about this in my book. Like, it was at really basic things. And when Europeans set out to end slavery, by the way, it was white men that were the first in the world to abolish the slave trade, right?
Now, we do know that, yes, Africans sold other Africans into slavery. Africans enslaved other Africans, but we know the difference between slavery in Africa and slavery in the United States. Slavery in Africa was more like servitude, and there was an end to it. And it typically was in regards to criminals, right? Slavery in the United States is called chattel slavery, right? There's a difference between the two, but she's not being genuine in discussing this topic. No, she's continuing to feed a narrative to racist white people, right? I mean, let's be real. White people didn't end the slave trade because it was morally wrong. White people, one of the reasons why the slave trade ended was because white people began to breed slaves. That's why the slave trade ended. They didn't want to pay for slaves anymore when they could breed slaves. For the sake of time, because I'm running out of it, here's some honorable mentions. Candace Owens on Black History Month, pause to read. Candace Owens on reparations for Black people, pause to read. Candace Owens on Juneteenth, pause to read. Candace Owens on the NAACP, pause to read. And Candace Owens on DEI, pause to read. This is why no one should give Candace Owens a pass. She's diabolical. She's a fucking menace. She should be ousted from the Black community for eternity. Period.
You know what? You should have blown that video up. Next time, can't put it on
Over
large
the years,
so we can see the
Candace Owens
screenshots.
has said some of the most heinous, vile, denigrating,
You hear what I'm saying, Pumpkin?
disparaging, and disrespectful things that any hardcore racist would say about Black people and the Black community. But out of all of the things that she has said, these are the four that really make you want to throw hands. And for all of you that are out there saying that, why is everybody so upset because of Candace Owens' opinion? Here are the worst, in my opinion, of her opinions. And mind you, her opinions are not based on fact and factual statistical data. Her opinions are based on racism and white supremacist ideology. Here's number one.
I'll be having a hearing on white supremacy. We are assuming that the biggest victims of that would be minority Americans. And presumably this hearing would be to stop that and to make sure that we can preserve the lives of minority Americans, which, and based on the hierarchy of what's impacting minority Americans, if I had to make a list of 100 things, white nationalism would not make the list. and we don't see hearings on those bigger issues. You brought up the inner city communities, which is a huge issue. Black on black crime, the breakdown of family, I think, is the number one thing that's contributing to that. And we never hear anybody talking about what happens when you remove a father from the home. In fact, I would argue that right now we have a social environment that is hostile towards men and it does not inspire masculinity or being a man and what it means to be a father figure in a household. And black on black crime is a huge issue in America right now, but people don't like to talk about that. It seems as, well, let's talk about the smaller issues and not the big issues that are facing Black America. We saw this same sort of a narrative in 2016 when police brutality became at the forefront of the discussion. And if you were paying attention to politicians, you would have thought that if you were a Black American, you couldn't walk outside without being shot by a police officer, when in fact, you had a higher chance of being struck by lightning as a Black American in 2016 than being shot unarmed by a police officer.
You said it wouldn't make the top 100 of the things that you're concerned about as a Black American, concerned about Black communities in America. What would? You can't rattle off all 100, but time I've got 30 seconds.
Father absence, the education system, and the staggering abortion rate.
That was Candace Owens testifying before Congress on what her opinion is more important than racism and white nationalism here in the United States. What's more important and what people don't want to talk about, according to Candace Owens, is Black on Black crime, immigration, abortion. Not the core reasons why these things are problematic. She doesn't really want to get down to the core reasons why these things are problematic. No, she's using her platform, this moment, this time, to advocate for what white supremacists and racists find problematic with the Black community. This is why I say Candace Owens is particularly dangerous to the Black community, because she has the ear of politicians up in Congress. And instead of having a genuine conversation about the issues that affect the Black community, no, she takes that moment to advocate for what racist white people find problematic with the Black community. Here's number 2.
So race obsessed. And one thing I always say, Tucker, is that the left can pull a racist narrative from thin air where it doesn't exist. But when it actually is in their face, they try to avoid it at all costs, especially when perpetrator is a Black person against another white person, which obviously happens more often in this country, given the fact that Black Americans are the most murderous group in America by rate. Now, what's interesting here is that the two biggest race cases of the last 2 years, arguably George Floyd and Kyle Rittenhouse, never actually produced a single piece of evidence pointing to race, right? George Floyd, Derek Chauvin never used racial language or racial slurs against George Floyd during that arrest. Didn't matter. It became the biggest race case in America. Kyle Rittenhouse, that case had to do with 3 white people. Didn't matter. They extracted a racial narrative for that case.
Yes. Let's continue the racist stereotype that Black people are violent. That's what Candace Owens is doing in this particular moment, where she's spewing heinous, dehumanizing, disparaging comments about Black people. The woman said that Black people are the most murderous group in America. Factual statistical data says otherwise. But that's not what Fox News and Candace Owens strives for, to be honest and genuine in discussing these issues. No, in this moment, Candace is attempting to further the racist stereotype that Black people are violent. There's more.
Real truth of the reason why people hate the Queen has nothing to do with the colonization. Has something to do, which, by the way, just to be clear, the Brits invading Africa actually represents, and this is going to get me in trouble, but it was, if you look at how forward, it brought the African colonies. It ended up being a net positive. Now, this is, of course, it's going to get me in trouble because people somehow think that Africans were living happily ever after and things were great. And then the horrible English, British descended upon and murdered everybody, and the French suddenly murdered everybody. And that just isn't the truth. Obviously, the African nations had slavery, just like the European nations had slavery. So it's an evil that was not started, did not begin in Europe, actually. It can actually be traced back to Muslim origins. And for whatever reason, people have this fantastical rendition of history where they think that it was only white people that ever did anything bad, when in fact the truth is that even in terms of our own history, American history, it was the Africans that were selling the Africans to the Europeans, and usually for things as basic as gin and mirrors. I talk about this in my book. Like, it was at really basic things. And when Europeans set out to end slavery, by the way, it was white men that were the first in the world to abolish the slave trade, right?
Now, we do know that, yes, Africans sold other Africans into slavery. Africans enslaved other Africans, but we know the difference between slavery in Africa and slavery in the United States. Slavery in Africa was more like servitude, and there was an end to it. And it typically was in regards to criminals, right? Slavery in the United States is called chattel slavery, right? There's a difference between the two, but she's not being genuine in discussing this topic. No, she's continuing to feed a narrative to racist white people, right? I mean, let's be real. White people didn't end the slave trade because it was morally wrong. White people, one of the reasons why the slave trade ended was because white people began to breed slaves. That's why the slave trade ended. They didn't want to pay for slaves anymore when they could breed slaves. For the sake of time, because I'm running out of it, here's some honorable mentions. Candace Owens on Black History Month.
Okay, pause that.
To read. Candace Owens on
blow it up
reparations for Black
right
people.
there?
Pause to read. Candace Owens on Juneteenth. Pause to read. Candace Owens on the NAACP. Pause to read. And Candace Owens on DEI. Pause to read.
Okay, I'm gonna blow this one up.
No one should give Candace Owens a pass. She's diabolical. She's a fucking menace. She should be ousted from the Black community for eternity. Period.
Okay, I'm gonna blow that up because I got it ready because I want to read that what these screenshots were. So let me see here. I pulled it up here. Let me see. Can y'all see this? It should be bigger, right, on the screen. Now let me go to the end where the sister was speaking here. Pause to read. All right. So let's see here.
Candace Owens on Black History Month.
Okay, I'm gonna read this for everybody. Hopefully everybody can see this. It says it's Black History Month, the month where a bunch of people who know nothing about Black history, the time to celebrate people like Frederick Douglass, but have never read any of his works. Black conservatives are blank, but we love Harriet Tubman. Ignorance. Okay, let's go to the next one.
Pause to read.
Okay. This is Candace Owens on reparations. Reparations are the extraction of money from people who were never slave owners to be given to people who were never slaves. It is revenge, something that was done to blank at the expense of people who had nothing to do with it. Okay.
Candace Owens on reparations for Black people. Pause to read. Candace Owens.
Okay. Juneteenth. Juneteenth is still ghetto and made up. Hope everyone enjoys it.
Owens on Juneteenth. Pause to read. Candace Owens.
Okay. Organizations. Oh, hold on.
On the NAACP.
Okay. Organizations like Ed Glad and the NAACP don't exist to eliminate racism and homophobia. They exist to provide a spotlight to them so that their company executives can rake in millions and line their own pockets. This is common sense.
Pause to read. And Candace Owens on DEI.
Okay. On DDI. This video is a response to right-wing commentator Charlie Kirk, who came under fire for stating that if he sees a black pilot, he hopes he is qualified. But unfortunately, that is the reality of what happens when it comes to DEI, and what he is remarking on is true, said Owens. I would be terrified if I got into a plane and saw a woman flying the plane who or blank know that we have the United Airlines CEO saying that he just wants to fulfill a quota. She continues stating, okay, we can't read all these comments here. It's blocked by her, but
pause to read.
Yeah, but I don't know what y'all think about Candace Owens. I mean, I think this is what I personally think, if I may. I think it's that the comments, the way she makes her comments.
Before you say anything, the girl is from the island. She's Caribbean, so that explains a lot of it. She knows nothing. She just says she knows nothing about nothing. She's not.
You talking about Candace Owens?
Yes, she's Caribbean.
Okay, that's what you mean, Candace Owens. Okay, I'm gonna put this video in the chat though. But I mean, does that have anything to do with it? Why does that have something to do with it? I'm just curious. I'm just saying.
Because they I worked with a lot of them, and that's what they think. They think Black Americans are stupid. But I said,
oh, you mean she's a bigoted? You mean she's a bigoted?
She's Caribbean and she's bigoted. She's Jamaican, like from
but all Caribbean people don't think the same way. So that's why.
I've met some that don't. But the average one of them that you work with, like especially with the work I did, because I worked for a state home for the physically and mentally disabled, and they took over the job. Couldn't nobody run it. The place was running since 1929, when only white folks worked there. And she said, I don't care nobody ran it. I was always getting in trouble trying to get me fired and stuff, you know.
Yeah, but I mean, you know, it's just not. It's just the thing about it. Well, here's the thing. It's like, you know, let's just understand that we can have a situation where everybody goes up and talks about who they don't like personally, right? Or we can have a conversation that includes as many voices, many people as possible, their experiences. You see what I mean? And I think what happens is a lot of times is we think that our experience is the only experience and that it's finite and representative of everybody. And now if I flipped it around and I said, Sarnetta is just like you, Pumpkin, all African Americans are the same, you would be like, hell no. Oh, hell no.
Right. I'm different because I don't care.
Right? Wouldn't you? Yeah, but wouldn't you? You would be offended if I said all Black people that live in the North.
Know I ain't like them. I don't get offended.
Exactly. So there we have it. You know, it's like, so I just
want. But she's horrible. Listen, that's light what she said. She is horrible.
I'm not defending her. I'm not.
No, I know you ain't. But I'm saying she's defending. I'm just saying she's terrible. I've been trying for years to get rid of that girl.
Yeah, and guess what? But here's the interesting thing. I mean, you know, what I think is problematic about this is like, or interesting. Let's say interesting instead of problematic. She has placed herself as a voice for Black people, right? And within that, she's getting a lot of money, right? Within that. But if you ask Black Americans, would she be the voice that speaks for Black Americans?
No.
But no. You know, has there ever been a survey? Has there ever been a poll? right?
No.
But
let me put something else and let you hear something else, and then you say we'll talk about it.
I'm gonna let you play it. I'm gonna let you play, but just pull it up. But the thing is that but media is allowed to use her as if she's a voice. Even there, they're allowed to use her.
It's right wing media. That's the thing.
Right wing media, but they don't provide polls, and I think this is where it's interesting. When you're able to represent people without a poll, without surveys, without studies, I think that is like under the bar. So she's allowed to go out there and talk about these things publicly, but at the end of the day, it's at the expense of having no data. They use people like her to replace data, and most sane people would never want to be replaced by one person to replace data on their community, because data is the way you find out what kind of problems exist, what people think, what they think the solutions are, what they want for their tax dollars, what they experience in life on the day-to-day. It's the data that says that. One person can't say it, essentially, right?
Right. No, I don't know. I just don't like the girl because she just no.
I don't like her either.
No, because I'm not that kind of a person, but this girl right here, me and my sister had big arguments about her. My sister was all for, she said she never fit in with black people. And she's speaking for black people, but she talking about black men, but she got a white husband, and I don't know what to say with her and Cardi B go into
quiet there because I ain't got a problem with her.
But Ralph, okay. So Ralph, what do you think about her commentary there?
I think that lady who put all that together was a little far fetched.
It ain't far fetched. Then you go with your.
Okay, but hold on. I'm talking about Candace Owens' words. Yeah. What you think about her words?
Right. So I'm gonna speak on it for what she said. When she basically got into the slave trade thing, she didn't go deep into detail. I'm pretty sure they wouldn't want her to go deep into that detail. But like I said to you, it's a 3-part series. The Muslims did start it. The Europeans were last. The Europeans sold their white slaves and other things to Africans. Africans sold them as well. Everybody was getting traded. American slavery is different, so there's a difference in it. But still, what it is, they're just not being taught that. We are miseducated about it. If you look at Chicago alone and all those other places, they promote just killing
but Candace Owens didn't say that there was a difference. She didn't mention that at all. She didn't say chattel slavery versus indentured servitude.
I get it. As I said, I feel like it's between.
And she's going to use that. She's going to use that small detail to use against reparations. That's what she's doing. That was her commentary on reparations.
That's right. Bro. That's right. Like I feel 50-50 about that, right? Because I feel like she's wrong, and she's also giving truthful information. Now, what's in the middle between how people can, see where it's coming from, that's for us. But yeah, I do feel like I said, I feel like it's 50-50.
Is she giving truthful or is it misleading?
Inquiring. I said inquiring if you're searching for something. And who cares if she's black, they got a white husband. We never really looked at it like she was a part of America.
The black Americans aren't seeking reparations for indentured servitude. They're seeking it for chattel slavery and Jim Crow.
Yeah, well, and they should be seeking it for indentured servitude as well. And so yeah, I mean, like I said, I feel like it's not misleading, but it's not fully educating. And then I feel like she's inquiring, but still leaving out detail. So it feels like she's like in the middle of some game or something. She's entertaining.
Yeah, because I think if you're going to be taken that seriously as Candace Owens, you ought to at least be like able to quote the facts, to state the facts, because she got a whole lot of influence. You see? And so you would think that if she's got the airways open, I mean, it's 1 million people. Matter of fact, let me pull up her page and see how many millions of people are subscribed to her.
She ain't got no more because she don't work for them. because she went after Ben Shapiro, and she said the Jews were the Israeli government was committing genocide towards the Palestinian
Yeah,
people.
she said that on her Instagram. Y'all follow her on Instagram.
But look, she got
And
3 million.
she was right about that. But you don't mess with them people, and you working for them. That's dumb.
She got 3 million. She's got 3 million followers. And she had the airways. She had the United States Fox News and all these other news. She had their airways. So you're talking about a person.
She had right wing, all right wing areas.
Right, but that's a lot of people, and people outside of the U.S. even listen to her, even hear her. You know, when people outside of the U.S., when they listen to people like this, they use her as information. They use her as a standard, and they say, okay, well, see, this is how a Black American thinks, right? So why should we even apologize for slavery? Even in Denmark, why should we apologize for slavery here when Candace Owens said everybody was down with it? But right at the time where they're having these kind of conversations, the state, people were demanding that the state at the very least apologize, right? They were entering into conversations about it, trying to figure out, do we apologize or do we not? In regarding the U.S. Virgin Islands, you know. So when we have this kind of like conflicting views out there, it's not just about, you know, it's not a small thing. I don't think a person like Candace Owens, she's not insignificant, you know.
Modern day slavery. Take a look.
Oh, hold on.
Look at these inner cities and you go, why do they want these problems? Why are they funding these problems? Why do they want drug addicts? Who on earth would fund a center to allow people
Blow
to
the
do
screen
drugs?
up.
Well, you're
Make it
looking at a
larger.
government that wants a system of dependence. To me, I look at the situation and I say, what we're seeing is a modernized system of slavery. This is slavery in 2022, and they are proliferating this under the guise of COVID-19.
I agree with you. I agree with every word of that. I wish I didn't, but I sincerely do. I wonder why there isn't at least one city in America that says, I don't care what I don't care what anybody says. You can't crap on my sidewalk. Get the hell out of here, buddy. Move on. Like that is, I think, the way that all civilizations have always reacted to threats like this, like drug addiction and vagrancy. Why does nobody do that now?
Nobody does that now because there's been such federal overreach. And I will say in America, the one guard that we have against this is state rights. Thank God for governors that are standing up and saying absolutely not, no matter how hard the Biden administration tries to overreach and say, we are absolutely going to have this. We need to fund more money, more money. The government is creating problems because they want you to turn to the government for answers. And I always say Black America was the experiment with this.
So aiding homeless people is modernized slavery. So it's not the homelessness that's modernized slavery. It's not, say, wage slavery that's modernized slavery. So working a full-time job and not making enough money to survive. No, it's aiding homeless people that is modernized slavery. The way that the right talks about homelessness is astounding. You know, their main answer is like criminalization. You know, make it illegal, lock them up, throw away the key. Or like Tucker said there, hey, buddy, you can't crap on my sidewalk. Move on. Okay, well, where's that person going to move on to? They're going to move on to another place where they might end up crapping on the sidewalk. So how do you actually address this? Well, we know it's not some mystery. Finland has nearly eradicated homelessness. How do they do it? A housing first policy. The way it usually works in most countries is there's all these hoops you have to jump through in order to, get through the system, have a roof over your head, and there's just too many hoops to jump through. In Finland, they did a housing first policy. Look, we're just going to put a roof over your head. Well, they nearly eradicated homelessness. Wow, what a shocker. Turns out homeless people are missing homes. And if you give them homes, then they're much better off. Now, I get it. This is where people turn around and say, well, hold on now. Because there are people who work to put a roof over their head. And so if they're working to put a roof over their head, aren't you incentivizing people to just not work and still have a roof over their head? Well, the answer to that, based on the data we have, is that doesn't appear to be what happens. It's not like people who work full time then turn around and say, well, since the homeless person has a roof over their head, I'm going to now be homeless too, or now not have a job too, or stop doing the things that I like doing too. No, that actually doesn't happen. But that's why either way, you give them a reasonable accommodation. So it's not about like, hey, the homeless person needs to have, a pool in the backyard and a yacht and 2,000 square feet. No, just a roof over their head. Look, Utah, I think, did a great job nearly eliminating homelessness as well. They're a very conservative state. But if you actually are dedicated to it, you can do it. Those they're almost like mini houses. I just read an article the other day. I forget where it was happening, but somebody took the initiative to build a bunch of these things and just give them to homeless people. That works, man. That works. Now, don't get me wrong. That's not all you have to do. So you should do housing first and then also have other things to help them. Like, for example, mental illness treatment. I mean, this should be any Medicare for all system, universal healthcare system should also have universal mental health as part of that. And, help with that. Assistance with drug addiction is another thing that would be very useful. Just having a society that generally cares and gives people various safety nets to fall back on when times are rough, that would ameliorate the problem. And like I said, we have all the evidence in the world that this is the path you go down. Housing first, aid with the mental illness, aid with drug addiction and things of that nature. But beyond that, there's been a number of studies now that show if you give homeless people a roof over their head, you know what happens? It saves the taxpayers money too. So if your concern is like fiscal responsibility, well, guess what? This is a lucky and rare issue where you can align with actual moral leftist ideas. So it is both the fiscally conservative thing to do and the morally correct thing to do to put a roof over homeless people's heads, because according to one study, it saved taxpayers 49.5%. 49.5%. A chronically homeless person cost taxpayers an average of $35,578 per year. And then you basically cut that in half if you put a roof over their head. So it's like 17 and change if you put a roof over their head, because you have all these other problems and ways in which homeless people have run-ins with the system if they're actually without a home, without a roof over their head, without safety and security. Whether it's, run-ins with police officers and the cost of having them in jail or whatever the case is. There's the medical system. How much more often are you going to be in the medical system and have to use that if you're out on the street? So the answers are actually relatively obvious, but they're not talking about this in a reasonable humanitarian way. They're talking about it at, like we have parasites or vermin that need to be eliminated. And that's always the problem with how the right talks about homelessness. Apparently, it's modernized slavery to help the homeless is what they're describing there. It's part of conservatism that never appealed to me, that always made me sort of cringe, is this weird insistence that, like, well, actually, the people who are worse off in society are somehow getting one over on you, my loyal right-wing viewer. And that drives me crazy. And what people need to realize is if you're in the middle class, you have a lot more in common with a homeless person than you do with a billionaire. You do. You have a lot more in common with a homeless person than you do with some CEO of a giant multinational. You do. And class solidarity is important. And what's good for the homeless people, the social safety net programs that are there, are good for the working class as well. It's even good for like the upper middle class. It's good for everybody. So there you have it. Helping homeless people is modernized slavery, according to some of the dumbest right-wing charlatans in the country. Ever since Adpocalypse, when YouTube defunded all
All right, what y'all think about that? True or false?
Well, I think about like 70% true, 80% false. And then I wouldn't compare it to no slavery. But then again, what a middle class, middle class person got anything to do with no billionaires? You got nothing in common with a billionaire.
What the heck would make her say it's akin to slavery.
I don't know what that was. That I take until that when he was talking cool until that part. Yeah, I understand.
Man.
Yeah, until that
But,
part came.
but you know what? I mean, I'm inclined to think that it's more true, like you said, than false, man. That it saves taxpayers money,
Yep.
because let's say, first of all, when you don't have a home, let's take some of these arguments. For example, we say that, for example, if you try to say that, child support, for example, a lot of men say this: child support, it takes up their earnings, right? Maybe puts them out of the street, right? Things like this, right? Now, but if you had a policy that made sure that your citizens had access to housing, period. I'm not just talking about men that end up not being able to pay, you know, afford to pay child support, and then have these other issues, but just the economic side of it, not being able to afford to keep the homes that they have, or anyone for whatever reason being put into a situation where they're not able to afford. They can work a full-time job or two, but for some reason the ends just don't meet, right?
Yeah.
What are they to do? What's left?
Can't do shit for somebody illegal or something to get
Right.
another hustle up.
Exactly. And then when they do commit a crime, they enter into another system, right? What about we just talked about that, the penal system. I mean, what happens when you,
that's not gonna be in your favor? That they're gonna tax you and you're gonna work in there for even less. To
and
come
is a
back and
corporation going to make money off of you?
Yes, they are. And you're gonna come back and and still have to pay triple as much.
Right. So how many crimes are avoidable if people just didn't have to make those choices between, and you heard him also say, if you do have housing for the homeless, right?
Yeah.
And then you don't just stop there. Then you get access to uh what did you talk about? Drug addiction, counseling.
That's what I've been saying on your show, though. Those are the three things that need to be fixed first before you get a check, and then you know what I'm saying. And
Right.
people don't understand. Like I said, just though the black man has it the worst, and I'm saying that, if we're gonna say we're killing, if Candace is gonna say we're killing each other and we're going to jail at this population at this rate, how and the women single family household they raising dumbass kids, obviously she ain't telling no lies.
If she's going to say what again?
That single parent homes, abortions, and you know what I'm saying? Those three facts that she named. I forget the third one. And then this guy's here talking about the homeless rates. And all of this applies that black men are not around and being penalized differently, harmed differently. All three videos that will just show with the police beating and raping the guys with the batons and sex toys and beating them. How we've been. It all shows that the attack is not no black woman. It's the black man. And if we can get the black man from being homeless and then stop being imprisonated, they're saying that we'll come up better than getting reparations.
All right, now Joe. It's a lot of left wingers that people say they're not talking about reparations, right? But and a lot of times they keep. I don't want to say left wingers, but let's say center to the left, right? They're making an argument that if you could deal with class politics, that's better than reparations, right? That's basically the argument right now. That reparations, they don't want to necessarily touch politically, or it hasn't been moving fast enough, but they're willing to talk about class politics, right? I mean, isn't that something that the right wing should be talking about too? Class politics?
Yeah, I think they kind of do, but they classify between whites and separation.
Okay, what you mean by that?
When they use classifications between millionaires and middle class, they'll use middle class whites compared to middle class millionaires instead of collectively, or they will use uh
But when they say
class.
when they say class politics, they're not leaving out the poor white folk from the benefits. They're not leaving out the. Yeah. They just saying all the poor.
Yeah, they get it's shown that they get better treatment in the medical field and they get better treatment inside of government as well. So, I mean, I don't know how people think it was going to be equal. Like child support was made for some black couple. Like if financial assistance and government help was really made really for black people, they were giving those things before you guys were really allowed to get it. So if it was made for you, you would have something that'll help our genetics and our build up instead of just handing us drugs. So yeah, I don't even believe it's for us.
I mean, in some countries, I don't know about all the NATO countries. I know in the one that I'm in, they don't, with child support and things like that, if you don't make over a certain amount of money, meaning that child support is not supposed to put you out of your home. If you can only afford the home you have and you can only afford the expenses that you have right now, they defer these kind of extra expenses. They don't actually put you out of your home, put you out of your job.
They'll suspend your license or nothing.
No, they don't do anything like that.
What they will do, revoke your passport?
Nothing. What they will do is the moment you start making more than what your expenses look like, then they will look at exactly how much that is and then see if they can institute a extra tax on you.
Yeah, probably like say if you make another $1,000 more on your check, they probably take another 200, maybe another 150. Yeah,
exactly.
That's respectable. That's respectable.
I mean, this is the first time I ever heard, for me, I've been very pro reparations. And don't get me wrong, I'm not against it, but I have been for it. I've been for it because I just see it as a human right, just very simple. But this is the first time I heard the class politic argument seem to make some sense, actually, as an alternative. Because if they're willing to reduce the homelessness and willing to give people access to healthcare and things like that, I mean, and like drug addiction counseling, help for these kind of problems. And also, I'm assuming that they're gonna
addiction problems. So you know what I'm saying, as far as eating and stuff like that, to get America back in shape, put them prepared. Like I said, the one person had said, "I want to retire." You want to know? Most people who retire from their jobs around 50, 60, they die before 80, being out of shape, not doing things. Most people who work until they're 70, 60, I mean like 65, 70, they live a lot longer doing through work. It gives them something to do.
Right.
So most people, they talk about, well, I want to sit down and retire. Well, you say, no, you want to age your death quicker because that is a proven fact in America. Retired people die faster than working people at that age.
Yeah, depending on their health. True.
That's right.
Depending on it's true.
So
depending on their health.
Now I say, yo, why do you want to, I mean, retiring is cool, but the fact of retirement is saying is, you're giving up, you're ready to stop everything. You're comfortable enough to stop everything.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. All right. Well, I'm gonna leave the last word to you and Pumpkin. I appreciate y'all coming up today and really making it happen. Both of you guys, Pumpkin for bringing forth. Oh, go ahead.
I got to go. We've been here 5 hours, and I ain't got a damn thing done today. It was good. I'll be back. I ain't got a darn thing done in this house today. I'll be back. I enjoyed myself. I have some more stuff for you. You know,
okay.
Okay.
Oh,
later.
Yeah.
Bye, Ralph.
Later. Have a good night.
It was good. Yeah. It was good talking to you, even though you was crazy. Bye.
Yeah. I'm young and a little reckless.
Hey,
young
but
and the reckless?
Yeah, okay. Young and the restless.
That's what. But we should put that, Ralph. Young and the reckless. Later. Bye, Angie. I enjoyed you too, Donnie. Yeah, we're gonna make a shirt. Ralph, Young and the Reckless.
Yep.
Okay. Bye.
All right, Ralph. Yeah, what you want? You want to get the last word, Ralph?
Yeah.
Why?
Look, when we talk about America, y'all, I just want y'all to remember, we're gonna make some money off of us. Y'all have a good night.
There you go. All right, I appreciate both of y'all. Folks, that was it. It's been a great day. We talked a lot. We followed Trump, so now we know what the deal is with Trump for the moment, and it's going to continue. The saga is going to continue, and but then we got a chance to talk about a few other things, thanks to Pumpkin, and political issues, things that affect all of us, right? And things that we should all have a voice in, all be willing to share our views on. One of the things I try to do different over here is I try to allow different opinions to be shared so that everybody can communicate about them. I try to do that as long as people can communicate respectfully, but also be honest. We know who Ralph is. Ralph comes up. We got his face. He's not afraid to share who he is, what his name is, right? What he identifies as. You see, his name is Negro Ralph. That's not something everybody chooses to identify as, but he doesn't care about that. He's just being honest. Then we have other opinions. Pumpkin, I know who she is. She used to share her name all the time, but then she got attacked. But she does share her face. It's a real person. She shares her background, what her upbringing has been like. And we have a lot of guests like that, Andrea as well, and many more. So I encourage people to come out. If you want to be heard, the one thing that gives you an advantage over everybody else is that you stand behind your word, right? And how I see that is you let people know who you are when you do it. You see what I mean? We know the internet is full of people that don't want to share who they are, don't want to share their names. They have opinions, but in this day and age, when you have all types of people that want to get inside of our conversation, just using the internet, being anonymous and unidentified, this is a place where we try not to do anonymous and unidentified. I want to make sure that everybody is at least standing behind their own word and willing to put who they are out there to stand on their word. Of course, sometimes you might get threats. Sometimes you might get, what do they call it? Harassed, right? But standing behind your word means you're going to do it anyway because you care about what you're saying. So all of that extra shit, be damned with it. It won't really matter anyway. What we need to do is get our voices out there when it counts. And right now it's going to count. This year is a year where your voice is needed. So speak up. Even if you have a certain opinion, speak up. And don't be afraid to maybe change your opinion. Shit. You heard me. I want reparations just because I think it's the right thing to do. But it may not always be the only thing that can be done that's good. You see what I mean? And so, on that note, I'm out. I appreciate y'all, and we will be back very soon. Be good, y'all. Bless.
Turn up. You know what? You know what? You know what? Introduction.